Get October non-farm payrolls data coming through here. 150,000 there. That's lower, significantly lower than the 180,000 expected there. Again, 150 on the October non-farm payrolls print there. The forecast 190, consensus 180,000. Unemployment rate as well, 3.9% versus 3.8%. So a tick to the upside for the unemployment rate in October. Also going to help out this market coming off of the biggest day since April, I was reading yesterday for the S&P 500. Absolute monster. We'll get a look at the futures here moving significantly higher. That's Warner Brothers you're looking at, but both the S&P and the NASDAQ upside in a big way here off of this print. Again, lower than expected. For both. There's the cues right now back to positive territory. We were basically flat on the morning, but taking out the highs there from yesterday on both the NASDAQ and the S&P. Again, October non-farm payroll is 150, lower than expected versus 190 forecast. 180 was the consensus. A ton to get to this morning. More earnings, obviously, across the board. We're looking at positive movement here, just seeing a whole bunch of things popping up in front of me, including some of the Chinese names. NIO back on watch this morning. All of the ADRs back to the upside. No real significant catalyst, but we'll touch on all of those coming up there this morning. It's Friday, November 3rd, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, big move upside. If you're just joining a little bit late here, futures, both the S&P and the NASDAQ back in positive territory. I mean, not huge, but we were a little bit negative there to start things off. Mostly on Apple's report. Apple downside on the forecast this morning, but if you just missed it, that October non-farm payrolls number, much better than expected there, 150,000. And when I say better, I mean worse than expected, but worse in this case going to be better for the market overall. So 150,000 jobs added in October versus a consensus of 180,000. 190 was the forecast there. Remember, the prior was huge, 297,000 going back to September. So good look here. Unemployment rate ticking to the upside as well. Again, not good for individuals looking for work, but this is going to help out as far as the conversation we've been having surrounding Fed Chair Powell and this fight on inflation. So that changes things a little bit as we get going on a Friday. We were all sitting here a little bit, cautious, I guess, after this move in Apple following their report coming off. It was guidance that was worse than expected for Apple, but they still beat. Here we go now, back to the upside. The first print for an NFP number here, and as long as I can remember, that has caused this kind of move.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's so closely watched, especially with the emphasis that the Fed has been putting on jobs and the lack of slack in the job market. We saw Fed Chair Powell talk ad nauseum about it last Wednesday. Yeah, it's a great move. We're above yesterday's close. We're positive on the NQ and the ES, and we've got a lot of earnings to get through, so let's get to it.
Yeah, just seeing this as well. For the first time, the chance of a rate hike now going out to December has fallen below 20%. So there is 80.5% that we will maintain going into the end of the year where we currently are, coming off obviously the Fed meeting on Wednesday this week. So that's the first time I've seen that number. Remember, just going back to last week, that was, I think it was 36, 37% in favor still of a hike going into the end of the year. So yeah, this changes things a little bit. I mean, not a huge move here for the overall market. We're back to positive territory, 0.37, 0.34. for the S&P and the NASDAQ here, moving higher on this. Neil is solo at the moment, so we'll bring him in. There he is. Obi's going to come. He's stuck in traffic. It's fine. We'll get him here. But yeah, Neil, a good look here to start.
Oh, you better believe it's a good look. We're through 15,000 already. There's a very, very important poll I'd like everyone to check out in the chat right now, because Now that the market is moving to the upside, let's not forget that someone made an offer, and obviously, look, Apple's not up on the day. So Sharif came in, and Apple's not up, so he doesn't actually owe us Starbucks. They beat on the top and bottom. That was the first two conditions, and of course, the third condition was that they had to be green. So Apple had to be positive when he walked onto the trading floor, which was not true. Now, however, I mean, it was down over 3%, and we're now moving to the upside a little bit here, like it's 1.5. So what I'm saying is this, just out of sheer fun or principle, or just because I happen to want a Starbucks cookie, if Apple gets green today, we'll put it to you guys, if Apple gets green at any point today, should Sharif have to honor the Starbucks thing? So we'll see what you guys say. I have a funny feeling that you're going to be in our camp and against Sharif, but it's impressive because it's weird. In my note this morning, I was like, I don't see Apple getting green today. It doesn't seem likely to me, based on what they were saying about the fourth Q and all that good stuff. We'll get into them individually, but it didn't feel likely. But then, on this kind of a day, on an non-farm payroll day, everything can change, and that's the issue with those 8:30 numbers. Is suddenly you can have a totally different sentiment, and for that to be light, obviously that's bad news is going to be good in this particular situation. And you saw there with the odds. I mean, whether you're watching TLT or just any risk asset, oh my goodness, SoFi's already gone. That just broke the hell out. It's going to be a wild Friday. Like I kind of felt that last time. Remember we got that NFP that was like, it was almost like 2x and blew everything out of the water and all your plans were gone when we got that over 300. I felt like if it was going to be hot, it was going to be like that would be the big risk. However, this is a different story. So we're already bullish on the week. There's plenty of things to look at for some long trades. I am never wanting to chase like early moves on an 8:30 number. I've never found that to be the right thing to do. A lot of times, like you buy these highs, like, okay, if we're holding above 15,000 in the opening range, I mean, no problem. There's going to be longs to be had, like that kind of a thing. But I don't want to be chasing these tops. I think it's a great start to the day. I kind of wish I was in SoFi over that $8 level, but I think we can be patiently waiting here. Tesla up 1.5% back through 220. Yeah, it's been a pretty good week. The bulls are still in effect, and hopefully Apple gets green.
Neil not wasting any time whatsoever, just going straight to the Starbucks bet. I guess it's not a bet. Promise from yesterday. Couple things interesting here. Here's the 10-year. First of all, like, yields are just tanking right now. So 3 days in a row, that's a daily chart of the 10-year. The 30-year looking very, very similar off of this NFP print. Tesla ripping faces off to the upside, meanwhile. I was noticing some of the other big tech names as well doing the same. But good look right across the board. Again, if you're just joining, 150,000 versus 180,000 expected there for October non-farm payrolls. 19.5% only now on the chance of a hike going into the end of the year. There's the actual numbers. 3.9% as well on, it's tough to see there, but 3.9% on the unemployment rate also.
So the last non-farm payroll got revised down from 340 to 297, right? Okay, so that makes a bit more sense because that was a real big number we got last time. If you recall, I think the street was looking for 170 and we ended up getting like 330 or something in that vicinity. It was almost double. And you know what the market did after that, after a kind of a wishy-washy week where we had jolts come in a bit better and then non-farm payrolls came in a bit worse. This is a pretty decisive figure. We'll have to see what the rest of the day does. But in focus today is definitely going to be Apple. We got DraftKings, Micron, lots of earnings reports. Brendo, it was a busy week this week, no question about it.
Yeah, positive note there from China on Micron. They actually met with some Chinese regulators, the executives of Micron, so they're going to be moving into that market a little bit further. This one as well, I wanted to mention real quick. We were touching on this late in the day yesterday. CBNA with their report downside right now, but you can see a nice recovery so far. I mean, the only reason this interesting is because of the short percent. Obviously, we touch on this from time to time. Earnings not good across the board, but still, I think it's 30+% on the short side. DraftKings, another one, in that category.
Yeah, DraftKings actually took the #1 seed now in terms of online gambling in the States, outdueling FanDuel. They've got 31% of the market share. FanDuel's got 30 now. That flipped in August. It was always FanDuel leading there, so interesting development here for DraftKings. With respect to the other topic that you just brought up, well, what did you say there?
Carvana.
Carvana, yeah, that was really interesting as well because we've seen the deflationary aspects of the economy and what's remained inflationary. And definitely on the deflationary side of the equation is used cars, and that's what they sell. So it's a bit of a tough one to see how this is going to continue to be profitable in the face of declining sales, and especially for inventory that they bought at elevated levels that they have to take a loss on now. So I have not been a fan of this stock for the last few months. We'll have to see how the short float reacts today.
Just seeing participation. I was just reading a few more numbers here as far as the the jobs report goes. 62.7% versus 62.8% on the participation rate for October. So right across the board here, down ticks. It looks like average hourly earnings, 0.2% to the upside versus 0.3% as well. So right across the board, everything moving in the right direction as far as Fed Chair Powell would like to see.
Basically, if you're looking for, and Obi will be here, so if you're looking for confluence, VIX at the bottoms, obviously, that's going to make a heck of a lot of sense. I was watching TLT, made a big spike, that you're going to get that as well. Now, it's not going to be all roses, I don't think. So you're breaking and actually holding above 15K. Like I said, that's going to be the litmus for me at the open. But I think there's some opportunities. You mentioned Carvana. Like if we're thinking about relative strength and weakness, it's a 38% short float. But if you look at what it did in the aftermarket, where it made the run to the upside and then gap underneath, I usually think that's just initially, okay, you've trapped a few people, maybe some shorts have covered on the news, and then you trapped a few longs because yesterday was a squeeze day du jour. Like everything with a short float that reported or had any kind of a catalyst did double digits yesterday, more or less. I mean, you can throw out, just pick a name that has over 10% short float and you thought it had a chance to run, whether it's, I mean, Roku was ridiculous yesterday. That was an insane move. Lemonade was even more ridiculous. So Carvana, I feel like there was some exuberance going into this. This was already 26 to 30 going into the report and then busting out to 33. So a little bit caught in that wave to the upside. And if we're going to have something that I like, at least a shot at the open. I mean, who knows? If this goes squeezing past 30, this all goes out the window. But if this gets into that 30 level and can't break back out, I mean, it closed right at 30 bucks. It's almost too simplistic. It almost feels like a trap, right? Like if it's underneath 30, go for the short. If it breaks it, it's probably squeezing higher. But Carvana, is anybody really surprised that fundamentally it doesn't look good? The guide wasn't very good. There's no surprises here. This is about whether it wants to squeeze or not, whether it was enough to get a squeeze or to get some shorts taking profit. If this takes out the 200-period moving average, I've heard a few numbers be thrown out there by people in the chat, like $7. I've seen this plays in the teens. I don't know. I really don't know where the fair value is here for the stock. I just know that if it's not going to bust out that 30 and get green, a lot of people probably took some shorts off yesterday in that rally and probably trapped a few longs thinking everything was going to squeeze. Yeah, Square is up 17% as well after the day PayPal had. It was a very, very weird day in terms of what it just looked like an absolute crap ton of shorts covering yesterday. And anything that went up on too much sympathy, in the next couple of days, if there's bad news, I would not be comfortable in some of those types of longs. Carvana is going to be one of them today. We already have Mr. Nos, so let's get off me for a second and get into our favorite guest, ready on what is quite a morning already. The market right back to these highs.
We were just talking, Sharif and I were just talking about Square or Block, whatever its name is. Michael Nos is here. It's Friday. We'll talk about some opportunities that we were discussing if you rewind the clock back to Monday and the past couple of weeks even. But Wow,
Yep.
how a few days changes the landscape here, Michael Noss. It has been obviously a busy week with the Fed and now this NFP print. Huge move to the upside here for the market.
Yeah, it's been wild. I'm very thankful that I was on here, I think it was either Monday or last Friday, talking about that anchor VWAP from the bull market lows in last October, and talking about how, when a bull market's about a year old, it makes sense for it to pull back a little bit. And we were building lists. Some of those things worked, and I'm going to go through some of those. I'm going to go through one that didn't and how I handled that. Just a wrap up of some of the last few weeks of trades, because we didn't do a whole lot because we were just waiting for the market to find a bottom. Again, we picked a bottom around that October AVWAP low, and I have a chart on that later. And then we executed, got some good names, and got some good trades. I'm going to go over how I traded those, but then also why I think I'm selling a little bit and just a little bit cautious when it comes to kind of what's going to happen next.
Yeah, let's jump into it. WFRD, talk about that one.
Yeah, so this one was the most recent. I believe this one, I always get my days confused. I think this was Monday. Actually, I came in. Yes, it definitely was, because this was our Trade Ideas Trade of the Week as well. So we sent this out to our email subscribers. Again, you can go to tradeadeas.com/tradertv and you can sign up for that. You get a free trade of the week every week. One of our traders does it. It was me this week because my buddy Steve was in Cabo and it's freezing up here right now. But I'm definitely not mad. So this is what it looked like. The idea was pretty simple. Oil and gas has been strong. Energy has been strong for a long time. This is pulled back and it put in like 7, 8 bottoming tails at this very important anchored VWAP from that swing low. So next chart is how it looks like as of yesterday's close and how I traded it. So you can see it continued this pattern of every time it traded below this anchored VWAP, it rallied. So on the candle I have highlighted there, the candle that actually closed back above this anchored VWAP, that's where I took my shot with my stop under $90 a share. Now, when we ran back to those highs, like Neil was just talking about, everything kind of really took off. And the short stuff took off as well, which actually got me a little bit nervous. So I did take a substantial amount of profits on that, holding a little bit. And you're going to see that theme kind of carry through. Next one here was TW, which is some sort of a trade web markets. It's some sort of an exchange or product like that. This was, I believe, Friday. We talked about this one and how the casino stocks, as I call them, but the exchange stocks were doing very, very well. This is what it looked like. Had a solid earnings day, broke out of a very long-term base. The next chart is just where I took my entry. You can see it had one little red inside day. And then the next day was green and broke that day. And that's where I took it. I just wanted to see it hold that prior level. And I took a big substantial amount off yesterday. So you're going to see a theme here, and I'm going to talk about why at the end I took so much off yesterday. Last but not least, I believe, is uranium. So UEC. No, there's two more. I wanted to go through a loser too. So UEC was another good one. This one, I believe, was like 2 weeks ago. Same kind of thing. You want to wait for that break. So this was the chart as I sent it over on that day. And then the next chart is just what happened as it broke through. This I bought twice, and I actually had some questions about adding to positions, so I think this is a good example for that one. This one I bought as that initial candle broke out. You can see that very strong candle that actually happened, I believe, the day that I presented it. Meandered around for a few days, but came back, and you can see it held that breakout level. And that second arrow is where, again, I added to a position. The reason I did that is because I was very confident now in moving my stop loss up right below the red candle right before that. I only add to positions when I can manage risk around those positions. When now I can say, say I was risking $100 just to make up a number. Now I can still risk $100, but I can own more shares. And that for me is when it's interesting to add to positions. So how I take a look at losers. So the next one here is CME, which this is the chart that I gave you guys. It was that same time I was talking about TW. And the next chart is how I traded it. So we had I pulled back a little bit, and then it put in this nice green day, and I bought it on the close of that green day. Next day, it gapped up and it sold off, and I got out immediately. So this is to basically show one thing I love about Trader TV and what they do. Every trader has losers. Every trader has many losers many times a day, but it's how you manage them. You can see that the ones that were working well, I was holding for days and days and days. The one that didn't, I was out the next day. Now, just a quick why I'm selling a lot of things and why I'm a little cautious here. So this next chart of the S&P 500 was the one that I came to you guys with on Monday, a pullback to the anchored VWAP from the bull market lows. You can see it acted where we know the market is now. That acted pretty perfectly as support. However, we are still in a short-term downtrend. So what I did is, as we are bouncing on the next chart, I anchored some VWAPs from these prior highs. And yesterday, you can see we actually ran smack into the anchored VWAP from the August high. And right above that, we have the anchored VWAP from the July high. Looking at over my other screen, what's happening in the pre-market, we're probably somewhere in the middle of that range right now. For me, it's, that's like 5-6 days up in a row. It's a really big move. It's time to, if you're in some of these plays or you're in some longs, I don't think it's time to get greedy. I think it's time to ring the register a little bit on some of them. I am worried that we're going to struggle in this area for a little bit. Doesn't mean we have to pull back, but we could pause for a little bit, and that could give us more setup. So one last thing real quick, if you are not signed up for the test drive, that's actually, you are going to get your codes on the weekend. Make sure you go to trade-ideas.com/tradertv. Sign up for the test drive. Get this whole product for $11. You can give it a shot. The web version, the downloaded version, whatever it is you want to play with. You can join our paper trading competition. And if you win, we will just send you Amazon gift cards. And it's actually really, really fun. We're going to open up a temporary Discord room for everyone to come in and talk smack. It's going to be a great time. But again, go to trade-ideas.com/tradertv and sign up for it there.
6th. That gets going?
Yes, so it starts technically Monday.
Right.
But generally speaking, we try to get passwords and codes out to people on the weekend if our servers can take it, just to give people a little bit of time before the market opens to play around.
Just to circle back on what you were saying there, I think it's an important point to reiterate in that, yes, you're taking some off, but it's not, the situation where you're just panic selling, flattening your positions because they're so far in the money. It's about management and understanding the structure of the market and the overall move that we've had from the bottom to where it is today.
Yeah, and this is the same whether you're day trading or swing trading or investing. One of the most painful things you can do as a trader is have a really good trade that then turns into a loser. And if the market is going to roll over around here, if something else happens, I have a lot of really good trades on right now. It would really hurt if I just held them all and then maybe they turn back around. So the way that I figured out how to do it, and again, you'll see the guys do it on the show, it's the exact same with day trading, is you're scaling out. You're not just hitting the button and saying, get me out, I'm worried about the market, but you're saying, okay, this is a little bit of resistance here, maybe I'll take out half my position. And then, okay, moved a little higher, maybe I'll take out another bit. You're paying yourself a little bit, and then that's also raising capital that you can employ to your next idea. If we do get a pullback or we do get a little bit of a pause here, I'm going to be doing the same thing. I'm going to be coming to you guys. I'm going to be building lists. And when those things trigger, I will have then capital to deploy as opposed to just sitting in everything and kind of hoping it goes up from here.
If you are wondering, if anyone is wondering about, this, as we've said, a huge move in the overall market with good reason here on this NFP number this morning. Michael Noss is going to be back with us on the recap after the close tonight. We'll touch on a little more structure as far as where we are, as we said, where we've come from and what that could lead to coming up next. So great stuff, Mr. Noss. We'll speak later in the day.
Awesome. Talk to you then.
Thank you very much. As always, love it, Michael. And one of the things he said there, I mean, it goes without saying, but it needs to be repeated because you don't often hear it enough in the trading community. That's why we love Michael. That's why we are the way that we are. You are going to take losses. It's a matter of how you handle them. And the thing about being profitable or consistent or whatever, whichever particular thing you're working toward in your journey as a trader, because there's definitely different steps. When you make a good decision, you want your good decisions to end up turning into profits. I know it sounds like a simple thing, but it's not always that simple. When you are right about something, it's about turning those instances in which you're right into profits. And then when you're wrong, it's about limiting the amount that you lose when you were wrong. You never want to be in this situation where you are maximum in on your losers, but minimal on your wins. So just in that light, I'm going to go over this one because it's up again today. It's a perfect segue. Look, you would have seen me say I thought Roku was up too far. Now, did I know that every single stock was going to squeeze and that it was going to rip your face off short sell rally? I didn't, and then once that was painfully obvious, it was easy to get away from shorts. But my initial look was the short 70, the 72 area and the 75 area on any sign of weakness. And when it got to my levels, the crazy thing about it is when it got to the levels, it showed that there was an opportunity. There was an immediate rejection. There we go. Right at the open, immediate rejection at 72, which I kind of missed. I wasn't really fast enough to grab it. It pulled back in like $3. So that probably could have been that trade there. And when it came back, I took a shot at a consolidation under with a relatively tight stop. So I had a tighter stop because I'd missed the first trade. And then the second time, the 75 actually did give it a little bit of a pullback. But you got to get away from it. Like I had 2 executions in and I had 2 executions out. You know, at the end of the day, you're not gonna be right about every single thing. And what you can do is try not to fight it, because at some point, a lot of times, like what'll happen is if you look at like the whole like roulette strategy, you could just continue to short and then look for one kind of pullback. And if I just shorted, maybe get out, take a bunch of hits, and then try to get in here. If at some point it pulls into VWAP and you're just using more and more as it goes higher, eventually you could turn yourself green in a situation like that. But the trend is the other direction. It's easier to get out of the way. If you like the short, find it somewhere where it's working, or just join the trend into the upside. So you have to be a little bit flexible into acknowledging what does it mean when you're wrong, and then make sure you get away from something when it is wrong. So I love that from Michael. Had to point it out. Roku also up again 1%. It might take out 80 today with this market doing what it's doing. Brendo.
All right, first 30 minutes brought to you by our friends over at DXV, a leading market data provider. They're offering TTV viewers a special deal now until November 15th. Get up to 20% off your first month subscription for real-time market data and feeds, including U.S. equities and futures. Promo code TraderTV, all capital letters, TraderTV. Get dxv.com to grab this exclusive offer. You can scan the QR code as well. Shout out to our friends over at DXV. Let's get some analyst moves for you. Upgrades and downgrades over at the screen. Here comes Adara.
This one was a downgrade yesterday. Now it's an upgrade from Guggenheim. Next up, we have Moderna with an upgrade from HSBC Securities. This one's reported yesterday. We also have Molson Coors with a Deutsche Bank upgrade. And last but not least for upgrades, Ross with an upgrade from Gordon Haskett. In terms of downgrades, we have USS with a downgrade from Argus, Estee Lauder with a downgrade from Renberg, another downgrade. This one also had earnings recently. Fox with the JP Morgan Chase downgrade. And last but not least, Solar Edge. This one was tanking on earnings yesterday with a downgrade from Wolfe Research. Guys.
Change it.
You've got to love the fact that, first of all, Confluent with the obviously not a very good day yesterday, and they got the downgrade. Yeah, you can slap multiple fails on Confluent, and then they get the upgrade today. You have to understand that a lot of times, depending on where you have analysts positioned and whatnot, if something has found a temporary bottom, or it looks like it's made a bottom and it's been beaten up, that can be the reason for the upgrade, or they could have been bearish on it the entire way, and they were the ones that thought the stock was going to go down, but blah, 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 and then it goes up. Now, Moderna is the one I want to get to because, look, obviously, I think everybody understands, Pfizer, Moderna, any of the COVID vaccine names have been having a rough time. Obviously, profits from that have gone away, and the transition is on for them. And finding some kind of a bottom has been inevitable. That's what happens. Like eventually, unless you're a company that's just it's going to completely fail, which I don't think anyone thinks that's exactly what's going to happen here. You're going to find some kind of a temporary bottom. And the last move through 100 has been nasty. Like it failed the 100, so the 50-period moving average at $100, and has been rolling over without any end in sight. But yesterday was a little bit different because you had the bad Q. You were looking like it was going to be all doom and gloom, which in fact it was, and then an absolute hammer reversal candle on Moderna. Yesterday. I mean, if you look at a reversal candle, I don't know, like maybe if you look at textbook reversal candles on a daily chart, they look probably something like this. I'm not the the chartered technical analyst or whatever that designation is. I'm not a CMT. However, I do know what it means when you reject selling that much. Like you have stops running, panic selling, and then the second the market opens, all you have is buy volume off the top, that gets instantly supported right back at the previous support level. So it's panic selling underneath, panic buying or whatever, short covering, whatever you want to call it, and then look at the consolidation at and above $70. As a matter of fact, you're breaking the 71 now. Look, if this stock's not going to break underneath 70 today, I don't see why it's not a long into the 70 level for mRNA. Again, it doesn't mean that this is everything is right with Moderna and it's going to $200 again or wherever the heck the top is, but it does mean when you have that setup, it's a bit of a reversal. And the next day, 9 times out of 10, I'd be looking for longs in a stock like that at that previous support, which so happens to be that 70 level. So shout out to Moderna and its little relief candle there. As far as Confluence goes, I don't know, that's not a stock we'd trade. I just find it amusing. It was down like 35% or something yesterday. And then catching a couple of analyst upgrades after what obviously wasn't a very good quarter for them.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know as we head towards the open on a Friday. Sharif's going to kick it off with a look at the markets.
43.35, Brendo. We closed out on the ES yesterday. Here's a look. We have that 4,400 level with which to contend if we make it up there. The overnight high already, we just made it, 43.61. If we get to 4,400, definitely look for that resistance level at the 100-point level. If we clear 4,400, and I didn't even believe I would be saying this because we've been down so much, look for the double top here that we made in early October around that 44.25 level. But I was just telling Brendo this, we've decidedly broken that downward trend line that we've had going here since mid-July. If we close above and stay above, that'll be a break of the trend. Yeah,
let's see how the day wraps up. Everything you need to know. It's been a crazy week. Guess what? There's more to come next week as well. Very, very busy earnings week to come all next week as well. So grab that. Watchlist.tradertv.live has everything on it in the morning every single day that you need to know that's moving around in the pre-market. Apple, rightfully so, top of the list this morning. I was just noting that Neil's, I mean, it was a solid attempt there when we came on at 8:30 to get his Starbucks, but it's fading back out here. Apple is. We'll talk about the chart here in a second. But anyway, some cautionary, you saw there, some cautionary comments from Tim Cook when it comes to China, saying he's optimistic, but things are slowing in China with Huawei taking more of the market share in that market. Historically, this has been one of the biggest for Apple as a company. I mean, overall, earnings were great. They beat top and bottom line. It was the guidance that was an issue.
Yeah, China sales were flat, essentially. They didn't make money, they didn't lose money, or they didn't expand, in the region. They didn't detract either. They didn't contract. So let's look at how they did. EPS, 146, that's what they reported. The street was looking for 139. With respect to income, they reported $22.96 billion in income on the quarter. The street was looking for 20.72. However, it is up from a year earlier, so not bad. Revenue, $89.5 billion. The street was looking for 89.28, so almost in line. Quarterly revenue declined, though, versus September of last year by about 1%. Here's the important one, the iPhone revenue. And by the way, this iPhone revenue only had 1 week of iPhone 15 sales, which Tim Cook says there's high demand, especially for the Pro and Pro Max models, which are backlogged because of the high demand. So iPhone revenue, $43.81 billion, in line with what the street was looking for, and increased about 2% year over year. The problem was with Macs and iPads. Now, there's a bit of a double-edged sword with that because the Macs came in weaker than expected because last year, the Q4 had 1 extra week, and that 1 extra week included about 7% more sales. So when you do the comp, it's a skewed comp. In addition to that, they had the sneaky, what was it called? Scary Fast, whatever, with the new M3 chip, Brendo.
Yeah.
So they're looking to increase sales with that. Keep that in mind. Wearables were down. I mentioned iPad revenue. The other really good point, really good bright spot was services up 16% year over year, Brendo. That includes everything from like App Store, the whatever extra storage
TV,
you pay,
yeah,
TV, everything,
like
you
that.
name it.
Yeah, and I saw an analyst this morning pointed directly to the growth side of things, saying, where is it going to come from going forward? Simply put, where is it going to come from going forward? This is four quarters in a row, I believe, that we've seen basically flat as far as growth is concerned. So Yeah, it's going to be relatively weak to start things off. It's where the day finishes, according to Michael Noss, that matters.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to get one thing out of the way, I was having fun with that poll. It's like, I understand it's moving the goalposts. We made a deal, and we're always like people of our word. Like, I'm not gonna. It was absolutely just fun for the whole Starbucks thing. Apple probably wasn't gonna get green anyways, and if you wanted to do it, fine. I don't mind getting a cookie if you wanted to absolutely honor that for whatever reason. But look, let's get to the nuts and bolts of it here. Like Apple, if you look at the daily chart, it's been lower highs and lower lows the whole way. So great, you bounce off the 200-period moving average. When you talk about the actual quarter, I mean, declining growth is the thing, and so everyone's waiting for where the bottom and the turn is going to be in terms of their actual revenue growth. So is that next year? They've already indicated that they have some concerns about that holiday quarter. It's just the way that they were talking about it, so that's not necessarily a good thing. So I'm still remaining bearish on this. I mean, you're underneath the 50-period moving average, and you're forming a bit of a wedge here. And that top is still 177. You close at 177.5. So, like, I'd be shorting that level if we got up there. And now that we've turned, I mean, yesterday the bottom was 175, and on a good, well, on the jobs number, we've gone up on the number. I'm not saying it's a good number, but on a good reaction to the number, you've turned to 175. So I think it's a short at that price for Apple here today. I had 174 marked off, but the problem about a level like that, because underneath the gap, I'm going to look at a previous close. Problem with a level like that when an economic number comes out is you're likely to blow up and down past it. So I'm not sure I'd want to short that low unless I see the opening range support this as a key area. I know 175 has now been respected. I just don't know that I want to be long Apple. If it's at 171 or 170, like those types of levels down here would make a little bit more sense. And a note about that, so we're talking about the service revenue. They booked that Google payment for making Chrome the default search. That goes into their that goes into their services revenue, which I guess they have nowhere else to put it. That's like 20% of their services, which is still good growth, but it is definitely buoyed by that, to be sure. So I think it's a good quarter. I don't know where the bottom is temporarily, but I do feel like 75 is going to be a short for me if we get back up there.
Entirely Bitcoin, let's be honest. Well, yeah, let's talk about Block here, or Square. We were just discussing this chart. Shout out to Ben Zinga for this. So the yellow line is this year's performance. The yellow line is MicroStrategy, MSTR, Square, or Block, blue. So that basically tells the story. But I mean, hey, it's up 15% today on a beat.
Yeah, not bad. They beat everything, Brendo.
Yeah.
Top and bottom line, EPS, revenue, the whole gamut there. Let's talk about it. 55 cents per share. The street was looking for, they reported the street was looking for 47. Their profit climbed 21% year over year to 1.9 billion. Compare that to this time last year when they reported 1.57 billion. Not a bad look. Revenue also grew decidedly 24% year over year. 5.62 billion from a previous 4.52. This time around, the street was looking for 5.44, so nice beat there. The guidance, though, they had previously guided about $1.5 billion for the next quarter. Now they're guiding 1.66 to 1.68. It's not a bad look there. They had strong growth, Brendo, in both the Cash App revenue, which soared 34% year over year. I thought this was a pandemic thing. No, it's still growing. Square revenue, which my brother-in-law loves, 12% year over year.
It's a great product. I mean, it's so convenient in payment sense. I was just looking for their average price, and I saw it in this article that I'm kind of scrolling through right now, but somewhere in the neighborhood of 27,500 I've seen a couple of times. That's Block. And the reason I showed that chart before is because they have obviously a huge holding in Bitcoin. MicroStrategy is entirely Bitcoin, obviously, so that's the comparison there. But yeah, somewhere in the neighborhood of 27,500, it looks like, is the average price of Block's Bitcoin holdings. So nicely in the money here.
Yeah, not bad luck.
Okay. Oh, there it is. That was a little bit delayed. I hit it. I'm like, hey, where'd it go? So, like, if you like that bottom at $40, great, and congratulations to you. Whether it was Block at 40 or, PayPal at 50. They end up being the same bounce, just a couple of days apart here. However, I got to note that one thing I love about Trade Ideas is, I mean, you can probably do this other places, but I love it here, is you can put notes on your chart, which I called up my block chart. I'm like, oh yeah, I had a note. I have this note here from when we were shorting this stupid thing. And it says, alert, short if price of Square falls to 57.90 before September 6th. And look at it roll back over. Now, this was obviously consolidating off a double bottom. Like, that was going to be nasty if it broke down, which obviously it did. But the tides have changed now. After yesterday's squeeze fest, Bitcoin making runs at 35,000, all that good stuff. Square is in a different realm. And you can see the price action. I can get rid of this 45. Why? Really don't need that in there anymore. If we see 45 today, get the brown pants or something. Like if the Square sees 45 today, some bad things have happened in the market. So I look at a couple of things. I mean, I think it was 48 that I liked on a dip. Sorry, 47 is like the Alamo on a dip buy. That's a previous level on the daily. And then the round number 50. If you never break this to the downside, I'd look for some profit taking at the open, right, when it gaps up that much. And then if it can hold out, just barely breaking the pre-market low, look for the longs if we hold on to 50. And that's more of a patient thing. I don't want to be sitting on any bids like a hero, but I would rather be looking for that dip and rip. If you look at, I'll use the example of PayPal yesterday. PayPal was sort of a similar setup. I think we both like 53, but the setup's what actually matters the most. Like you dropped back in. If you like the level, and there's 53, like it actually broke, made the bottom, runs 50 pennies against you, but then look here where it reclaims the 53 level. Like that's where ideally you want to start to get in. Like that's a long, and then that's a long off the 53 level. On the way down, you're just kind of, like you're hoping that it bounces off that level. Once it shows you it's going to hold support at that level, that's where you want to get in. I don't know if Square is going to have that kind of a drop, but given how much it's up, I think you could see something along those lines. And on sympathy, note that PayPal, after Square's big move and after that gap up, PayPal never broke out the top when the rest of the market just ran. Right? So we got that non-farm payroll number. Pretty much everything started breaking higher, and there's the move. You can see it there in PayPal. Barely went back into the green and is sliding back down. So this is part of the reason I would anticipate some not rollover, but a pullback in Square. I would not be forcing the long early when I'm seeing that weakness. And in PayPal's regard, so gap up, get right into 56 resistance, double top it, and show no strength on the number. So let's see what happens if this gets back down into 53. I think that level is still valid. The market is pulling back in. If the NASDAQ were to go red, I think you want to be really patient in terms of trying to catch any falling knives.
All right, let's shift to Coinbase here. Another one downside ever so slightly this morning. Nice bounce underway, or attempting to. 2% negative here for Coinbase. I've been emailing back and forth with Natalie Brunell to try and get her back on the show once again. The past couple of days, she's very busy obviously, but hopefully we can touch base with Natalie Brunell over the next week or so, get her thoughts on not only what's happening with Bitcoin itself, but some of these individual equities specifically that have had such a bounce along with Bitcoin this year. I want to ask her about SBF as well after what happened. I mean, it took them like 20 minutes to convict this guy.
Eek.
Not good. Anyways, hopefully that'll be coming up in the next few weeks as we see what we can do with her. Here's just a couple of the highlights for you. I mean, revenue beat, latest Bitcoin, Ethereum volume downside a little bit. Crypto trading revenue was downside a little bit. Their forecast basically flat. I mean, it's not a great look.
Yeah, you mentioned it at the top there, 135% year over year. Since year to date is what I should say, is Coinbase up. Now, the problem is total trading revenue, which is a crucial driver for revenue. Total trading volume, I should say, which is a crucial driver for revenue, is down significantly on the year, $76 billion in trading revenue they generated. Compare that to last year, which was $159 billion. Now, there's a bit of an issue coming here with the new spot Bitcoin ETF that's going to come onto the market. Say this comes on. All of a sudden, you and I can trade Bitcoin spot on our normal brokerage exchange. We don't need to go to Coinbase. So we're going to have another issue here of more declining volumes. So this is a problem that's not just one-off in this quarter. It's going to continue. And so long as they rely on total trading volume to generate revenue with the new spot Bitcoin ETF, I think we're going to have a prolonged problem.
Yeah, and oh, by the way, there's still the whole SEC issue lingering in the background as well with Coinbase.
You down with SEC? Well, I guess I can't say yeah, you know me, because I'm Canadian and it's the SEC. But Bitcoin, just quickly, I'm going to go to Bitcoin, my Bitcoin chart on TradingView here. Love the dark mode. Big fan of the dark mode. But look, if you look at what's been happening, I don't think you don't have to be some kind of an expert to see lower highs into the same support levels. So descending wedge into a flat bottom break is the kind of like the short-term look on Bitcoin, but it also has a support level there. There's no question about it. You have a support level. So if Coinbase blows out the 85 level, I'm probably at some point taking an L on this stock. And we said wait for 85 to look for shorts on the daily yesterday, just in case. And obviously, it never really quite got there. And that spike up, just to show you on the daily chart, that spike up is in the aftermarket on the earnings play. So it doesn't really give you that short. So I can't say, hey, look, if you shorted above 85, you would have won yesterday. That happened after market. I would never make that trade. But that's where the resistance is on the daily. So when you talk about the demand issue, so if you talk about the trading volume issue for them and how it's been languishing and not really moving outside of this range, the proof will be if it breaks out at $90 at some point. And until then, when it gets into the mid to high 80s, I'm looking for a short. That's what it's looking like here. I don't see any reason to deviate from that. There's nothing in this report that scares you. I think the one thing you have to consider is the way that shorted names were squeezing yesterday. If that starts to happen again today, the level of patience you need to have doubles or triples, and maybe you just want to risk less or be more patient, risk less, or smaller shares, a wider stop if you have to do it that way. Just you have to adjust a little bit when you're squeezing. But that 85 level remains what it is. And maybe if you were trending up in crypto, then that would be a different story. But with that trend down, I'm looking to short a pop above 85 on Coinbase. They're already down 2%. At that point, it would be trying to go green. So if it fails going red to green, that's almost a perfect setup for a short here on Coinbase. And it's not that there's anything else. I'm not saying that the stock doesn't have some support on it or hasn't been faring well. In fairness, it's had a lot of support at the $70 level. A lot of times I've been waiting for this to break down at that price, and it's not happening. But up here, it's a short till it's not.
All right, the rundown this morning brought to you by Vantage Point. Are you ready? And no, avoiding pitfalls is the biggest challenge for both new and experienced investors. Vantage Point's dual patented AI solves this problem by offering predictive accuracy, emotional neutrality, and diverse market forecasts for today's active traders. Take the emotion out of your trading. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Shout out to our friends at Vantage Point. Let's talk about DraftKings. Huge move after the close last night. 29 up to almost 32. We're coming back in a little bit here. Across the board, though, we're right at some very, very key levels, still up 4.7%, but decent look here off earnings for DKNG.
Yeah, smaller than expected loss, guys. They lost about $283 million. The street was looking for $450 million loss. That's a 61-cent loss per share. Street was looking for 69. Revenue up 57% year over year on the quarter, 790 million. The street was looking for 706. MAUs, monthly active users, oh baby, 40% increase year over year, 2.3 million monthly active users there. Here's the thing though, they're number one now, not by a lot, but they outdueled FanDuel, 31% market share for DraftKings, 30% for FanDuel. Is that a public company? It's not a public company, is it?
No, it's not. Not yet. Hey, Obi's here.
Look, man, Traffic is real, life is real, we're a live show. Obi's in the building, it's all good. Little fist bump action. I logged into the PC, but I don't know your password to log in the platform. I would have done that for you. We'll let you settle in there. I'll get to DraftKings. We got about 10 minutes to go here till the open, so let's try to get through this pretty quickly. The number of times that I've seen DraftKings gap up on earnings only to pull back at the open is every time I can remember. So, I don't know if it's every time. It feels like it's been every time I can remember. So I don't want to be, I don't want to be going overzealous on this. There are names that are breakouts and, runners on those earnings. Like if you look at what happened in Roku yesterday, that's something we've seen before. We've seen it go. And Marvell's a stock that I think when it shows you a breakout, you really want that as well. But DraftKings has never been in that bucket. So I look at this and say, okay, 26 to 32. 26 to 32, that's a $6 range on the daily chart. The middle of that's 29. The 50 period's at 29. So if 29 is where it bounces, then I'm all for it. 30 could be a little something, but it's just more simple. Like I want to be looking for longs off the 29 area and anticipating. You shouldn't anticipate it, but it's already showing some signs of weakness here. If it pulls right back in, let's go for the 29. They're still not making money, but it's had a pretty good established range. So the notion that on good earnings it gets back to the top at 32 makes some sense to me. And if it were to do that, I got no issues with it. It's not a huge short float, like 5.5%, but it's not nothing either. So 5.5% short float. If it gets into that 29 area, that's why I would look for the support on DraftKings. And it's not to say that you have to be trading earnings names, but this is generally the day that if it wipes people out underneath 30. Like I could see some 30 stops in there. Like that could be the spot where you get one of those crazy dip buys and it's like dip and rip. And everybody that was in early kind of gets rinsed out. And then if you're really patient with it, you can actually get the move. Maybe it's a comeback at 10 o'clock or sit it out for the first 5 or 10 minutes kind of play. But I do think that can be one. I'm very likely to be, like this won't be a name that's in the top 5 where this is what I want to be trading right at 9:30. I feel as if Square, AMD is going to be on the list. Apple will be on the list for me. Coinbase will be on the list for me. But it's definitely in the back of the mind there for DraftKings.
Not bad. All right. Sharif's happy about Li Auto and how much they're making cars of late. We're going to touch on some Chinese ADRs here. There's nothing significant as far as news. There's a story on Micron, as we said, a little bit of a positive bump on that. Alibaba, I saw there was that headline. That's Apple. Alibaba, there was that headline earlier in the week on the AI front, but the APAC region as a whole overnight was a little bit positive. So we're seeing a bit of a bump here today. Yeah,
and the Chinese government's made no bones about the fact that they will stimulate their way out of this funk. They're looking for a 5% GDP growth on the year, and they've got the money to spend. There is a bit of a side note here with respect to NIO. They're talking about a 10% cut in their workforce, which is obviously bad because people lose their jobs, but you got to get costs under control, especially in the tough EV game and the tightening margins that we've been seeing there. So NIO on watch, up over about 3.5%.
There was this huge move. I was going to mention PDD as well. A huge move down yesterday for PDD after the gap to the upside. A lot of them look like this by the end of the day. It actually broke 100 and then ended up closing back above it. So yes, it's positive, but back in the middle of the range from yesterday here for Pinduoduo.
Maybe, just maybe, a temporary bottom's in for NIO here, because it got right into the 52-week low, missed it by 17 cents. Actually, 17 or 18 cents, doesn't really matter, actually. And then $8 has been, since it bounced off the 7 level the first time, $8 has been resistance, 806 highest close, and right in here, about 815, 816 is your top. Your pre-market high is about the same thing. So I think you get where I was going. I was shorting this yesterday off of the 790 top. This is a different day. I think cutting costs is a good thing for them. They have those lounges which they're spending too much money on, and obviously if you're not going to have the same number, if you're not going to have the same kind of deliveries, and you're disappointed in that regard, hey, you're going to run out of runway at some point. Your competition's been beating you. But if we're above $8, I would look for a long. I don't want to be breaking out at 815, that level on the daily. I would rather be long into the previous close and then holding into that 815. And if it breaks out that high, I'm already in the trade. So I'd be looking to make a long in the 785 to $8 range. That 15-cent range is where I'd want the long with a stop underneath previous close and then go for the run at the high of the day that way. So more of a cautious approach. It's generally my style of trading. I look for that, like consolidation entry as opposed to just taking that high of the day break, which I'm not always a fan of.
Yeah. All right. So
welcome, Obi.
Thank you.
Talk about stock that you've looked at for 2 minutes now.
Apologize for my lateness. Had a pretty outlier morning this morning. Yeah, it's pretty wild. We can talk about it later on in the show, but let's take a quick look at the NIO here. Yeah. So definitely. Let's see. Let's take a quick look on the longer time frame. I know that we're coming into some key levels looking left right away, right? 810, 820 mark. Yeah, that has room to go. I think right here you can see there is some increased volume with some sellers up here at that 850. So like that's the look I'll be having right here, 815 to 850. That's definitely interesting if we can continue into this move. Today is a Friday.
All right, we are at the bottom of the list. What are you looking forward to today?
Well, because I'm invested in Apple, I want to see how Apple's going to do. Everybody's like, Sharif, start walking to Starbucks. Start getting people their stuff. Apple's going to finish green on the day. That wasn't the deal. The deal was...
Speaking of goalposts being moved, it's
right?
now the end of the day, apparently.
Well, look, I mean, I would be very happy. I'd rather get everybody Starbucks than have to, hold this in a negative position again, but we were adding at the bottoms there in 160s, so not a bad position. I just want to see how the market's going to do, because last time we really took a hit on the chin from the non-farm payrolls. Today, we're definitely getting the number we were looking for, so let's see if we run up. Maybe it wasn't October, but it'll be something November.
First Friday in a long time that we have, I think, something to look forward to. As right now, the S&P 500 is making fresh, well, almost there anyway, session highs coming for the S&P, NASDAQ lagging a little bit, and it's only because of Apple that the NASDAQ is lagging. But I tend to agree with everyone. I feel like this thing's positive by the close, guys.
Settle in.
Boom, Apple positive by the close. And just very quick, we have like 4 minutes to the open. The poll's gone. Darn it, I don't even see the poll. Okay, never mind. Oh, because the sponsor's up there. Well, the poll was at 80% anyways. It was like 80% that Sharif should still have to honor. It's not honor the bet. It's Neil moving the goalpost in an absolutely unfair manner to his own benefit. That's what it would actually be doing. So anyways, I want to get to Meta very quickly. We have 4 minutes to go here. Come on, Apple, get green. Although I probably want to short it at that top. I don't really believe it's going green. Meta was super weak yesterday for whatever, obviously we were talking about this and there were some news stories out there to explain it, but above 312, so if this is 312, it was failing it, couldn't get above it. Above 312, don't fight it. If this does not hold on to it, I think I go back to this for some weakness. So underneath 312, I think it's got some weakness in it. Just based on the way that it was trading yesterday, AMD, as far as I'm concerned, if you're above that trend line, the lower highs, I drew an even worse trend line when I deleted the other one, so apologies there. I'll do better. It's just, it doesn't really matter. You're consolidating above the trend line with a 106 floor. So as long as this is above 106, I mean even 105 actually when I look back, I like 05 and I like 06s. If you're anywhere above that, I want every dip and rip, I want every consolidation on this because I don't want to be taking a 110 break. And then Intel's the other chip name I got on the radar. This has been a long until it's not. Yesterday we're dipping at 37. It's been bouncing on its range as well. So there's your channel. Every reason to believe it can get to the 40 level here. So stair step to the upside. 37 was your support yesterday. I would have a long look at 37.50 as well. Every 50 cents matters on Intel. And we haven't looked. Usually Sean looks at the imbalances, so I get away with not having to remember. It's true. Like it's weird. It's weird. Like you get into an ebb and a flow, and you just get accustomed to it. It's not good or bad. It's just it is what it is. So the imbalances early. We won't get NASDAQ for another 30 seconds, but I wish we get some NASDAQ names in there. But NEO, the big names don't really come until a little bit later. NEO 500,000 to buy. There's nothing here. Fubo is a 250,000. They reported their possible squeeze name. Block is a 200,000 buy. I'm looking for a dip buy in Block today. CCL not much. I feel as if with 2 minutes to go here, I should talk about SoFi, but this is a bit disappointing. Like it's already, I hate when this happens because you look at this double top on SoFi at 820, and then on the number, I am never taking, like if I like a technical breakout in a stock, I'm not taking it on an economic number usually, unless I really, really love it. So this has happened. It's broken 820 and already made a nice move. Kind of the move that it made yesterday, it's done it already. So I still like the notion of this and 820 into 840, 850, but I'll be pretty patient if it comes back in here. I feel like sometimes the trade you want has happened, and then if you look at SoFi, we still have 90 seconds to go, we're good. If you look at SoFi, also just, and again, I'm throwing out these, sometimes I do this where I'll throw out the ridiculous move and then put in when it started consolidating. So when it made this bottom here, this is where I'm tracking the trend. So there's your trend line. It would be failing the break of this trend line if it doesn't hold right here. So it's a little bit dicey to want this long. I like the long, but I think you need to see a lot of confluence above the 825, 830 area. So it's a little bit trappy when I look at that daily chart. So I'll be patient looking back in that 8, but there's plenty to look at here today. Just play Upstart is what everyone's saying. Look, your squeeze names du jour were the place to go. A lot of these are extended. Upstart, $30. If it's not breaking 30, it's hard to want to chase this thing, but if it gets through 30, it's got easy room to 35. Anything that was a squeeze is going to be in play. Carvana reported, that's why I'm at least a little bit bearish there. But if this one gets through 30, I'm not fighting that stock either. So, it's weak for now. It wasn't a good report for them. But with less than 20 seconds to go, just like yesterday, a lot to get to. Obviously, with that number, it's hard not to be bullish. We're above 15,000. Dara is on the bell. Obi's here, and he's next to me. He has a good story as to why he was late. In 3, 2, and 1, ring it. And in Obi's defense, I'm just going to say at some point we'll get into the story, but it is 100% defensible. I'm just going to leave it at that, at least for now. Okay, where is Apple? If we're already moving into the upside, so if I was looking dip buys, then almost nothing is going to be coming in. But Apple is not really popping to give me an entry just yet. Want 175. If it breaks 175, looking 177 as well. So nothing just there yet on Apple. We talked about Coinbase. If that gets to 85, I like the short up there for that name. Not sure we're going to get the dip buys we want, but we can be patient with it at least. Oh, here comes AMD. Just as I said that, AMD starts to absolutely tank. So AMD 106 is the first level I like. If it holds the pre-market lows, I would take a shot at that one as well. Square did a dip and rip already. Oh, Square, don't tell me that was it. Yeah, that might have been it. I was thinking you'd actually test $50. Didn't even test 50. If it comes back in here again, I'll go for the long on Square if it gives me another shot.
Yep. I guess I did, like I said, I had a pretty crazy morning here, so I don't want to execute right away. I was pretty flustered morning, so I'm just patiently watching. I did try a quick short there on the Amazon. Did not go. Again, I was like, oh, this is not a short. This is a really nice dip buy. Get out of there as soon as possible. Take it back through the 139, and clearly that 139 is holding very well, as we've already printed about 50 pennies above that. Something I am watching. Again, I just gotta stay a little bit calm and wait for the trades to come in. Right? There's no rush in terms of I guess attempting to take a fill. There can be some more information printed before we take some decent trades there. But something I'm watching is yesterday's price action. I saw that Neil kind of pointed out Meta as well right before we opened, and I was like, these were some interesting moves that we had yesterday. A little bit of strong selling. I was talking to Max there in the back. I was just like, everything sold off except for Tesla and Apple yesterday, which was quite interesting. Now, of course, Apple had earnings last night, and I do have it up here. I'm watching it as well, kind of in play for sure today.
Oh, we're moving now.
But yeah, we're definitely moving now. You look at the ES. ES is attempting to push. Sorry, the NQ is attempting to push, as well as the ES, some of its highs. But I'm patiently waiting to see if we can kind of have a little bit of continuation off of this strong selling that we had yesterday. So I guess that was the idea there. But we're going to talk to Brendo first.
All right, a couple things. Fubo back downside here. One we didn't get to in the pre-market, but they reported actually better than expected. Smaller loss per share for FUBO was gapping up above this $3 level, but straight back down here so far, guys. I just saw Upstart as well pop on huge volume. Not seeing anything yet, but UPST also moving.
I mean, that was the one everyone was talking about in the chat. That's why I mentioned it. It wasn't that I was looking at Upstart. It's that you guys were looking at Upstart. So life happens fast. I'm in and out once of Square off that 50 level. And I'll get to PayPal in a second. But it just wicked that 50. So I jumped back in right tight to that 50 level, but there came Apple as the market took out the highs. Obviously, with the market taking out the highs, I mean, Apple made the run into 175. That was the first level we liked. Got a bad wick in here, so the scaling on that chart's going to be a little bit jacked up for now. I got 95s short on Apple there in front of that 175. I'm going to ring the register quick as the market is obviously running to said upside. Got to make sure I'm taking some profit there. Block. Okay, so I'm going to go back and forth. Sometimes I'm going to say Square, sometimes I'm going to say Block. I said be patient, then I wasn't very patient. It's going to happen. I'm now into it off of that local bottom. It's about 49.70 if you're counting. I think it's like 49.72. Doesn't really matter. If it breaks that low again, I should have waited for it to make an initial bounce. I did not, so we take the early L on it. Now I think it can be a little bit of a long. PayPal. Like, the interesting thing is PayPal's breaking out and Block went dip by first. But they had to take the profits on Block. PayPal looks appealing. The thing is, if Block takes out the bottom, PayPal actually looks appealing as a breakout at 56. And it could just be I'm backing the wrong horse. So I'll reevaluate that. If we don't hold the bottom here on Square, understand that it's already gapped up a ton, whereas PayPal is looking for continuation. The other name off the open that's not Carvana that I wanted was going to be AMD. It did make a bounce right back into the highs, looking for somewhere on a lower high, sort of higher low to be able to take it. You're not going to get 106. It doesn't look like at the open, so we got to be a little bit more patient with that one. And not going to get the dip that we wanted. And then Carvana, wow. I mean, CVNA. What can you say about it? Logic doesn't really matter here. I'm not here to tell you that I think fundamentally the stock should go up, but you had to be wary of a squeeze. I said if it broke out and showed no weakness at 30, then I wouldn't fight it. So there's no trade for me. I'm not going long 30, which I guess you could have done and you'd have a winner on your hands. But I wasn't really looking for the long. I was looking to fade that level if it showed weakness. So Square, I should take some profit if it gets into 50-50. This is ridiculous. PayPal is flying. And Square is only, okay, now it starts to go. Like the second I'm like, oh, I should take some profit only at 50 cents, then it just blows through the level. So now it's starting to go to the upside. But remember, I got in way too early, so we're now flat on the stop because we just essentially made back what we lost. Patience matters all the time. Not some of the time, all the time.
For sure, Neil. Definitely was a little bit patient there. We tried the short right out the open, and then it gets above 139, fails to follow through, and then it comes right back through that 139. So, yeah, we're still kind of teetering in and around underneath that level now. Now I'm just going to be waiting just to see if we break back above 139 or we kind of continue to the upside. But as of right now, this taking a look at the NQs here, looking a little bit weak. That push through this kind of consolidation after that, after the pop that we had in the pre-market, kind of fails to follow through, and then we get a little bit weak. We might be falling back into some of this chop that we had in that pre-market. So that's what I'm looking for here. Let's see if we can get to that 138 mark. But yeah, if that 139 re-breaks, then we definitely will position out of this a little bit here as we could continue to uptrend. We kind of bounced off of yesterday's consolidation right here. Take a look. As of right now, we kind of bounce off of just this consolidation from end of day, kind of after hours as well, using that potential resistance as support. As of right now, 138.50 is the price, apparently, of that end of day consolidation. So that's the next level I'm kind of waiting for here. We did get short right into that, and a little bit of tailwind would not be too bad. Here, people talking about Airbnb, people talking about need a BAC to run. All right, cool. I'm gonna wait about 20 more minutes here on this Amazon trade and let it kind of work out. But let's take a look.
You're not in Amazon, are you?
I am.
Oh,
I'm short.
Position board then, guys.
Okay, my position board has not updated, but we are short on Amazon for sure. And let me just pull up ABNB. Funny story. I was talking to a couple of friends from school yesterday, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we all really need a vacation." So we were talking about maybe going to potentially Mexico at the end of the year, and I was looking at Airbnb for those stays. So funny enough, we are trading. I guess some of the chat is trading Airbnb today. Earnings day 2, right? We saw that crazy.
It was
move.
weak yesterday, really.
It was very weak, along with the rest of. I wouldn't say the rest of the market, but a lot of tech names, a lot of other names were bleeding
today.
out, right?
Expedia reported. I want to say up 8. I don't know. I don't have it in front of me. I wanted to say up like almost double digits.
Oh, wow,
I want to say 8 or 9%. But I'm gonna do this to myself. Okay, so the 2 positions on right now, square off 50. It's back down, but it's holding like 10, 15 cents in the money at times. And then the short on Apple's okay, but like seriously, Coinbase, it goes right to 85 and then pulls right back like $1.50. The problem with this is if you're not on that stock in that moment, you're not getting that trade. Like it's just. That has to be the one that you're on and not somewhere else. So you can like the level all you want. It doesn't really matter. If I was only trading one stock and it was Coinbase, I know I'd be short 85, but that's just not how it works, not with our style. So I reloaded block. I bounced back into the 50s. Actually got 38s there. Probably should have put that in the 40s. Probably keystroke that, but it looks like it's holding that level, so it looks pretty solid as far as I'm seeing. I don't even know what to say about Carvana. Look, I didn't think it was a good quarter, but squeezing. Palantir is also squeezing. Well, okay, is it squeezing? It's probably the wrong term. It's breaking back out. So you're now through the 1850 on Palantir. Should have talked about this one. Kind of got sidetracked. Usually we never miss talking about Palantir because one of us would have said it, like if Sean was here, but. Look, just continuation play on Palantir. I thought usually a dip and rip on this. If it gets back in toward yesterday's highs, I think you go for it. Wasn't looking for the short today. So blocks running, that's working. Apple, I got to start thinking about next move on Apple because I'm not getting 175 again. At least it doesn't look like I'm getting 175 again. On the offer, trying to get fills above, in front and above the 175 for more short. It's just not really wanting to fill here. So that one's working. I wanted to look at Tesla here for you guys. It's not really breaking out, but it's still looking relatively strong. My concern would be this. Like, as of now, you have a wick top on the futures, false breakout at that high. If you get back in and make another fresh high, I think that's when I want to engage some longs. In that particular moment. If that happens, fair enough, but right now I'm looking for some potential rollovers. I can't add to Apple, and I can't short Coinbase because it's not at my level. Can't short CVNA because it's ripping faces off. So the stocks that I like to the south side, if we're failing that high of the day, aren't really there. So I'm waiting patiently for some long setups right now. Mohammed's saying, look at IWM. Morbid curiosity, that's got to be absolutely flying right now. Yeah, trend up on IWM. That made a great bottom there you go. That made a great consolidation bottom. Just watch out. I mean, look at, here's IWM. There's the 50-period moving average right at 176. There's resistance on it as well. So if you're trading this, 176 stands out like a sore thumb on Russell.
Yeah, definitely. I think definitely a little bit of a bid coming into the market there, as we did pretty much bounce off of yesterday's consolidation. I was looking over here, 138.50s, 138.40s kind of comes in, and then the market kind of pops back up as well. We start to get some orders reserving here at the 138 halves, and I'm like, all right, well, time to leave. We are kind of potentially bidding right back up. We don't want to get in the way if this gap up that we had, not really a gap up, but that strength that we had right in the morning kind of holds that level and continues. So we shall see. But there are 5,000 lots at 138.88 on Amazon right now. 5,000 lots. But
on the offer?
On the offer.
Just quickly, guys, Virgin, 7.6%. They completed their 6th successful flight in the last 3 months as of yesterday. So space back to the upside here today, too.
Dump it. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Is it the spoofy man? He's gone now.
Look, for Virgin Galactic, $2, $2, $2, $2. There is $2. If it breaks that out, maybe it goes squeezing like everything else. But until that happens, no trade for me. I wanted $1 on that stock. I told you that's where I would have been, and it never got there, unfortunately. So I got the reload. This is now the 4th time we've been in. 3 times have been good. The first time stunk on squares. It continues to hold that 50 level. And then if I look at, PayPal here, Like PayPal's pulling right back in, so I got to be at least a little bit cautious with this, but it's still above that breakout price. So if it holds on that, I think it's absolutely fantastic and continue to be a good long. Apple's coming right back into the resistance level, so we might be able to catch that. I did want to acknowledge a firm here yesterday. Bye-bye. Firm is gonzo. Okay, let's forget about the levels yesterday and let's get to what's happening now. 23 was the top consolidation. So the 25 top and then a bit of consolidation in front of 23. This is where I'd look for some resistance on a firm if it can hold that. So I'm in two that I like. They've been good so far with one too early trade, I find, on Square, but now things falling back into the pocket. Oh, before we go back to Obi, some slowdown here in Carvana.
Yep.
So Carvana's pulling right back. The market's blowing to the upside right now, and Carvana's starting to dip. I can get 108 on AMD. I was waiting for 107, but the market's taking out the highs. I want longs in AMD on dips as long as it's above 105 and 106 levels. So I'm going to go for that one. But Carvana's showing some signs of weakness. That's still a name I'd favor the short side. It's just a matter of where, and I'm not sure just yet.
If you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple on your pizza.
He's nodding his head there in satisfaction there. Yeah. So yeah, that was pretty crazy. Some unusual size there on the ask. Like I watch this book pretty much every day for the most part. And it's been quite a while since I've seen even, let's say, 3,000 lots. But as you guys can see, actually you guys can't see because it's not up here right now. Here, let me pull it up, and let's kind of pull up the book right here. And yeah, you might see this size kind of come in the 80s. We might knock out that size. Take a look. There it is, 5,400 lots.
Whoa, there we go.
On the ask at 138.88. This thing looks like it's knocking on the door of that. We are a little bit short underneath, but yeah, it seems like that level may just break as of right now. So let's see what this huge size kind of does. We got the market kind of pushing up into this wall. Will this wall get printed? I'm watching it very, very closely. It's getting hit. It's getting knocked. But 5,000 lots, that's quite a lot. It's quite a lot of size there notionally, and I guess unusual seller definitely for sure.
$1.50 away, bro.
If that level breaks, then yeah, we could very well kind of push up to the upside, but definitely that seller is quite huge and unusual for me on Amazon as of right now. So maybe a potential short underneath, potential long over it. I have no idea what we're going to be doing in and around that level. But
how's about longish is my guess. I don't know. This market is strong.
Yeah, the market is quite strong. Yeah, we just broke past that 15.1, and Amazon still can't really get past that 88, to that size, that wall that's being put up. So I guess Apple is quite strong as well. I don't really have a lot of those other tickers. Yes, sir.
Before we go to Brendan, a couple of things. You'll see I'm no longer in the one short I was in. This is Apple. It blew out that top, the pre-market high. So we got one out, then we reloaded. So we'll take the L on Apple, but that was the name I wanted short. Just it's about $1.50 from going positive. Just going to throw that one out there for everybody. Not that it really matters, Sharif, but $1.50 away from going green on the day. Brendo?
That size moved out of the way.
We're going Brendan, I thought?
Yeah.
First of two PMI readings just out there at 9:45, guys. October S&P Global Composite PMI 50.7 versus 51 expected there. So another number heading in the right direction. Downside here so far for the S&P reading. Coming up at 10 o'clock, we get the ISM one.
There we go. And just to show you, always have an out. Like we're in it 4 times off this 50 level on Square, but once it breaks the local bottom, get out of that and look at it start to flush, right? So you got to make sure you're nimble on those. Take profit where you can. We did get that AMD, so
there's 4,500
AMD
now.
Got 108. This is actually getting up to 109. I want to go stair step to the upside on this, but Amazon, like as Obi's mentioning,
139, 4,500 lots.
It's 500,000 shares on the offer is the way I want to think about it at 139. I might just take this as a breakout through that 139 level on Amazon. 500,000 shares on the offer is wild.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, it broke.
And they all get clocked right there. So the size never got filled at that 88, and then they moved up to the 39, and then all that size gets filled right on top of that 39. That's very, very interesting there. You kind of have, you tried to get in 88s. You can't really do that, and then you're like, I'll sell up here. And on the 139, no, I did not take that break as of right now. But it gave you a quick 20 pennies right off the bat.
Well, it depends where you got in. I got 6.
Quite muted as of right now, to be honest, for real. So if this level fails to follow through after that much size, gets in, providing liquidity on the ask at 139, I will be quite curious. But the market is still blasting to the upside right now.
Before we go to Brendan, so I did take that break. It was the second I saw it for myself. I'm like, you got to take that break when the market's going. I got 6s in, 16 and 28 out so far. I'm gonna just put an even dollar stop. If I'm playing off the size, that's a very gimmicky kind of trade. If it breaks back underneath 139, I don't want to turn it into a loser. It's got some resistance up there. AMD's flying, but let's go to Brendan again.
More earnings, Cloudflare out as well. Actually disappointed. It was downside initially, but with this move in the overall market, we've gone not only from negative to positive, but then some. Yeah, 9.25% now for net, guys.
Good for them. I mean, there was some weakness in cybersecurity names were all down today because of one bad report. I want to get to SoFi because I don't want to ignore this one. I said I'd calm down with this level and not just automatically take the first available dip. Now it's just strong with the rest of the market. So it's giving you the consolidation off that top. The reason why I was cautious is this is the trend line. It's trying to break it out, so it's resistance until it's not. But now it looks pretty good. So I want the VWAP long in here and look to give it into the quarters. So like 825 or so. So I'm going to get some fills in front of VWAP. I probably want 830 as a price as well, so get a bid down there. On SoFi. I'm going to take this consolidation long. We want the continuation play here anyways. And a couple of other things going on. Affirm started to roll over and ends up consolidating. Carvana, just a couple of names I thought would be close to resistance and pulling back. Affirm 23. Carvana was dipping and now is just continuing to rip faces off.
Yeah.
So I'm not, like this one, it had to be weakness underneath 30 to short it. Now I really don't think so at all. AMD might be close to needing to take this. Yeah, I'm going to take this out. So AMD, like the second I'm like, I'm going to take it out, you literally just saw me offer, it moves down, then punch out on AMD. So it's counter trend to the market off the open. When the market was ripping, it was relatively weak. So usually I'm expecting a lower high, and if I like the long, get it back in on support. If we get that, then fair enough. But I'm ringing the register. And take the profits where they lie. Intel, on the other hand, has been strong the whole way, is the other chip name that I liked for the long, holding above the even dollar. I like this a little bit better to sort of just take it in front of that 38 level and continue to the upside.
Yeah, I'm watching Tesla as well. Tesla quite the rocket. Yeah, Sharif, definitely quite the rocket. Take a look at this. Respecting VWAP from the pre-market and kind of continuing up. We've seen that it's had quite a bit of a couple of weeks there. Some strong selling in the past week off of that 212, 213 area, and then you re-break that level and kind of continue to the upside. 225 coming in. But yeah, I was just looking at some of the volume leaders on the day here, just to kind of see where we're at. And yeah, 139 kind of breaks back down as definitely strong selling happening here at these levels. It was quite funny. A large seller shows up at 138.88, moves out of the way, and then pulls up again on the whole dollar, which was definitely an interesting behavior there. I think I don't know. I don't want to speculate too much, but if I knew I could get a better price to sell at, I would probably move there as well.
That's not a bad decision.
Yeah.
I missed the super chat here. I don't want to get to this one pretty quickly. So I got out at break even on AMD. It's a gimmick trade when I saw that size. So I took the scalp trade. It got back underneath. I'm now into Intel on the way back. But Mohammed asking any trade on Tel. So Tellurian's quadrunked today. Now, candidly, I traded this in my personal account back when it first bounced off $1, didn't take profit there like an idiot, and then took some profit here, but not all. But then once it broke $1, I got out of it. That was just a $1 swing trade for myself. With that being said, it's making lower highs, down through. It failed at 80, and until it gets back above about 60 cents, right? Like if it can reclaim the 60-cent level, I think there could be a relief rally long. Until then, you quadunk, you're a short till it's not. So underneath 60, I don't really like it. With penny stocks, like you play bounces to me off 50-cent levels and 25 and 20 even and everything else. I stay away from those when they do happen. I want to go back to Square here because it did make that flush. So if anything, like that last flush, the one that, not this is a bad candle, but the one that took me out, that's almost the bigger liquidity grab. Like the first one's the sloppy longs that got stopped out, like myself, the first one. And then the 3 longs in here were all pretty good. And then there's the liquidity grab stop. Now if it holds a higher low, this is almost a better entry. But the thing I come back to is PayPal. And PayPal being relatively stronger at this moment. I'm not saying Square isn't good. I just might like this a little bit better on the strength of this market. If this can get back above and hold that 56 level. I am into Intel. I don't want to give up on AMD, but as far as Amazon goes,
oh boy.
If I punch in because there's size on a level,
yep,
that is not a trade. I'm like, ooh, all of a sudden I want Amazon long 30. No, I'm punching long because it was size on the offer. It's in, it's out, it's hard stop, and then move on to the next trade. Yep. That is a very gimmicky, day trader-ish trade that I would respect. And Tesla, as I said, Tesla's flying, as you were mentioning.
Yeah.
I would look for a pullback to try to join in. But I want to get myself into that Square again and then look for some PayPal. I'm not getting the fill on SoFi, so I'll have to figure out. It's not really moving that much, but I'm still not getting filled on it.
I think people in the chat, I missed who it was in the chat, but somebody was saying that Tesla is pushing for its earnings reaction low. So let's take a quick look right there. Yeah, maybe some reversion of that selling that we've had since earnings. We saw how earnings was, and we got 2, 3, 4. I guess a little bit of a multi-week sell-off. Maybe some consolidation at the beginning of the week of the 24th. But we kind of continued below that 200 mark on Tesla. But yeah, let's take a quick look at the earnings reaction once again right here. So that earnings reaction low is 236. The open on day one is, let's see what the open specifically is. The opening price on day one earnings is 225.85. And what are we trading at right now? We are trading at 225.35. All right, so I guess we're pretty close to that price right here, kind of testing the highs here, 226s. So 225 kind of being a psychological level as well. You can see that we kind of magnet right into that area. That is pretty interesting. A little bit of a V-shape recovery from the sell-off that we had into the 200. So the question becomes: are we poised for more of a retracement, for more of a reversion kind of move here with reference to this earnings sell-off that we've had? People saying charge point, maybe charge point. Okay, so our chargers moving as well along with Tesla, and it would seem so, Neil, as charge point here is super strong. Take a look at this $3 break, kind of quite strong action as of yesterday as well. Holds above VWAP and coming in today straight to the upside like a rocket, definitely mirroring that action of Tesla. So the question becomes: are some of these other names moving as well? I know we were looking at NIO in the pre-market right there as well. Yeah, NIO's going. Rivian is probably already also moving. And let's take a quick look at Lucid. But yeah, definitely some of these chargers.
Even Nikola's going.
NKLA, yeah, I know. I kept on getting that alert.
It's 2 days in a row now for Nikola.
$1.05. Yeah, 2 days in a row, just a dollar bounce, right? That's what you're talking about.
$1.01 yesterday on Nikola. Exactly 101 off the open. And look at the long today on Nikola if you got to. Nimit's been yelling at me in the chat about this one. I get it. It's just 2 days in a row for myself. But I'm not going to complain. I mean, like look, you're going to miss trades. It's fine. And I'm going to not hold on to AMD long enough. That's going to happen too. But you just try to take winners and you do the best that you can, and you'll never be perfect. But I probably should have been involved in that stock. It's just when there's so many earnings plays out there, you're not going to be in everything. I just got into Intel. I did miss a dip buy on AMD, and I'll show you that in a second. But Intel's starting to go. I just liked the relative strength in this over that 38. As it gets back into the high, I'm going to have some offers out that I'm going to put in. And then flip on over to AMD. So I missed the re-entry into AMD. That's me on the bid. I can probably cancel that. I was looking for lower high, wick VWAP, like that kind of re-entry. That's usually what happens, but it's now super strong in. So I'm looking maybe at 110 breakout, but I would much prefer look for the dip off any failure at 110 and try and get in off the 109 level. So I'm still thinking play the dip buys. If it's going to stair step up, we can get back into this. It was so super strong 2 days ago. Yesterday was a consolidation day. I don't know what your plan is with Amazon, but we are now almost 1% up.
Yep.
Like I'm not really looking at much that I want for the short side of the trade.
Yeah.
Square, again, we probably got out. See, this is a frustrating thing about passive orders. I mean, the thing about passive orders is you might not get filled. So that was me trying to dip buy in front of 50 on block. I missed by 10 cents as I was getting orders over there on Intel. So when you're trading multiple things, that's just part of life. It's going to happen to you, and it does suck. And for anyone out there, like if there's an argument to be made for those that I only want to trade one stock, literally one stock. I like to have 3 or 4 things I'm looking at the open for specific setups. So I know the levels I like. I know what I want to get into. I'm trying to get in, sometimes scalp, but usually try to hold some, like an AMD kind of move there. But you might miss out on some easy levels. So I'm looking for a stair step up in lower highs or higher lows on Square if we can catch it. NVIDIA short. So Renata, I know I said I thought NVIDIA was not as strong as everything else, and I'm not. Someone asked the question, is NVIDIA getting back to 500 before earnings? And my answer was I didn't think so. That doesn't automatically mean I think it's a short. I think it's at the 50-period moving average, but I'm not thinking shorts right now where we're sitting on the future. Like this is the NASDAQ, and I don't see any reason to be looking for anything obvious until we get up 100 points from here, and I'll start thinking about shorts based on where the futures are at. But I'm not at that point just yet. I'm looking to get back into some longs and stair step this bad boy to the upside. As I say that, I just got one fill on Intel. I'm going to keep loading this one up back in front of 38 as many times as we can get, and still try to join Square in the next dip buy. But it's been an up day. Probably out too early on AMD, but there's still plenty of time to go. It's 10 o'clock. What's happening now? Brendan.
Continuing the trend here, ISM Services PMI for October, 51.8, lower than expected, 53 on the consensus there, 53.7 on the forecast, so 51.8 for the October Services PMI. Employment on that side of things, 50.2 versus 53.5. The prices paid down here, 58.6, slightly higher, 58.5 was expected there. On the ISM Services, again, prices paid for October ever so slightly higher. It's worth noting the Fed's quiet period officially over as of actually the end of day yesterday. So get ready for some Fed speak to kick off once again. Fed's bar scheduled to come through a little bit later in the afternoon. I saw there were some comments early on in the pre-market as well. But if you missed it, anyways, this morning, 150,000 versus 180,000 on the October non-farm payrolls number. Unemployment rate to the upside as well. So the market liking that and then some, 0.9 right now for the S&P 500. As we've seen over the past couple of days, and unlike the past couple of weeks, it's been more about the S&P and the Dow actually versus the NASDAQ and some of the tech names leading the way. The S&P nicely higher on the session. Another one just popping up in front of me before we came on here was Upstart having a huge day. $30 coming back into play for UPST. Snowflake as well. Very, very strong on a Friday. First 30 minutes of the session brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. surgetrader.com/TTV. Get you 10% off.
Obi and I were just talking about size and trades. Okay, so correction. I know I said I wasn't looking for shorts, but Affirm 23. So Affirm at 23, we did mention this. I've had this in there for obviously a while, so it just wicked 23. That's a daily chart. Who cares? But it did this little wick. And I had to chase down to 22.87. That's just what I happened to get. Oddly enough, hey, man, that was my indoor 200 split when we won Ontario Gold on the first leg. I'm not making this shit up. 22.87. It's not that fast, but in Canada it's not that bad. So I took the short here off the 23. If we get into VWAP, I want to get some out in front of that if we can. That's always a big if. And then as I say that, I hate your guts, AMD. Okay, I don't really hate you, AMD. So this is, I'm going to get to Intel because I don't know why I'm not getting that. Okay, yeah, see, this is still holding right above that 30A, and it's more of a scalp trade in this moment. Whereas AM Dizzle is doing this. It's breaking out that 110. This is exactly the trade. I was like, I don't want that one. I want the dip buys on AMD. And then it doesn't, I missed that dip buy. Sometimes if you miss this, you should just get in here-ish. And now I'm trying to do the same thing. So I'm going to cancel this bid because what can happen in this moment, like you're pulling back on the future. So this is the futures pulling back off of that high. And you want to be very patient because we haven't really had a deep pullback yet. And if that's the case, this is failing the big level, which I thought was at 110, so it's failing the big level. I want to be very patient in terms of where we catch the dip and how we do it on AMD. But I still like the long for now. Brendo again.
Just quickly, Netflix, apparently, Wall Street Journal reporting Netflix talking with Jake Paul on streaming his next boxing match.
I don't watch that stuff, but
yeah, me neither.
Look, here's the way I see it. I don't buy and believe in the things that I like because I understand that I am not the pop culture person. Like I'm going to be the I like what I like type person, and I can't watch. I've been a boxing fan for most of my life because my dad was a big boxing fan. So when I see like not great fighting, it's like I get it. It's entertaining to some people. It's just not entertaining to me. Netflix is actually slightly down on this, so I don't know what's going on with that. I would have expected maybe you get some fireworks, but the market is pulling back. So I think that's going to be the bigger thing. So Affirm, it's not going to be a huge flush, but I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth on Affirm. Sometimes, look, I've made some mistakes trading Affirm. I was in a short that I could have, look, it went 20 all the way down into 1940 yesterday at that 20 level, okay? And I lost money on Affirm when the short was that good. It is what it is. So I'm not looking gift horse in the mouth when it gives me that little shot. It's stair step to the upside. Make sure you take profits out off that level. If it comes to the reload, fair enough. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I am now into SoFi. That all it took was the market tanking. Okay, not tanking. The market pulling back for me to get the dip into VWAP there. So it's been, I missed this one. Again, passive fill on 30, doesn't fill 30. This time I actually get fill because I don't put 35, I put 37.
Yeah, so definitely a little bit of a pullback, and we kind of observed some potential signs here on the tape for some heavy selling kind of coming in, and then the number comes out. And we get that nice market turn kind of pushing us right back into that 15-1. I covered a little bit of my position here just in and around. Like I said, yesterday's consolidation is a little interesting to me. End of day consolidation on the Amazon, and it seems like even with that heavy market quadunk, we are holding a little bit of support on top of this level, but clearly sandwiched with some huge sell orders that we saw go through in and around that 139 or above as well. So definitely don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, but if we are in the money, we kind of want to let this trade work out. If the selling is going to be big, then I'm expecting a little bit more of a pullback. To be honest, we've had quite a strong week coming in off of multiple weeks of strong selling. So we did have that strong reversion type of move this week, kind of breaking some multi-week levels. Here, I should probably put up a chart while I'm talking about those things. So take a look at this on Amazon right here. What did we break? We broke monthly highs. So this is all week. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we broke past 5-week highs. Not only did we do that, we kind of broke a little bit of trend as well, kind of pushing back towards that 140. So maybe a little bit of relief at the end of the week after a very, very, very unusually strong week. I think is definitely a little bit fair, and we are a little bit oversold if you're looking at some of the larger picture indicators across the market. I did take yesterday off, and I was looking at some of the bigger picture technicals, and I was like, these are decent places to potentially position in for a longer term move, maybe. And things look like a little bit of exhaustion. We saw what Apple did off of earnings yesterday, and we're getting a little bit of that continuation through that 174.
Did you mean overbought?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
Sorry,
no,
overbought. That's what
I think everybody probably understood that's what you mean. I just, just to clarify.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of overbought conditions, and a little bit of cooling off, I think, is more than valid. And when we see things like 5,000 lots on the ask, and you sit here every day for months on end, and you're like, oh, it's quite rare that I see this kind of selling happening. Now, sure, it could be someone taking profits. It could be someone starting a position or closing a position. Doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is that there was a strong seller near some of these highs. So let's see if some of those levels get defended or we pop back up and go right through it. I have no idea. But that 15,000 we held and we broke above that, and now we're holding that 15.1. So a little bit of an upward trend in with respect to what we've been doing here on the NQ and the ES in this morning's session. But I do like the short. We were a little antsy out the open. I told you, had a little bit of a flustered morning, so I got to get in tune a little bit out the open. But we did eventually start shorting this 139, and then now we're coming back right into that 138. I cover a bit of my position there because, again, like I said, I don't want to fight it too much if yesterday's consolidation is going to act a little bit significant. But I am a little bit short biased, and I'm looking beside me, Neil.
You're allowed to change it if you want.
I'm looking beside me, Neil.
Like after that entire speech, you can change it if you want. I've had the same stance with this. Yeah. I've left it, and I'm allowing Randy to essentially dictate, because Randy comes by every now and then when he's in the office, which he is most days, and then he has fun with making a decision. So I've let mine be Randy for the last little bit, and until he has a really big losing streak, I'm not changing it. So it's been bull all week because that's what he wanted. I actually don't think Randy's in the office today because I haven't really seen him. But a couple of things to come in. Like when the market wants to pull back in, I'm going to respect some levels in there. So I was long on Intel in here. Wasn't really pressing the way I liked it. At the time, it was relatively strong, holding those highs. But once you break down, I'll look back for a dip buy. If I like the long, I can always go back. And AMD is just absolutely nonsensical. Like, it keeps on testing this 110. You know what? With the market now double tapping, if we dip and hold 15,000, I like it. I'm double tapping the high of the day, and it can't really break through. If this takes out the top, I mean, I liked 110. It's not as if, this is why I liked 110. This is a daily chart, so there you go. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Here's a 110 break. Couldn't hold it that long. Sorry, guys. But if it's going to break 110, I don't mind that stock for a breakout trade if the market takes highs. But if we are pulling back in, I should be patient with it. I do not want to turn winner to loser or turn positive stock to negative stock by just being overzealous with it, having gotten out early. But there is a breakout setting up. A firm looks good. Well, I mean, I'm short it. So the short looks good on a firm if you're long the stock. You're probably long from earlier. But it's now breaking down off of VWAP. Let's see what happens when it gets into 22.25. This could be a bounce play off 22.25 on a firm. And then I got to watch out for SoFi. I did miss the breakout play on SoFi. Logic being, I didn't want to take the break off this level. Not when it was 830, but if we're long VWAP, if it takes it back out, then we have to give up the ghost. Because I'll show you on the higher time frame. I think SoFi could be getting to $9, but if it can't hold on to this, then I got to be thinking back to what I wanted earlier, which is underneath that break, I wanted $8. You don't hold 836 to $8. I'll give it to here. I won't give it to there. Just not the way it's going to be. Tesla looks like it's trying to go back into the downside. But remember, Tesla's up 2.5%. If we're making higher lows, some of these strong stocks can still trend. But you got to watch out for something that failed the breakout. If it cannot hold on to this 820, then I got to get out of that. And I want to get to Palantir as well, because I know a lot of people were looking at that as a big run today. Palantir is at $19. Palantir has a love-hate relationship with even dollar levels, in that it gets to an even dollar level and then it just goes chopping around there. So that's what it looks like right now in Palantir. Broke and got to 8s. It's now holding underneath that. So if you're really patient, which if I miss 18s and it gets to 19, I'm almost always thinking the other direction on Palantir when it does that. If it's going to be 19, it's like 19 to 19.10 because the high is at 07. So I don't want 90s. I would only short this thing if I got really tight to the 19 level. But Palantir is an every dollar kind of stock for me. Ford is making some power moves, so I do want to cover that. But right now, AMD is challenging that 110 again. So this is going to be on the radar because it's another fail at that 110 level. Okay, I can sit back and wait. If it's not going to hold that breakout and show volume above, I don't have to be long up there. I'll just wait for the opportunity if there's even going to be one on any kind of a dip buy. It's actually leading me to think I should be shorting NVIDIA under VWAP. Like, NVIDIA's already under VWAP at this point. So I know AMD is a relatively strong one. That's the only one I want to go long now. But NVIDIA did fail that 443. Failed the 50 period on the daily. If it gets back underneath yesterday's highs, this could take the entire range back in.
Yeah, so I'm watching this 15-1 kind of hold. I got involved in a little bit of Apple here off that 175, but that 175 looking a little bit weak here as of right now. Got out of some of the Amazon as well as it started to catch a bid right on top of that 138. I was looking for that 138 to kind of come in, and all of a sudden it kind of starts to bid right back up. And again, now the level I want to point out on Apple is that 174, and we held quite nicely on that 174 right off, kind of right off the open there on Apple. So I like that level. Maybe a potential step up onto that 175. We might be a little bit early here on the move, but that 175 hold is potentially what I'm looking for here. I'm watching that tape speed as well. A little bit of aggressive tape speed increase happening as of right now. Yeah, let's see if these levels kind of bounce. That 15-1 looking quite nice. If we can hold this area, this kind of consolidation low, we will be good to go there. But it does seem like we are teetering and having some chop here. That 175 coming right back in, kind of trading in and around that level. So we'll give it a few pennies, a few shekels in and around our area, and we'll let that kind of work there. But it seems like this 15-1 is giving us a little bit of trouble here. So we could very well just continue to quadrunk kind of through the level, or if we hold, that would be much better in terms of for this 175 hold on the Apple. But it does seem like we are getting a little bit weak here. Amazon kind of flushing right back in to that level.
Well, the squeeze on Lemonade just continues here. Up 9%. Shout out to Lolo in the chat. I don't think I've seen you in the chat before, Lolo, but I'm glad you're here and reminded us how ridiculous Lemonade's been the last couple of days. Okay, fine. It's yesterday and then like 45 minutes, but doesn't really matter. It's done a day's worth of trade today, up 10% or almost 10%. There's nothing to look at as far as levels till it gets to 20. You guys, I mean, okay, maybe 18. Like 18 actually is pretty significant because after this big volume day, 18 was the top. So if it blows out 18, there is nothing standing in its way at this particular moment. And I want to get to NIO. Shout out to TT77777 in the chat. That was good. Yeah, 18 would be a level that I would look for short. I haven't even paid for locates because it wasn't on my radar that it would get there. But I'm looking for, like, NIO. I talked about that $8 level, looking for the consolidation long. Obviously, if you're here right away, that was almost like a perfect setup. I mean, right away, I mean at 930. What was I trading at 930? Square? Right, Square, AMD, Apple. I told you guys what was at the top of the list, but sometimes the thing that isn't is the one that's good, and that was the case here on NIO. But if it holds a higher low at 8, that can be a good setup. Palantir, I'm in a firm, 820 stop on SoFi, which is probably 2 cents away right now. Palantir is still at that 19, but not breaking it. Don't want to jump out too far in front of this. This is the consolidation level. If the market breaks down, this is one I would want. But Lemonade as well. It's hard to choose. I should be in Palantir already. I don't want to chase it very far. If I take something in the 80s, it has to be a baby leg in. And let's go to LMND here because that is absolutely wild. That 18 level, never got to it.
Oh boy.
I almost want like a fail break if we can catch that on Lemonade. But Palantir, as I said, because I like 19 even, I'm chasing it a bit here, so I have to go in small because at the end of the day, I'm looking to have an average price a little bit closer to 19. So if it falls from here, then I won't be that happy because I should have found my way into it 5 minutes ago, a little more aggressively.
Yeah, Neil, I'm watching this tape here on Apple. And we aggressively kind of rebid into that 175, so that's definitely a decent look. The market kind of reclaiming that 15-1. Looks like we flushed through that consolidation. Oh no! It's just a lick grab, a little bit of fugazi going on off of that consolidation break. You come right back in, and an aggressive rip. I even tried to post here in the 60s and the 70s, and I didn't get it. side as Apple rips right into that 175 almost instantly off of that market bounce. So let's see where that 175 is going to take us. Maybe that was all she wrote as we broke right back below that 175 right away. So I'm going to give it some more time, but I like that. I like that kind of price action coming in. Let's see if there's more follow through of that aggressive buying through that 175 in this level, but the NQs kind of pushing back above that 15.1. We were long Apple into the dip. And yeah, it looks like we are getting a little bit of a hold above that 175. But we were talking about that tape speed increase. That tape speed, the relative increase of the tape speed, it was definitely quite aggressive right here up above this previous consolidation here on Apple. So let's take a quick look at Apple and do some potential charting here. Oh boy, I got some lines kind of from before. I think these kind of mess up when you put them on a different time frame. So I don't know how valid these are. I put these on the hourly. Okay, all right. So we did come right into that 176, and we're holding this 174. We talked about that 174 on Apple, and again, talk about missed trades, Neil. I did come in a little bit late. That 174 was definitely on my watch for today because I saw yesterday off earnings we popped back in, and coming in this morning I was like, we ripped right into that 174. So if we can hold that 174 and maybe hold above VWAP as well, we may get a potential reversion back towards the upside, and it seems like we could be getting a little bit of that right here. So let's go back down to the shorter time frame. I'm looking at it on like a 5-minute, on a 3-minute, on a 15-minute as well. But regardless of what you're looking at it with, you can see how strong of a defense of VWAP we've been having. So this is something, Neil, I've been talking about this on the midday show as well. A lot of VWAP interaction as of late in terms of tickers really respecting a lot more relative to what we were doing a few months before. And I think there may be some sort of potential change happening in the markets where a lot of these large caps do respect. Now, of course, some of them, sometimes you use it as a core, sometimes you use it as resistance, sometimes you use it as support. So you still have to work your way around how you want to use the VWAP.
Or accumulation. That's another thing. Like yeah. I've noticed a lot of opportunities to accumulate underneath VWAP, longs, accumulate shorts above VWAP. That's been a recent trend. A couple of things. I am in the breakout on AMD. Once we held 15.1 and it broke out, again, I didn't get the dip buy into VWAP because it never got there, so just there was no opportunity to get that trade. So in that long, I do have that Palantir, which is starting to work, but we got to get to the desk. It is a small cap recap with Adara.
Breaking news brought to you by Benzinga Pro, which is the official news source of Trader TV and a game-changing tool for active investors. Lots of stuff to look at, lots of news stories. You can actually just click the link in the description and use the coupon code TTV for a whole 50% off for life. One of the small caps here today making lots of moves is Tenon Medical. TNON is the ticker for this one. The FDA has just concluded a full quality system inspection technique and basically found no violation. So this one's seeing a nice pop off of that news. We also have Redfin. So this one did post a earnings per share EPS slight beat, but we missed sales, and they did have a revenue forecast for Q4 much lower than expected. That being said, they are seeing an increase about 25% right now, so definitely one of note. Despite those misses, we are seeing an increase for Redfin. Last but not least, Werewolf Therapeutics, HOWL, Howl is the ticker for this one. They basically has released some positive studies for their cancer treatment right now at a immunotherapy for cancer meeting. So lots of small caps to look at today, guys.
Okay, just as a side note, like whatever reason Howell has for being in play, the truth of the matter is, like, that should have been in play on Halloween. Let's be real for a second. That's just a huge, again, like, that's just a miss. It's a great ticker, but come on, man, like, that should have been on the 31st. A couple of things here. I always do it this way because it's important. When something's working, it's easy. But when something loses, you should deal with that first. So there's a 20 going on SoFi. So I'll slap the fail on SoFi dip buy. If I had just taken this as a breakout trade, I guess it would have been fine, but that's not how we did it. AMD hasn't really failed yet. It's still holding the top end of the range. but I don't want to get jiggled out underneath 110. Like if it goes again, like the first time we had that move where it wicked the bottom and we're able to get the buck anyways, so I'm going to look for it to hold 109.5. And if it can do that, then the second step up, the potential for AMD is to 114 or 112, then 114 today. Like that's the way I see it. So I want to give this one some real shots to go long, and this is more of a consolidation phase that I do not want to get jiggled out of. Firm, short work there on the flush. It's through VWAP. I think we can shoot 22s at this point. And then Palantir, as I said, I made a bit of a bungle on this because like I should be short in here. One fill for everything instead went in third, and now it's at VWAP. So it's not falling like the Titanic, as I saw somebody say. Palantir's falling like the Titanic. I would not make that. Like, that's not falling like the Titanic. Giving the entire move back to 18 would be, I guess it's sinking like the Titanic. Well, why would I say falling? You would have meant sinking like the Titanic. It's not doing that, but the short is working over there. I feel you're mocking me with that one. That wasn't even my joke. I was reading the joke from the chat. I just misread it. That's on me. So if you want to slap me in the face, I'm reading the chat live, and I screwed it up. So mock Neil day, apparently. TLT, good look there, Lou. TLT. Nonsense. I am talking nonsense. Brendan's in my ear, and I can hear you, Brenda. I'm just kidding. TLT just made a fresh low. The only stock that I still like long at this point, it looks like AMD, but TLT just broke this consolidation to the downside. Underneath VWAP, stair-stepping down. I really do want some shorts here, but I got two that I like. And the other ones are just not coming into play. Carvana, CVNA, it's a big-time squeeze name. It's still holding on to kernels of strength, and it's not a level I wanted to short. We're already in a firm. And then the other one was going to be Coinbase. It's at that 85 again, but I'd like to see, like I could be already in this off the 85 level, but I would much rather join a rollover at this price and anticipate it. It's kind of a head and shoulders, but it's not really doing it yet. Let's see it fail 85 before I think about shorting this. Usually I want it off of a local high or failing a key level. It's at 85. It's looking pretty close, but I'm not there getting into it. Don't want to rush into anything at this point.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of weakness there happening on the market. We pop above 15.1. We get back below 15.1. Again, this level is definitely giving us a little bit of trouble here. But Amazon, clearly, whoever sold up there definitely kind of knew what they were doing, as the price didn't necessarily stay there very long, and we're headed towards lows. We're pushing below that 138 now. So I said I was looking for that 138, but I covered the piece that I was looking to cover at that 138 up here, about 40 pennies away. Something I got to get much better at. But we are in the long on Apple, kind of teetering on top of this VWAP here. And yeah, the 175 hold, I like it. Again, in play, day one earnings, some strong action happening today. And yeah, let's see what we do with this 15.1. But the Amazon short definitely coming in real nice. Let's see if we can get through some of these consolidation levels that I was talking about earlier, that end of day consolidation from yesterday, kind of right here, just this little piece here. You still have the full day consolidation over here, kind of the low day being 136.5, and kind of this pre-market low level being 137.50s, and we're headed towards that a little bit here, and the market does look quite weak coming in. But it seems like Apple still wants to hold above this VWAP while that's coming in. Maybe a little bit of a lagging action there. If the sell comes in real hot, as it is right now, I do want to get out quite quickly.
Yeah, I got to get to Boeing, but I'll get to Boeing first, or sorry, after I get here, because AMD does not hold on to it. I actually got out when it broke 60s, but it doesn't matter. I just saved myself 10 cents because it broke 50 anyways. I am not going to give up the notion that this can be a long. However, once you observe this happening on the NASDAQ, you're going to adhere to your stop. Like, I'm not going to fight it. When I see that reversal happening, it's like hold on to your shorts, get out of longs and look for another re-entry price if you still like that long. I was frustrated. And someone's like, we're getting angry. I'm very frustrated with myself over Palantir. Like yesterday, when it got to this level at 18, I was short it 4 times. and stopped out 3 times. It was pretty aggressive to get that move. And then today, I waited till it got to 19. So this time, I was not overly aggressive on the way in. I'm like, wait for it to make the turn. It backed off of 19. It consolidated. And then I just didn't do anything about it until it started breaking down. Like, I waited for it to really start to move down to try to get in. And even then, didn't want to chase it. So it got in the third. And it sucks, as that should have been everything in during the consolidation that I give to the high. So when you make there's a difference between being right and executing it properly. So I did not get all in here. It's obviously still a relatively strong stock. If it gets above VWAP, fair enough, but I think this can get down into 18. Just going to put a bit at the quarters. Affirm is churning to the downside. I see absolutely no reason to think this is anything but right back into this consolidation. So 21.6 to 21.9, I think get back down into that price to be sure. The market is absolutely flooding. I know you're long Apple.
Yep.
Look, my gut was Apple is not going green today.
Yeah, a little bit of, yeah.
Despite me wanting the cookie from Sharif. I legitimately think Apple was not going green today after that quarter. And then 175 is where I wanted to play it. Wix 175, it's back under. It's been all red on my 15-minute chart since that initial move up. I'm actually thinking short here, Apple.
Yeah, the short is definitely coming in much nicer for sure. Off that 176, right?
But I'm thinking VWAP over fills, meaning I want fills at 75 and over.
Okay.
Because it's hugging VWAP.
Right, right. And I think I might be thinking the opposite way, whereas it's like the market does kind of tank, but that VWAP still kind of acting as a little bit of a magnet. So if and when that market kind of bounces back above, kind of above this kind of consolidation from before, we could get that strong reclaim of that VWAP. We saw how it keeps on magneting in and around that level. So I think that's kind of what I'm playing at here. But yeah, no, Neil is 100% right. I do have to respect the bigger picture there. If the market does want to tank and quadunk, I do got to step out of the way of with these longs. But on the other side, Amazon seems like it's doing all right here. Kind of broke past that 138 level and pushing much lower there. So I think right here about a dollar in the money. I think I will like to take it right here if it'll have me. And there it is right there. So I think I like that piece right there. Let's see what we do with this kind of pre-market low levels here. A bit of a bounce there on the NQ as well. And while that was happening, we did a little bit of accumulation of the long at some potential better prices to kind of test our theory of that pushback through that 175, kind of a little bit of a magnet here. And take a look at that. Decent place to cover on the Amazon. As soon as I cover, it rips 20 pennies right back into that 138. Apple's right back at that 175. We got better prices down here below that VWAP. But yes, Neil is definitely right in pointing out if those shorts are definitely valid, I think above the VWAP right here, in and around above that 175, could be a really good place to position in for those shorts, especially if we are going to continue this trend happening here on the NQ. What's up, Brendo?
Big update in the land of crypto. Last night, Sam Bankman-Fried was found guilty of all 7 counts of fraud for which he was charged. If he is getting the maximum sentence for all of these, that sentence could be up to 110 years. So definitely of note, this is quite the case here, quite the end to that story. We also have Coinbase and other crypto news. That one reported earnings last night, trying to make a bit of a comeback, positive right now, but it was very negative pre-market. It actually did have a revenue increase, but the volume for trading was lower, so that kind of is what led to that drop, but seeing a bit of recovery here now. In terms of Bitcoin, we are down for the second day in a row. We did have a bit of a drop there at 10 a.m. with some of those job numbers, but now it's trying to make a comeback here, just approaching that 35,000 area, about 34,750 right now, down about 0.22%, sorry. Ethereum also down, but above that 1,800 level. The rest of these pretty mixed, but mostly just slightly positive or negative here, guys.
20s?
I literally just got, sorry. A couple of things were happening. Sharif was educating me on the law and SBF there, which, no, it's actually some interesting stuff. And I don't know if you shared that in the morning show. I think some people might find that interesting during the midday. But I looked for the overfills in Apple. I went long AMD because I think AMD is the one I want to the long side. So I got the overfill in Apple. If this is breaking, man, this is now a big-time bounce play. So you could be right. I'm in short Apple. This is the one I like. This is at the level I liked. And if you like the accumulation off of VWAP, generally speaking, this week you pick your direction off here. Longs under, shorts over. But if this breaks to 50, I got to get out of it. AMD was the new long. Look, again, I had a stop. It bounced off VWAP. I caught some on the way back up. It then immediately rejected 110. So I said, okay, take some out 110, get back on the bid. So that's what I did, back on the bid of AMD, try to catch the next dip. If there's one stock I'm pretty sure I like to the long side today, it is going to be Advanced Micro Devices. We haven't got to DraftKings, but we had a super chat that I want to get to here. There was a couple, so let me get to the, it was a Nike one. So Nick W, appreciate the super chat. Busy morning, you know how it is in the morning. Sometimes we miss things. Bears versus Bulls is fantastic about reminding us. Can you look at Nike? You have some 11-17 calls. And we talked about how strong Nike was yesterday, at least once. And I want to acknowledge, thank you for the super chat there. Play Apple long or short, doesn't matter.
Clearly.
No, well, there's an important thing here. And let me just go back to Apple first. I'm going to get to, I promise I'll get to Nike, but we're in Apple. If you like the accumulation on either side of this, and I missed a short in the 30s there, but that's fine.
I looked over. I was like, "Are you going to short this level?" Because I sold right away because that pop was a little too hard, too fast.
Well, what I wanted to get to was, as it's accumulating, I don't expect Apple to. This is like a 70-80 cent range. I do not expect Apple to resolve itself doing nothing in a 70-cent range. If it breaks away from here, I think it could take out the top and rally into 177. That's the previous close. If it breaks the bottom, I think this could get down into like 172, 171. Right? Like the opportunity here, though, is that you can risk 50 cents in this range if you get the overfill short or long, and then have a huge opportunity to hold all day long. So you can trade this level in either direction, risk to reward, but you have to have your own personal bias as to what you like on the stock. So it's worth mentioning. That's why you see day traders. Like, how many times have you seen Sean and I? Like, I'll be short the top end. Usually it's the other way. Like, he'll be long the bottom of range, and I'm short the top of it. It happens, and that's what I think Obi and I are looking at with this Apple trade. Nike.
It's 100 what would I say, different ways to skin a cat, right?
Yeah, which I don't, like, that's a weird saying because skinning a cat is just seemingly really awful, and I don't know where that comes from.
Yeah, I have no idea either. But
there's got to be a better way to, there really should be.
I usually say there's 100 different ways to trade. Fewer profitable, but
yeah, but that's like
there's 100 different ways to trade for sure.
No, that's correct. It's just not. It's not that catchy. Like, there's got to be a catchier way to say that. But just on to Nike. Great breakout trade yesterday, and a good continuation breakout today. Oh, my daily chart's not loading properly. Let me just do this. Quickly go trade ideas. Weekly on Nike, because I know this is what I want to look at. I know because I was looking at this yesterday. So 110 on the weekly. I see almost no way to end a strong week like this. I don't think you get any big break past the 110 level if you look at this on a weekly chart. So once it gets to that spot, it looks like an obvious profit-taking area on Nike. I don't know why the daily chart's doing that, but you got plenty of runway to 110. So if it's going to stair-step, I mean, VWAP, buy dips, that kind of a thing. So congratulations on this big-time run around Nike. It was a good one yesterday that we kind of ignored, and we shouldn't have ignored that one. AMD is looking like a reload for me. So we got some out when it failed 110. Now I'm looking for a little bit of VWAP action here. You know what? I played this as it was breaking up. I don't need to bid the same price. Let's look for something in and closer to VWAP. See, there goes Apple.
Oh, yes.
But
a little bit of a disconnect, right? Don't you think so?
Oh, I know what I did.
A little bit of a disconnect between the NQs and the Apples there. Yeah. So the Apples definitely.
No, from
Apples.
From Apple, not the Apples.
The Apples. All right, from Apple and the NQ, a little slight bit of a disconnect, maybe a little bit of a lead lag going on. So definitely opportunities to be had on that kind of trade there on Apple. We got a little lucky on that push right through that 175. We were looking for that level to kind of hold, and it held quite well. I got out a good chunk of my position when it came back through that 175. that's a bad on my part, because if it does that and then holds VWAP quite splendidly right on the 80s and rips right back through, that's a reason for me to add, not a reason for me to sell. And I sold the long that I did have, and now we are blasting off through into that 176 area, and we're catching a tiny bit of a bid on the NQs. But again, we talk about kind of earnings plays getting disconnected from the rest of the market, and even though Apple is the market leader, you got to be watching some of these other names, because if these other names are selling off and Apple is running up, sure, the NQ can look muted. You can't just be like, I'm only going to trade one name just looking at the NQ. The NQ is not just composed of Apple. It's a solution of, like, you know, it's like a nice mix of all of these other like especially large tech, but a lot of other tickers. So it's like, can you sidestep the Fugays by understanding that there are those kind of disconnects
sidestep the Fugays
that happen? Yeah, because like it looks really heavy and you want to sell into the break, but I was like, oh no, I don't care. This looks like a Fugays. I can sense a little bit of disconnect. I want to get long, even though the market is kind of quadunking. Sure, I could be wrong on that. I got a little lucky that I was right, but I did like the thesis because of the way we were interacting with VWAP and with the way that we held on top of that 174. That 174, I think, is quite key. And then take a look at that. All the NQ does is get messy with that 15-1, and then you can, like, it's quite choppy here, right? So if you're trying to take the same move on the NQ, like you're having some troubles there. And take a look at that Amazon kind of bidding right back up, and there goes Apple. Most of my shares I got rid of down here. Got to get much better, man. But now we're about a point in the money, and I think that is good enough for me here on Apple. Thank you. Come again.
Someone's saying look left on Amazon.
I did look left.
No, they were saying to me to look left on Amazon, which, no, I see it. The consolidation yesterday was off this 137. Look, it looks like a decent bid off Amazon. My one trade was literally a size break. That was the only thing. I wasn't really looking to trade Amazon today, to be honest with you. And it does look like it's obviously a good short. That's where the size was, and that was actually a great short entry. I only took the long for 20 cents, and then that was my only one trade. But I have the support drawn in here, and it was a weird support level. But as we said on that Apple, you take those overfills, but you have to have yourself an out. So I've been trading pretty much that 175 area, looking for the fail as long as it's underneath. I mean, yesterday's close, I'm looking for a place to short the pop, but I'm not going to fight this one. I am back into AMD before we go to Sector Watch. As mentioned, did get out of that long, got stopped, and then just jumped right back in a couple times. Now we're threatening the high of the day. I do want to be net long AMD. I just want to be playing and looking for longs as this trend has now broken on the daily chart. So this one looks like it's strong. I think you can get to 112 today. We'll look for more places to add as we go to the big screen with Adara and Sector Watch.
Lots of strength across the board today, except for a few notable exceptions, including energy minerals, which is down right now. Health services led by UNH down as well for the second day in a row. We also have to talk about Apple bringing down an otherwise pretty strong electronic tech sector, led by a lot of these chip names rallying off of earnings earlier this week. We had AMD, we had Qualcomm. We also have Micron leading the chip sector right now, as it has potentially an option to expand into China. It's been welcomed by the Commerce Minister. So that's definitely of note there. Other than that, we have tons of strength in technology services led by the mega caps here. Lots of strength in finance. Consumer services with a lot of day two earnings plays, including Starbucks and Airbnb here. Consumer durables and non-durables pretty strong right now. Commercial services. It's also worth noting we have a pretty strong health tech sector with the exception of Eli Lilly, which is down, even though we did have strong earnings yesterday. And we also this morning had a price upgrade from Morgan Stanley, guys.
So quickly, thank you very much, Adara. Very quickly, there was, like, Obi was just noting, more really size close on the offer of Amazon on the way down. Like, so that one's looking good. There's some spoofing going on here, man. The spoofy man is definitely in town on a Friday. Yeah. I did go back and I listened. Shaba Ranks.
There's one song I think that was really famous when I was in high school. I think it was like the 20-inch rims on a Bentley.
He has a lot of hits.
You remember that one? Yeah.
He has a lot of hits, and the crazy thing about it is the original artist that got canceled was Shabba Ranks. He was like,
really?
Before there was even cancel culture. We don't usually get into politics. I probably shouldn't, but yeah, Shabba Ranks was huge when I was in high school. One of the very first. Okay, I'm gonna admit this one. I'm old enough to have had cassette tapes, so whatever. Like Buja Banton and Shabba Ranks were a couple of my first cassettes back in the day. But Mr. Lover, man, every time you say Spoofy Man, I'm like Shabba. It was legit. I was in Jamaica at Reggae Fest, and if you've never been down there,
you like reggae music?
West Indian blood, bro.
Protege is one of my favorite artists.
I mean, do I like reggae music? Come on, son. Come on, son.
I know that was a little.
Come on, son.
Take a look at how that 138 kind of rejects, man. Yeah, okay. But yeah, no, reggae music is some of my favorite kind of music.
I said Shabba like 3 times. Anyways, it doesn't matter.
I listen to a lot of Protege. Let's just say that.
That's okay. I mean, I like some of the older stuff. Again, you guys know them, an old head. Barris Hammond. People are like, who the hell is that? Do I breathe air? That's how I should have responded. Do I breathe air? I do breathe air.
Enough.
So a couple of things, obviously, as you can see, this market is, I mean, we're heading back in, but let's just go to the net. I don't know why my NQ chart is only showing me half the month. I don't really need to see it all. On the 60-minute, it has been one continuous down candle since the open. However, on the 15, I'll just bring my black chart in here. Like you are seeing a little bit of a bounce off of what was the number high. So we'll call it the non-farm payroll top, right? Like we're now supporting that level. If you break that to the downside, I think that's the next leg in. But the longer we hold it, the more I'm thinking I should be considering getting out of a firm and waiting for the next leg down. So a firm, it's consolidating here. I'm just going to trail it because if you bounce from there, this doesn't make. It's like the perfect level for there to be a bounce. You look at that 830 high on the number, and if that's the level that holds, I think we could go higher. Firm already looking pretty solid, but I'm going to trail this one. If it breaks this consolidation up, I want to get out. Palantir is a bit of a different story in that I didn't really play that one perfectly. I didn't get enough at the top, and I think this is going down to this level in the 18 range. So I'm looking for a place to add on the curl. Like I almost want to be adding to Palantir if we resolve this and break to the downside. AMD, I want to be holding, I really do. But if we don't hold on to this level on the futures where we just got to, AMD probably breaks it down again. So I'm only net long AMD. Oh, Coinbase, that's the other one. Coinbase back above 85. So Coinbase, but look at this. It is steadily above 85. Well, the market's been deciding what to do. It's been climbing higher. So there's a lot of relative strength here. You throw in the fact that, you know what? Let's just go right over to Bitcoin because we can, and we will. This is happening in BTC. That's not nothing. So there's going to be a lot of patience for me looking for a shorting Coinbase as this is going stair-step to the upside the rest of crypto.
Vinay Menon in the chat saying, I'm now listening to 20-inch by Cuddy Ranks. Thanks, Obi Trice. The song is a banger. Yeah, that song is definitely a banger. But thank you to Neil for reminding us of Shabba Ranks for sure. Yeah.
Yo, Cuddy Ranks was, like, if people talk about, like, hardcore, oh, yeah, there's gangster rap. Cuddy Ranks, I remember they played some Cuddy Ranks when I was in, like, it was like a school dance. And I'm like, yo, these teachers have no clue what this dude is saying right now. It was grade 8.
Teachers had no idea.
This is a 13-year-old dance, and the lyrics out of this was like limb by limb.
Yeah.
You're gonna let them play limb by limb? Yo. And teachers had no clue what he was saying. Anyways,
I think some of the cool teachers might have known, but they didn't really care. I don't know.
They didn't know anything. They knew nothing.
Yeah, most of the teachers were definitely clueless. So we got short 138.
Oh, that's memorable.
I like the level. I like the tape. Comes in right away, kind of instantly in the money. Gives us about 40 pennies. But then I get a little antsy on the chop of this consolidation because I'm like, take a look at the NQ. Take a look at some of the other names here. We are building up a little bit here, and then you suddenly just stop. Again, we said we are looking left on Amazon and take a look at where we stop, right? I was looking at this pre-market low. You pretty much literally lick grab the pre-market low by, what is it, 6 pennies? Not even? 6 pennies, and then can you kind of hold that consolidation? I don't want to be involved right away. We could very well consolidate and continue to the downside, but when I see pre-market low holding like that, I don't necessarily want to stay involved. I do want to stay a little wary, and yeah, it was a good place to sell that Apple as well. Apple right away off that 1758. We get like a 40 penny pullback, but again, Apple kind of strong off of that VWAP. Cannot forget that bigger picture of that 174 hold and that 175 area kind of VWAP consolidation hold now, as the market looks like it is building up into this 15-1. So maybe potentially a little bit of a flat top 15-1. Is this yours or Neil's, Sharif? What? The flat top breakout or breakdown? I don't know.
100%. First of all, if you're ever asking if a catchphrase is mine or Sharif's, the answer is mine.
Okay. All
Whether
right.
how I
making sure, you know,
how I acquired it is up for debate, but I mean it's obvious.
He is not happy. He is not happy at all. Sharif, man. I gotta get my stream deck set up. I keep thinking I wanna hit a couple of animations, and the stream deck's been a little wiped there. I think.
Which one do you want?
I like the quadunk and like I guess the rocket arrows as well. Every now and then, I was feeling that quadunk arrow when Amazon was kind of raging to the downside. But take a look at this. That 176 knocking on the door on Apple as we speak. So a little bit of a shake and bake off of these levels here. Some crazy action there. We saw the type of pressure that came in going through VWAP and going through 175 along with this consolidation that we've had. So maybe a little bit of a triple stack of confluence happening and that strength pushing into that 176 with respect to that 15-1 kind of chop there on the NQs.
Before we go to Dara, two things. One, I don't know a lot of French. My daughter is currently teaching me, and she's in grade 1. She's doing French immersion. But I'm pretty sure confluence is not how you say confluence in French. I'm pretty sure about that.
Sure as well.
The second thing is AMD just got to 111, but I am trailing it. If we fail this 111 level, we're making lower highs on the future here. I know it's strong, but again, everyone trade the way you trade. I am a take profit, look to get back in on the dip kind of trader. That's just, it's the way I look at things, and I can be right, I can be wrong about it. It's just the way I do it. So if we fail 111, I'm going to get out of this, look for the next re-entry here. AMD's been a nice runner. We've been in it multiple times. That's generally the way I like to play a stair step up, is to get in, get out, get in, get out, get in, get out. But we're going to the desk. It is 10:50. Money talks with Adara.
Massive drop for the USD. Here's the DXY on the day. We have this giant move to the downside after a lot of economic data this morning, including, most importantly, the non-farm payroll numbers for the US for October. So the expectation was 180,000. The actual number was 150,000 compared to last month, 297,000. So this is definitely a decrease, showing a bit of a cooling off in the economy and a cooling off of inflation, seeing this dip to the downside for the USD here in what is actually its 6-week low, lowest that it's been since September. And with that in mind also, the sterling has actually hit its 6-week high. So as you can see here, we see another day to the downside on the USD pound sterling. We also had this drop yesterday when the Bank of England basically announced that they are not going to have rate hikes. So USD down, and its relationship with the Great British Pound also down today, guys.
Providers. I think that
which one do you like?
ICE is not bad, but I just go with the.
So Obi's for everyone, if you've been following the show for a little bit, you'll probably note that we have other charts that we use, and like obviously I'll show you like my black charts, the ones like my 3 minutes of the stocks that I'm trading, and the ones I'll show you on the show. And then I was using like Binance for Bitcoin. Other things to follow, but I started to use TradingView for like the VIX and even BTC, and he's like, yeah, you should put the Dixie up there. And then I realized they have multiple data sources, so you got to pick one. It doesn't really matter; they're all going to be the same, but that's what we were just talking about. So on that little bit of a note, I think I just trailed out of what? AM Dizzle. Okay. So AMD just came back in there. Oh yeah, I'm still on this chart. You guys don't care about that. I got to go over here. AMD just came right back in. It's going to show purple, but that's because I had a take profit order out there. So the way in the day trade the world system, like every single sell has to be coded either a short sell or a sell out of a long. If I already have the last of my shares out as an offer, then the next order I put out is going to get coded a short sell, because like a sell is up here, and then the next out, while that is still sitting out there, if I punch out, trail out, then it's going to end up coding that as a short sell. So this is not me. I'm not short on AMD. That's me getting out of that long, as I did not add to Palantir. If we're not going to take out this 15-1, I was looking to add to Palantir, and I think that was the opportunity at 18.17. I might have just missed that one. Again, I'm just not very aggressive trading Palantir today. Firm, I'm just holding out for the bottom. It doesn't give any pop over VWAP. And again, you can do it the way you want. It's just if you're adding to this, I'd rather add on a over VWAP accumulation instead of the other way around. But this is continuing to flush to said downside. I really want Carvana to be a short. Really do. It's still double top up here while the market's doing nothing. I almost need this to do a false breakout of the high to get me into this thing at some point. And Apple, okay, if there's a fail today, it's me liking Apple to the short side despite getting a cookie if it goes green. I can't trade the fact that I want a cookie. I got to trade my own strategy here. Because if I only traded my stomach, I'd be long Apple the entire way and just banking. But it's not really setting me up unless it fails a 176 top. I'll stick to looking for a dip buy on AMD. That's been working the entire morning.
Yeah, we're still kind of, like I said, that 15-1 is going to stay interesting for me now. It's kind of proven itself to be like, okay, this is definitely a level of interest in terms of the price action for the past hour or so, past a half an hour or so, give or take. Yeah, so that 15-1 kind of build up. You can take a look at these 3-minute candles here on the NQ. We're starting to build into that 15-1 kind of area, kind of a small little churn here. A little bit of a slowdown of that momentum of the selling on Amazon as well, and that momentum slowing down on Apple as well. So it seems like we are taking a little bit of a chill pill on the market as that morning momentum kind of leaves us, and we are getting a little bit slower here. The trends are starting to bend a little bit. We're getting a little bit rangy. The candles are not as extended or as long as they were in the not in the pre-market, in the morning session, right? So a little bit of calmness happening here. So I want to also stay a little calm and then position and look for areas or places to position in. I liked that 176 to sell. I used it as a level to kind of get out of the longs, but as of right now, underneath that 176, we've technically made a lower high on not only Apple, but Amazon and NQ. And I'm sure if I pull up some of these other tickers here, we're going to see a very similar kind of story here. Lower relative high out the open, but take a look at these lows. That's very peculiar as well. VWAP hold is what I'll be watching for. I'm gonna be staying interacting. I'm gonna stay interacting with that 175 if it shows me the right stuff when that level does come in. But I'm curious to know what Softy is doing. Softy holding above its VWAP as well. Take a look at this, Neil. 350 hold as well. This whole consolidation is not only above VWAP, but we're chopping and churning right on top of 350 on Softy right here. I don't know if there's a key level I have around 350 on Softy. I'll just have to take a look here at my good old charts here. Okay, maybe not 350, but that 352 kind of coming in as a level as well. And right away you can see that off of that morning pop and then intraday pop, you are double topping at 351.75, 350, just underneath that level that I have as a potential key. So if I see that level kind of interacting on today's price action, that 132 could potentially serve as an over-under. As of right now, it is serving us as a resistance, and we're holding above VWAP, kind of sandwiched in between some key levels here and VWAP, which is very interesting.
You can't say sandwich at this time of day.
Oh, yeah, it is.
I don't have Nimit asked in the chat. I'm gonna a couple of things before we get out of here. We have 3 minutes to go. A few things before we get out of here. We'll get to AMC because I've been asked about it. But I don't have all of Sean's keys. So yes, AMD was a dollar club a couple times, but that's Sean's key, not mine. So I don't really hit that. And then the whole lunch thing. So I don't actually have lunch. I don't know what the lunch is yet today. I haven't gotten the email. Usually we've gotten it by now. So I can't really do the what's for lunch because I haven't really seen. I mean, okay, maybe it's chicken, and let's just make up something like, I don't know, with some rice and peas, barbecue chicken with rice and peas. I have no idea. We haven't gotten the email for lunch, but it's usually chicken, so I'll just go with that. Just going to AMC here because this is actually moving today. So I want to acknowledge A, that it's moving, B, let's quickly talk about it because it was asked a couple times. Like the daily chart's never going to look any good for AMC. But I'm trying to zoom it in here so you can, there we go. Like it's going. Yeah, it's not going to zoom in far enough. You get the idea, though. It's bouncing. This is a stair step up from $10, so it just bounced off of 11. What I would expect, and the way I like to look at it, is look at where it failed 2 days on Wednesday. You had a top Tuesday at 1070, a failure at 1070, a double top at 1070. I'd be careful with where you buy this, but I mean 1070 holding still long. Holds 1070, so even like a 75 entry looks pretty solid, man. It is a decent stair step to the upside. I don't know how far it's going to go or where it's going to go. I can't really predict that kind of a thing. But as long as it's above 1070, that actually looks like a decent long for AMD. A couple more things. I was also asked about AMD, where I want to get back in. Stick with my 15-minute chart. I'll show you 3-minute charts, but I look at the 15-minute and like it. Oh, I just got the lunch email. There it is. Probably just late for me. But look at yesterday's high. I still think I want to be playing off the 109.5. So I'm still thinking about underneath 110 as a possibility. So if it breaks 110, I'm still looking for longs underneath that. I might just jump to the 110 level the longer we hold. If we start breaking out, it might just be a breakout high. As a matter of fact, I should be thinking about the 110 level, and we did just get it. So what did I say? That's yesterday's. Why did we resend yesterday's? No, that was yesterday's lunch. Okay, there it is. There's today's. Oh, yeah, it was an email for yesterday. We got both days' lunch, so there was no email for today. Traditional fusilli bolognese. So it's actually pasta. So you would have been wrong if you said chicken. So, yeah, so it's going to be pasta. So no chicken today. I guess chicken because it's always chicken. It's not like I'm not sitting here trying to be some kind of like mind reader or whatever, but. And no, Steve G, chicken pizza with pineapple is actually not pizza because once it has pineapple on it, it's then not pizza. So that doesn't exist.
You guys are overusing this.
Is that you?
This fail animation there. Yeah, Neil. I think people were pointing out in the chat, Google is breaking through new highs. So. I don't know if that's of any concern to anyone right now, but as the market kind of rips through that 15-1 we were talking about, and we catch a little bit of bid on this consolidation where I was like, I don't want to necessarily be short in and around these areas. Take a look at how strong Google is. Again, similar story here, holding VWAP, now breaking or attempting to break through previous high a day here. Now the high is right above 129. So we got the high at 129.11, and that previous high was right underneath, 1 penny underneath 129. So about a 12 penny pop through that high as of right now. Let's see if we get that continuation on Google. But Neil, it would seem as if
it is.
Our time is up.
It's 11. I just trailed out of a firm, so it did break that 22.40. Good short off that 23, but the time has come to end. It actually could trail out of a pound here as well, but it's past 11 o'clock. You know what's up. We're going over to Adara and Sharif. We'll be back at 2 o'clock to have some lunch money for you as well at noon. And don't worry, the after show will also be happening. We're going to have Michael Noss joining us as well. So we got lunch money still happening. We got the after show happening as you flip back and forth. Because I keep going back and forth. And if I say like market recap, we're still doing it. If I say lunch money, we're going to do that at 12. Then Ramin has to hit that button. I'm messing with Ramin because she kept hitting the fail on me. Yeah. So now I'm just messing with her. Now I'm dragging it on purpose.
It's being overused.
Tell me I'm a ramble as long as I want, Ramin. That's what's up. We have fun with each other around here. That's what it's all about. But let's get on over to the professor and Adara. Enjoy.
If you're enjoying this video, please take a second
That's
to hit the
what you were
like and
doing.
subscribe on this channel, and never forget to
You
not
played the
put
long
pineapple
game with that one.
That's one hell of a sweater there. What is up, beautiful people? Well, welcome to the Midday Show. That's your girl Adara. I'm Sharif, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Guys, shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. I know you just got set up, so I don't put you on the spot.
We had a skosh of technical difficulties, but yeah, thanks for helping me through that. We're just loading up right now. Surprisingly, no one, I'm looking at Tesla. I literally think it's just what opened, but I have no thoughts on it yet, except for it looks a little retracey, so I'm not going to comment on that yet. I also did just see a super chat from Ahmed. Coin under my radar, TBH, I'm short.
Okay.
I can pull up coin. That'll be, because like I said, I'm still kind of getting my bearings over here.
Do you think?
But yeah, okay, coin slightly, okay, hello coin. So coin is looking, I would say, a little bullish right now. We're seeing slightly higher lows. It looks like we're breaking this high. This one was really dead earlier in the day. We had the earnings where it actually beat on revenue quite significantly, but there was a decrease in trading volume on the platform, so that's why they initially did go down. Now we're seeing this increase, kind of pulling a bit of an AMD where it go one way pre-market, and then when the market opens goes another way entirely on earnings. So yeah, so this one, if we can break this $86 high, that actually might look pretty sweet. We keep having nice push off of UOP. So yeah, that is my take on Coinbase for you, Ahmed. Thank you very much for your super chat. What are you looking at?
I am in Apple right now, and the idea here is to test that 176 area. We're getting a lot of accumulation just south of 176, pardon me. So I was trying to build a position south of there. I still have actually a couple of dip trades if we retrace a little bit south to get a better cost basis. My cost basis right now is 53s. It'll show up on the quote board there once I take a fill. But here's what I'm talking about. Here's a 5-minute look at AAPL. The Kenobi one was talking about how we have a bit of a lower high on Apple. He is actually right, but you know how I feel about wicks versus closing prints. Closing prints, much more important in my book, and if you base it upon that, we do have technically higher highs because the closing prints on this ascent higher than the one on this ascent, despite the fact, obviously, that we do have the wicks into 176.40. So we're accumulating right in front of 176 there, all the while making higher lows. So I'm trying to get a bit of a better cost basis, and hopefully it'll print me at my dip trade. I think I'm sitting at 25s or 20, something like that. 175.20, 175.25. I'll have to look at in a second. But that's really the idea here. I don't see an independent catalyst for Apple. It's really a market move that's kind of helped propel Apple forward. We'll talk more as the show goes on about the details of their report. I talked about it briefly on the big desk this morning. There's more to delve into. Obviously, being a very comprehensive report, so many different business facets for Apple that each one requires that you delve into it separately and more thoroughly. So that's a look there, trying to weasel my way into an Apple trade.
Weaseling in, yeah.
Right? We'll see how that ends up panning out. Where is the trade wrong? Simple. You guys watch the show, you'll know. If it breaks the lower low, in this case here, it's at 174.50, trade's done. And the trade's no longer valid. Until that time, in my books, AAPL is a possible long for that accumulation south of 176 to go green on the day. And to have to mosey my way over to Starbucks, we got to break that 177.51, Adara. So we'll have to wait and see. Do we make our way right up there again, or what the deal is?
Yeah, Neil really wants a Starbucks cookie. So.
Clearly.
The amount of times I've heard it mentioned today is just
right.
It's beautiful. It's great.
Right? Yeah, I don't
Motivation.
mind it too much. It's a good time. A lot of tags. Let me get to them real quick before I send it back to Adara. Ivan, just go and butt thumb cookies. Stop messing with my short. So Ivan's short Apple. I'm sorry. You gotta alert me next time when you're gonna smash that bad boy short. Jeff Wright, can you look at Tesla at a key level, looking like a break into a short bounce and long. Let's have a look at Tesla. So the problem with our friend Stressla, let's bring in the chart over here, TSLA, there we go. Okay, so we're setting up for what kind of looks to possibly be a head and shoulders, but you know, let's not counter chicks before they hatch. We are at a support level, that 220.50, I would say that 220-ish area is an area of support. That's where we troughed out here last time. And yeah, you have a bit of a double bottom there at 22.50. In fact, the low of the day is 22.53 exactly. I would look for that level to hold and maybe give it to south of 220. So give it about 50 pennies because you can definitely make a lot more than 50. You can have a 10-to-1 reward rate. I don't know, like a 5-to-1 reward ratio here. If we make our way back into high days, we're 1 1/4 up on the day. The market's strong, and we have a 226.37 high. If it holds at 22.50, and we do end up getting support here, this is a very interesting long. I look to wet my beak on profits at the 223 area, just a smidge below VWAP. A smidge below that where VWAP is. VWAP is at 222.88. Here we go now into low of day. So we just made a new low of day on TSLA 220.30. Obviously we have price action lower than that, but that's all in the pre. Anything subsequent to the bell, we just made a new low of day. Now look for that general area hold. It's not an exact science, but if it does hold that area, maybe take the first 5-minute green candle to make a new high. So what I mean by that is, so wait for this candle to close, and this candle's got what, like 2 minutes left on it? And then the subsequent candle would have to make a new high above, say, 221.50, and then take that long. Sometimes I use that strategy. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We're gonna have to wait and see. Back to AAPL, it's not really selling off all that much. Very consolidative sideways action here at the 175.5. Definitely looking for a better cost basis. If we get a dip down into that VWAP area here at 175-ish, I'll be adding for sure.
Yeah, so I have, we're a little bit sad/confused faced right now over here on NVIDIA. I initially got into this because we were seeing a lot of support just kind of below that 445. I thought we were continuing heading higher. We did have a lot of chip strength earlier today. We have Micron with a potential expansion into China after its CEO met with the commerce minister in China. We also had, with the chips, we had like this AMD earnings strength. We had the Qualcomm earnings strength. NVIDIA's up on the day. Now, though, I got in, and then as we were breaking, like we almost broke 445 a couple times, and then we pushed back. Now I'm thinking we're retracing, and I'm just kind of trying to get out of this. I am not liking what I'm seeing. We took a big swoop to the downside, and it is very much impacting my NVIDIA trade and my confidence in said NVIDIA trade. So we're probably going to exit that pretty quickly, although we're holding on to 444 actually pretty well. So gonna wait and see on that, but I am I'm losing faith in our good friend NVIDIA, at least for the time being. User just tagged me short Microsoft. So I mean, let's look at Microsoft. I'm trying to dip my toe into the shorting world. Microsoft at 350. Okay. You know what? Yeah. Okay. Microsoft. We are seeing. Yeah, I'm not really, honestly, I'd like to wait and see a little bit more with Microsoft. I think it would be a decent like range short from that 351, but in the longer term, I'm seeing nice support at 347. I'm seeing these higher highs. I'm seeing higher lows. I'm seeing, again, another bit of decent support. If we break below VWAP, then I could potentially be interested in a short, at least in the short term, no pun intended. But in the meantime, I think we're probably going to exit NVIDIA. One more look, though. I do want to look at Micron because I did mention that news of the potential China expansion, and I would like to look at it. Okay. So we're dying down just a skosh, but if we stay steady around VWAP, around the 72, I could see myself potentially getting in a long just above VWAP, dipping out. Yeah.
Future Eddie asking if there are Fed speakers today. Barkin, I think his name's Raphael Barkin. Do you know?
I know there's Raphael, someone else, but I don't know what Barkin's first.
Barkin was barkin this morning on CNBC, my friend, and so they were on. I mean, he was on. Let me tell you quickly here if anybody else is
Raphael Bostic. Sorry, I just remembered.
Bostic, yeah. That's right. So I don't know what Barkin's name is. Let's see here. So many inputs today. There's all this Canadian data as well, so that's why my blotter here is a little polluted. So Bar spoke at 8 a.m., nothing to do there. Barkin was on CNBC at around, I want to say like 10 or 10:30. Let me just move up here. It's not noted. But Barr speaks again at 1:30. Sorry, no, not 1:30, 3:30. He speaks again. Fed Vice Chair for Supervision, Barr, yapping up a storm again at 3:30 towards the end of the day. And then there are all these other economic data points that we don't talk too much about, like gold and crude and aluminum and stuff like that. So we'll steer clear of that. Paul, shut up, Paul. Charge point, inside buys, price target upgrades. Will we see $5 soon? Look, man, I used to be a fan of a charge point. I'll tell you why, because they have the EV charging stations at my gym, and I started talking to a buddy there well, he wasn't even a buddy. I saw him pull up in a Tesla, and I want to start talking to him. I'm like,
He became a buddy.
Yeah, he did. I made him. I forced him into being my friend. Right? No. I started talking to him like, look, how good is this charger? And he started really complimenting it versus some of the other ones that he's used at other gyms. And then he started going on off a tangent about ChargePoint. And then I got interested. And then I looked at the price action, and I wasn't as impressed. But let's have a look here at CHPT, see what it's up to. Let's bring in the trusty side chart. Yeah, this one's been absolutely beaten up. We know why it's been beaten up too, because Tesla and their supercharging stations have been growing exponentially. And I think there's another company that's taking Tesla's technology, and they're going to run with it. Brendo, who is taking Tesla's supercharging technology and licensing it? Do you remember? Brenda will get that for a sec, so I'll let you know in a second. But look, the chart here on ChargePoint, very ugly. Lower lows, lower highs all throughout. There's really no break in that move. And yeah, look at that. We kind of troughed out at that $2.50 area, made our way back up to 350. We're still below the 50 period. We're still well below the 200 period. We haven't made any newer highs. We haven't made any higher lows. So I got to tell you, if you're going to take this from a fundamental perspective, if you're looking at price target upgrades and other relevant factors, that's fantastic. That should be your method. But if you're going to look at it from a technical perspective and the price action on the chart, there's no justification for me yet to get into this name. It is beat down, and it hasn't shown you any inclination to change. So I'd wait on that one until something changes. So ChargePoint on my S list for the time being. Let's see what else people are chatting about here. Thanks for that, by the way, Paul. I appreciate that $1.99 super chat. Futures Eddie, appreciate you. Can Rahman add them to the screen? You mean Ramin? Ramin. Rahman. No. You spelt it Rahman, but her name is Ramin. Or you can call her Ram. I call her. Them to the screen. Is there a streaming video? No, we don't, but we'll make that suggestion. Thank you for that. Jameson Barna, Ford, question mark. We'll have a look at that in a second. John Del Segno, LOL, my girlfriend says that we look like brothers. Shout out, John. Must be, yeah, I was going to say something mean about myself, but Chump Change Trader, Elon made Tesla charger patent free. Okay. I just know that there's another company that's using their technology. I'm just not remember what. Brenda will message me with that. Nimit, no small cap crapper today. We'll get to the 6 side charts in a minute. I'm just going to send it back to Adair once I finish reading these ads. Wuko, BP is buying 100 milli in Tesla chargers. Okay, I didn't actually know that. It was British Petroleum. Yes, thank you, Wuko. Yes, it was BP. VWAP asking about Ford. We're going to look at Ford in 1 second. Sorry, Adair, to keep you waiting there. We're going to have a look at Ford real quick here, see what it's up to. Let's have a look at Ford. Here it is. Come to the chart if you're able to, Remy. F. Let's go F. There we go. So this is intraday basis, obviously a level of support there that we have to keep in mind at 11 resistance pardon me, at 11. That's obviously a recycled level that takes us all the way back into last year when 11 was a very key area of support. Now, as you know, key areas of support find their way to be resistance somehow, so that $10.60 high that we have here today, if we continue to run, I would expect personally to see at least initially resistance at 11 before, you know, we do break through. Let's have a look at the 15. Here is that resistance level at that general 11 area. It's a little bit above, a little bit below, but this is a smiley face here that's brewing.
The roundy face.
The roundy face.
Sorry, I had to.
No, it's fine. That's brewing here. So I do like this as a technical move, and this could, you know, it could eventually possibly turn into a cup and saucer. It could just run into a breakout. There's any number of things here that could happen when you get the smiley face pattern. But yeah, that 980, 975-ish seemed to be a bit of a support level. And then, yeah, now we're talking about 1060 high with a 1053 right now. Look for 11 as resistance, but I like this pattern, no doubt about it, on the 15. This might be an interesting swing trade here.
Yeah. So speaking of interesting trades, although not necessarily, I mean, it's interesting. NVIDIA, I got in, I was talking to Kian in the chat about this, so shout out to Kian, asking me, you know, why did you exit NVIDIA? I got in way too high. It was an entry issue. I got out just probably too late, honestly. I'm just trying to, when we had that dip to the downside here, I got back in because it looks like we might be having a little bit of a pop. I do not intend on staying too long, though. We were kind of dancing around that 444 area. Now we're pulling back a little bit. I might just kind of sell at 444 if we continue to see strength there or slightly higher. I'm just trying to take a look here to see if we can actually maintain this interest, but we have a decent kind of bottom support-ish area forming around the area I got in here, which was that 443.80. Also, Ahmed just came in with the super chat. Thank you very much for the super chat. Coin failed daily high, average 68.33 short. Nice outfit. Thank you. I don't know if it's Sharif or I.
Oh,
but
I'm pretty sure it's you.
Thank you. Also, okay, so some people in the chat saying this blazer is red. I believe this blazer is orange.
It is.
It is.
It's darker orange.
It's a darker orange. Thank you. Yeah, just because people were like, "Oh, the market's going to be red." I was like, "Well, you know, I am orange," but thank you. Let's see what is happening here. Oh yeah, coin failing daily high. Yes, we did break the high there. It looks like, I mean, on the long term, we are making like higher highs, I think. But yeah, this looks like a short from this point. We took quite the tumble earlier today, so I think it looks like another tumble to the downside here from here on out. So this is definitely of note. Bears versus Bulls saying that it looks red over video. I think like when I look at the screen, it does look darker than I think it does in person. But yeah, that is the Blazer scenario. Yeah, people saying red on screen. Yeah, also, coin not red anymore though. But yeah, I do agree, Ahmed. Thank you again for the super chat. Yeah, it looks like we are failing this high of day, and this could be a nice short if we dip kind of near or below VWAP again. Also, yeah, NVIDIA doing nicely, so I'm going to probably set up some outs here. Happy I got back in there, at least for the time being, but I do not intend to overstay my welcome. How goes Apple?
It's okay. Just having a look at DraftKings to see, because people were yelling about it in the chat, saying it's at high a day. So I didn't want to jump in if we were not, or if we're going to get into a key resistance level. So I was trying to see where the resistance level is, and it's a little tricky here because we have multiple levels. We did make a newer high, breaking through that 31.20. That was the peak over here. We haven't made this newer high, which is at 32.75. We're still south of 32. I think we have some room to move up at least, you know, maybe another 80 cents or so into that 32.65. That is a wick, though. If I was to go on, the closing print is definitely 32. That means we're only 15 pennies away from that level. So interesting one here. DraftKings, very strong on the day. I don't know if I want to punch in at these highs. That's the thing. Let's go to the trading screen here and see what's up. It's a great looking pattern. I talked about this company ad nauseum on the morning rundown and how they've overtaken FanDuel as the #1 bad boy in online gaming. 31% for them, 30% for FanDuel. Some people are very loyal to their gambling apps. I mean, I know a lot of people this morning were like, no, FanDuel far superior to DraftKings. And yeah, you're entitled to your opinion. So We'll have to see how this one does. I think we're just too close to 32 for me to get in comfortably here. We're up 10% on the day. It's not a bad look. I mean, where would I give it to though? If I took it long right here, I would have to give it to at least 31.60. You have a couple of touches at that 31.60 area. That was a previous level of resistance, which should act as support if we come back down. It's not a bad look. It's not a bad look at all. I'm going to have to look at Apple, though, because we are retracing into that 175. We just broke down below 175. So a lot of tags coming in here. I can't get to all of them. I'm going to have to manage these positions. What's up?
Yeah, so I got out half of my NVIDIA at 444.50, trying to get the rest out. Looks like we're seeing a little bit of support at 444.30. Should have taken everything out where I got out my first chunk. But c'est la vie. Is what it is. We're entirely out of NVIDIA now. We made profits on this trade, so I'm not going to sit here and complain. We got 50 cents on the first part of my position, 70 cents on the second part. Roku, people mentioning in the chat, so I want to look at Roku, but first I want to look at this super chat. Thank you very much to Jorge, $9.99, so $10. Greetings from California. Hello. You can check Nike chart, please. I am long month out. Thank you, prayer hands. You're welcome, and thank you for the super chat. And I mean, I love Nike's a really interesting one. I've traded Nike from time to time. This one has been pretty strong lately. Ooh, okay. Higher highs. You mentioned the month, so I want to look at like that. Let's look at the daily on this. On Nike, yeah. So I mean, definitely some increases on Nike. Like start of October, we were around 90. Now we're kind of at this 108 area. Really nice move up for this one in the last couple of days. I kept saying this definitely not what's moving it now, but earlier in the month it was, or in October, sorry, it was moving because of this Piper Sandler survey that found it's the most popular brand amongst teens. So it had a little bit of a push from that. Also surprising, probably no one, Apple was the top phone for teenagers. But yeah, Nike was the top clothing brand for teens. And looking here if there's anything yet. No news on this one today. Or recently, but yeah, Nike having a nice pop, both just kind of as of late and also intraday. So I'm going to pull up the intraday on Nike again. This is the 5-minute. Yeah, we're seeing, you know what, we're seeing definitely higher lows, some movement around VWAP. I would say higher highs. I would say this one looks strong. Volume a little below 2 mil. I am intrigued. I might actually hop in this one.
DraftKings is flying, guys. Yep. Big move up through 32 on DKNG. We were talking about this one in the 3180s. Boom, it just shot all the way up into that 30. Where did that get to? 32.16. We're at 12s right now, so we're still holding above 32. To me, it's going to be really interesting to see if we can close above 32. We saw on the daily that 32 was a key resistance level. We did have wicks above it, only to retrace and close south of that. So keep your eye on DKNG. Good look right now. All right, Adam wants to, he says, look, Adam DeLuce was like, if the Katina man was here, he'd be on Square. I probably agree with that. But I don't know. I think the Katina man would be long biased today because we're quite up on the market and on the majority of the names. And right now, Square is having some trouble continuing that nice move up. 52.25 was the high in the pre. And then we opened up, and I think the best we could do on that wick was, this is the after the bell wick, 52.15 or so. We're giving up the ghost now, retracing south of or just at that $49 level. What I see, Adam, here is a series of lower highs and lower lows. Where do we find some support? Let's have a look at the daily and see if we can glean anything from that. Let's bring in, yep, here we go. So to me, that 55 looks really interesting. Let's put in the ticker so everybody can follow along. Looks real interesting. Now, we're probably not going to make it there today, or at least not for the time being. It doesn't look like, oh, I'm probably going to have to get it. No, I'm going to have to wait a little bit on Apple till 174.60. But this 55 looking real interesting here on Square as a level of resistance. We troughed out there in early May. We got to that 55 again in late August, only to find moves back up on most occasions. You even had a test of it here back in March. Not quite into that 55, into that 56.50 area, but yeah. If this continues to run for the next couple of days, I'll be looking at 55 possibly as a level of resistance. But on the day, let's go to the 5. On the day, yeah, it's south. And right now, for me, unless we close this hammer candle here, which is already closed, sorry, and we make a new high above that hammer candle, maybe at 49.75, 49.80, I'm not inclined to take this long. It's looking like it's a downtrend at the moment with lower highs and lower lows. So steering clear of square for the long at the moment. But DraftKings continues to move up. It is at day's highs. It's looking to take that 32.20. We're going to have to see how that does. Apple, if it breaks through that 175, 60-ish area, that's the end of the trade for me, and it'll be a loser. We're going to have to see if it does. Now it's trending back down. Counter market, to be honest with you, the market's holding 15.1, and Apple starting to make lower highs. Not good.
There's also a super chat for you here, or addressed to you.
Oh, Michel Hebert. Wow, we haven't seen him in the chat in a while. Shout out to Michel. Sharif, long DDS, Doctor of Dental Surgery. Sends under $300. That was a bad joke, I'm sorry. High short interest, tiny float, an aggressive share buyback program. XRT now soaring. Go retail, looking good. All right, let's have a look at DDS. I don't even know what that is, dude. And have to look here.
I enjoyed the Doctor of Dental. I enjoyed that. I'm not
yeah, okay, well, you know. Dillard's. All right, what do we got here? Retail fashion, okay. Company profile. We got 8.4 million share float on DDS. Let's do that. Let's have a look here. On the day, obviously, it's not an intraday stock because the volume just not there. You can kind of see that by how it's trading. With respect to the daily, not a bad look. Holding up a lot better than some of these other names, I got to tell you, especially the higher priced names. Recently, though, we've been in a bit of a consolidation trend. I want to say the last year or so, yeah, with the peak there being a 420 touch, just about 420. The mean somewhere around here, that 350, 340 area is the mean range, I would say, for the last year or so. Looks like we're getting into that mean range. Tough for me to trade. The only thing that I really like about this is the higher low off that May 30th or June 1st low that we made there. And the last time we troughed out was around that 295, but it looks like more like a 300 hold, to be quite honest with you. It's looking good, looking good. I like the float. Yeah, not much for me to say on this just because it is quite sideways for a while. But yeah, we're getting into that mean range. Shout out to Michelle. All right, quickly here, DraftKings is really moving, guys. DraftKings now is at 32.25. Wow, this one's really moving. We were talking about this one in the 31.80. Should have taken the long, should have shut up instead of yapping and put that order in. Now 11.33%.
Yeah, I'm just looking at NVIDIA here. It looks like I got out a little bit too early. Now we're kind of pulling higher. If we fail to get higher, though, than this 445, I think we could see a bit of a pullback, and I might continue shorting the range here because I find NVIDIA to be like semi-reliable in terms of ranges, and we are seeing, you know, these little baby pullbacks, these little dip opportunities here. I also want to address Tesla. I had a grand total of 5 cents in my Tesla trade. No, I'm joking. I'm not. We made 5 cents. But no, I got in. I felt like I got in too high. I wasn't as confident, and I got out. That's kind of the story here. I'm seeing some people mentioning a Tesla rally here. I'm going to myself wait until I declare a Tesla rally because I'm not, to be honest. It looks like we're kind of retracing a little bit here. We could always have a rally pullback here, but it looks like that area, that 220 support is kind of getting lower and lower, I think. I mean, as I say that now, we're rallying off 220, but 220 to 220.50 is not like a huge range for me personally. I got in too high. I regret it. This one always could rally, but I'm going to hold off and reserve my judgment. Also, thank you so much to Pra for the super chat. Thoughts on Roku? It's really strong. Yeah, Roku has been really strong. This one was strong yesterday as well, up like 30% on its earnings. Yeah, nice play off of VWAP, bounce. Now we kind of a couple candles to the upside, bounce to the downside. This one, for me personally, I don't know where I would get in. I would have to watch this a little bit longer to get a better sense of like kind of where a dip opportunity is. Especially, I always get nervous if things are like continuously heading to the high side because I don't know where the ceiling is, and I don't want to be caught in the fall to the downside. That was my fatal flaw with my initial entry on NVIDIA. So, I mean, for myself, I would wait. To me, though, it does look like a play to the upside, much like yesterday. Although I know around this time yesterday, we had a bit of a pullback and it fell down pretty low before it caught back up. So it was, just like a baby retracement. So I'm going to wait personally for Roku to see what we do after like 12 o'clock. But that being said, almost 10% to the positive. It does look like a long, I would say longer term for sure. What else? Oh yeah, NVIDIA. It looks like I got out of NVIDIA too early both times. NVIDIA now pushing higher, almost to 445.50. Gonna keep an eye on this, but I'm trying to learn from not getting in at the high of the day. If anything, I might get in this as a dip to the downside as a short, potentially. Also, Tesla getting close to 221, so maybe that's another one I could have potentially stayed in, but again, I'm reserving my judgment until we see a definitive 221 break, because a dance around 220 has kind of been the majority of what we've seen kind of since the midday began. I also want to look at Netflix, which has been, we have the Jake Paul catalyst, which is, I guess they're looking into a deal for his boxing match.
Oh,
on, yeah, on Netflix.
They're going to do it on Netflix. Eh?
Yeah, apparently, like that's been in discussion. I don't know if, I believe that was finalized. Let me pull this up, but I know that was at least a discussion here.
Interesting.
Yeah, also a board member was awarded $63K worth of stock option. And yeah, Netflix is exploring streaming live boxing match. That's what it is. Huh. Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a pop here. This one, again, much like Roku, I'd like to wait for a nice little point of entry and a dip because we are actually at high of day right now. But and we just pushed above it. But yeah, I like the opportunity to buy in a dip here. Netflix looking mighty fine. How are you doing? How's Apple going?
Yeah, it's good. The idea here is this 15-1 on the NQ is holding, and I can't believe I missed it. You had multiple touches here at 15-1, all of which were bought up quite aggressively, and now you're getting that big move up, 15-135. Good move up here, a newer high, so a nice upward channel trend going with obviously higher lows, and now you've got the corresponding higher highs. Good look here for the NQ. We have a 15-163 top, but it's a quick wick. This is the highest. If we close at this level right now on the NQ, it'll be the highest closing print candle on the day. So keep your eye on that. I have a dip trade here at 15-110 in case it comes back into that level. Looking for a 15-1 defend. I mean, I can't believe I missed this, but yeah, it is what it is. Nice move up on the NQ. Not going to chase it at these levels. Already, involved and 10 pennies out of the money with Apple, so don't want to get in any more trouble here. But 15-1 looking real good on the NQ. If it comes back there, I'll be looking to defend that level. Kyle, what's up, Kyle? 499 super chat. Sharif, SPY failed the breakout of anchored VWAP from July high, 435.30. Want to short failed retest of that area after the consolidation thoughts. Let's have a look at the SPY. All right. Here we go. SPY and the levels. 435.30. I don't have anchored VWAP on here, sadly, but SPY failed the breakout of the anchored VWAP from July. All right, so the July would be here. Where's the July high right there? Come to the chart, please. Look at that. The July high is right here, and I'm assuming the anchored VWAP comes down in like this. So it failed the retest of the area. I don't exactly know what you mean, Kyle. You're gonna have to explain it a little bit differently. I'm not really sure what you mean by that, but just tag me. You don't have to do a super chat. Just tag me in the chat, and I'll have a read through that. But sadly, I don't have anchored VWAP on here, so I can't really see where anchored VWAP is. But I'm assuming that you were looking to take it short off the touch back into VWAP, the anchored VWAP off the July highs. I'm assuming that's kind of what you mean. And if that is the case, what I'd be looking at the most is not the anchored VWAP in this particular case, but whether the SPY makes a new high. I liked how that rhymed.
I like that too.
Through 438.50. So even, I would say, even that 437.50-ish area, what I'm looking for is a newer high above this crest over here. So if you get a newer high, then I don't put too much weight into the anchored VWAP. I put more weight into the price action. So if that's what you're asking, I would look next to see if the short will fail above the crest of that area. So that's kind of my look there on the SPY. I hope that helps. Let's go back into AAPL. Oh, we're in the money now again. Okay, so we do get that 175 dip and then pop, but you know, it's quite of an anemic pop here. I definitely need more. I definitely want that 176 break where we were kind of amassing the troops in front of that 176 area and couldn't break it. So trying to exercise some patience here. Let's see what else everybody's talking about. Elon, hi Sharif, it looks like Square is reversing up, really? I'll have a look quickly at Square. Not yet, my friend. This is a 5-minute chart. A bit of a double bottom, possibly here at this $49 area. Look for the break of this crest over here at 50 1/3 for confirmation. It's done plenty more than that, so you should be able to exercise some patience on that. Yes, that's okay. So Kyle, we were on the same page. Good, good, good. Let's see what else people are talking about. Future Eddie, yo, stand up. Let me see your drip. Drip equals clothing. I like your sweater. My man, I've just got a crew neck on here. It's a Boss shirt. It's stretchy, though. That's why I like it, right? I get my room. Ram, you're not showing me stretching over here. There we go. Yeah,
you're not showing the stretching. How dare she not show the stretching?
She's too busy laughing back there, right? She's always laughing.
It's very funny. Yeah.
Okay. She says she's going to ask permission from now on before she laughs and see if it's funny, right? We're just joking. Ram, you can laugh up anytime you want. Go ahead.
Except for when you're trying to show the stretchiness of the shirt.
Well, no. Well, yeah. Okay.
No, I'm joking. Also, I mean, I'm the cat that came back when it comes to Tesla. I cannot stay away from this thing. I don't know, man. Like, I got out, then I got back in. I probably, because we looked like we were rallying. Like I said, I wanted to see some support at 221. We were showing some support at 221. I got in maybe too high. I am getting a little bit frustrated by the trades and the market thus far, but also showing itself to be kind of interesting is we have an NVIDIA, a bit of a dip here that I might hop in on below that 446, but I'd like to see a bit more support there before I decide to dip a toe into the water, wet my beak, what have you. Also, you know what's looking kind of interesting? This is a third day earnings play, Estee Lauder. And like, I like this either, I think it was a short earlier, but if we form some support here around this 112, this 111, just below 112 area, this could actually be a decent long, I think. Because, you know, earnings, we do have a catalyst. Volume isn't great, but it's not terrible. We're at like just above 1 million here. Yeah, and it looks like we do have a little bit of support here for a potential long. So I'm not going to get involved yet, but I'm going to keep my eye on it. Also still keeping an eye on Netflix, which has seemed to slow itself down a little bit. But I don't want to get involved at the high of day. I want to wait for a better opportunity for either if we're retracing to go short or if there's a dip to go long. But definitely keeping an eye on this one. We're still kind of close to the high of day at this time. Also, what else is looking interesting? Saw someone mention Google in the chat a little bit ago, so I will pull up my friend Google. Okay, hi Google, how's it going? Dip, we're seeing definitely higher highs, higher lows. This looks like a long, you know what, I'm gonna keep an eye on this dip. I would, like I said though, it's still pretty close to like highs where I would get nervous for entry, but I mean, we have a lot of support here. We are positive on the day. I'm not disliking what Google is presenting to me right now. Also, Tesla is still decently strongish around 221, so I'm going to stay in for now. But that can change as my confidence in this trade changes. Again, I still feel like I got in a little high on this one. Also, thank you shout out to Wall Street in the chat. Proud of you. You are evolving as a trader, becoming better. Sharif has done a great job showing you the ropes. I agree. Thank you very much, Sharif, and thank you, Wall Street, for the chat. Yeah,
of course, absolutely. All right, guys, let's have a look here. I want to ask Neil. Neil, who are you guys playing this weekend? He had food on his face, and then he always complains that we always get him eating. And yeah, he appreciates the production team not putting it on. You guys are playing prime time? So Bills and Cincinnati, it's a good game. It's a good game. Joe Burrow, he gets so upset when I talk about his Bills. It's really the only thing that really gets to him. He's cool as a cucumber in every other way, but now you talk about his Bills. know. Anyway, Sunday Night Football, Bills at Cincy. At Cincy?
How do you manage to ask the question exactly?
He's got food in his mouth again. Are you guys away or at home? He's not sure. That's why I didn't answer. Okay. So we're going to have to see who, or not who, but where they are playing. We'll have to look at that. But, yeah, should be an interesting game. Yeah, that's what I want to get into for a sec there. All right, let's go back into AAPL. Now nicely above VWAP here. Still out of the money. You guys are killing it over there. Still out of the money, though, by a few pennies on this one, about 8 pennies out of the money. Let's bring in the side charts, though. We didn't bring any of the side charts on the day. So this is what I was looking at. DraftKings, we already talked about how it had a big move up. MCRB, this one showed up on my scanner, but it's given up the ghost now. It's still up 30%, 31% almost. 155 high, below VWAP, though. Not interesting for me because it is a small cap gapper below VWAP. ACLX. Let me just get this here, ACLX. Multi-day runner, up 10%. Good move. Continuation from yesterday, that $40.80 close. Now we're talking about knock on the door of 45 up to 44.78. Bit of a slow mover, volume a little suspect, but quite a decent stock. And it's a multi-day runner, good swing. Udemy, the online university, up 37.5% today. Interesting area here, though. It got up big off that $10 low and made that 1288 high coming into VWAP, finding support at VWAP right now, it looks like, with a bit of a hammer candle forming off that 12.25 dip, now coming back up into 12.5. We'll have to see how that one does. Carvana off their, I don't even know what the hell this is being bought up for, man. This company sucks. Yeah, anyway, they had earnings yesterday, and, you know, we'll go through that a little bit later. Bit of a zigzag on the algo spike, sold off in the pre-market this morning and the aftermarket yesterday, but making a nice big move up again. What is it up right now? CVNA. I'm going to break this computer. Oof. CVNA. Let's go, bro. It is up. I don't even know where it is. Where is it? Just trying to look for the percentage. There we go, 12.5%, 33.88 high. Look for that 34 break. It's strong. It's got a huge short flow, which is probably why it's running. Let's see what the short float is again. 38.18. So around that 40% area. It really hasn't changed much, to be honest with you. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, but it looks like a hell of a chart pattern here on CVNA. Definitely above yesterday's algo spike at that 33.50 area. So looking good here for Carvana. Last but not least, Palantir. Another good day for Palantir off, not earnings, but yeah, it was earnings. What am I saying? Running up here into that 19 area, 1908 high, currently at 1890. Holding VWAP, nice hold of that 18.5, couple of dips into that 18.5, all of which held. So good luck. We'll have to see how these do the rest of the day.
Yeah, I did a thing that I don't love, or at least I don't love it yet. So I was noticing these NVIDIA dips. I wanted to get short in NVIDIA on the dip, and then we kind of went above 446, and I got a little nervous. I'm going to wait here for the time being, because I think my biggest issue, okay, as I say that, we're going down a little bit more, so I can breathe a little bit easier. But yeah, my biggest issue so far has been, like, patience. Like, pretty much all the trades I had today would have worked out had I stayed in them. Actually, all of them, because even NVIDIA, I got in way too early initially, but it would have been fine had I stayed in this first time. So like here, you know what I mean? This one I got out too early. So I'm trying to exercise a skosh of patience here. That being said, nerves are occurring. And the same with Tesla, where theoretically, maybe I should have exited this one. If we break 220, I am outie. I am leaving, bye-bye. Will not see you again. But yeah, like I think maybe we're getting a bit more of a push here. Maybe this is a slightly lower high. We haven't broken 220 yet, so I am still in. But yeah, NVIDIA really terrifying me. I think I'm going to have to say my adieu bid adios to NVIDIA pretty quickly here because I am getting a little bit stressed out on this one. Let's see. Okay, yeah, no, NVIDIA does not want us to leave, so that's fine. I tried to get an out here. Let's see if this occurs, because, oh, there we are. So we're out of NVIDIA. Maybe we could have stayed in, but I was just, you know what, I was getting a little bit nervous. The trading has been meh so far today. I'm going to be really honest. Just my points of entry have not been as good. I'm going to take some time, you know, to kind of reflect on that during the lunch money. But yeah, still looking, Netflix still kind of creeping slowly but surely to, I'm not to the upside, it's already on the upside, but it's continuing to creep higher. So maybe, you know, if we kind of have another dip here, I will get in on that because it doesn't look like this name wants to stop anytime soon. And that reminds me, another streaming play. Let's look at Roku. Okay, Roku. Roku's kind of hanging out a little bit here. I think what it does here at this 84.70 could be interesting. This could be kind of a pivotal point to either see if it continue long or go short. I'm going to keep an eye on it, but I'm not going to do anything yet. How are you doing with Apple?
Yeah, you got some tags in the chat there if you want to have a look and see what people are asking you. Eric Lanuville is asking you something about Tesla there.
Oh,
yeah.
Let me take a look. Could you explain your risk on NVIDIA or Tesla? Yeah, I'm still working on the whole like risk aspect, I'm going to be honest. Basically, for me, I have like kind of levels in my head. So NVIDIA, we went above 446. I wanted to get out. I got out. For Tesla, I had the same kind of Tesla. I mean, honestly, I will admit, I think part of it too was I regret getting out earlier, so I got back in when we did have that kind of strength to the upside. At one point was kind of a point of support, and I'm going to stay in Tesla until we break, unless we break 220. So I mean, could be risky, but that was kind of that was my plan going into it. I'm still, to be honest, looking at like the whole risk-reward ratio thing, so I can't confidently answer that question at this time. But you know, I appreciate the question, and yeah, I mean, I do have levels going in. I just think the points of entry have been a skosh questionable today. I'm going to be really honest with you.
Sure.
Also, Dave Campbell, any play on Oxy oil is trending up. Let's look at Oxy. I mean, these oil names have been really hot lately. We had, you know, the earnings for Chevron and XOM last week.
And you should probably know, just for like reference purposes, Oxy, Warren Buffett's essentially buying anytime this dips below 60 bucks. He's
really?
Buying, yeah. And he's all like the outstanding shares that he can get his hands on, or not him.
So that's one of the ones. Okay.
Yeah.
So I know he does Coke as well. I know that's another one. Okay.
That's kind of like an informal bottom for Oxy because he'll start buying shares if it's below 60. So just
thank you. I appreciate
to put that in the context.
Yeah. Thank you, Dave, for this one. It does look like we're definitely seeing a little bit of a dip at VWAP. I'm going to keep an eye on this. Volume on this is nice. Spread on this is nice. I have I have no complaints here. I'm going to keep an eye on this. So I think I'm going to keep an eye on this one. I'm going to hold on to my Tesla for now, but we're getting close to dipping below 220, so I'm shaking in my boots. Just a skosh. Yeah.
You know, I'm angry in my boots. Plenty of skosh.
Fury angry. Oh,
I'll tell you why. Look at DraftKings. Look at DraftKings. My goodness. We were talking about this $1 ago. And this is not like a $300 name where you can be in and out of the money $1 in like 15, 20 seconds. No, this is a $32 name. This doesn't run typically like this, but today it is running. It is running plenty. It pays to be the king on the block, DraftKings.
I love that pun.
Right? Because, yeah, they now out-dueled FanDuel. You like that one, too? I got more.
I mean,
I got more.
yeah, you and I are always, if people want puns, they're in the right place. We're both terrible.
I'm speaking for myself here.
No, I think we egg each other on, too, which is I think the other part. There will always,
Let's talk about DKNG's earnings here, guys. Loss per share, 61 pennies versus 69 expected. They're still reporting a loss. They're still not making money. But the loss, cutting it in big time. $283 million they lost. Compare that to last year at this time when they lost $450 million. So cutting that by a substantial amount. Revenue up 57% year over year on the quarter. $790 million is how much they brought in. The street was looking for way less than that, $706 million. They also have 2.3 million monthly active users. I thought they would have definitely had more, to be honest with you, but seems to be a good stat there. That's an increase of 40% year over year, so definitely adding a lot more people. They're also expanding into more jurisdictions. I think Kentucky was the one they were talking about there. What else they got here? The company said growth was spurred by its expansion into new jurisdictions, which led to a boost in new customers. All the while, existing customers were more engaged and spent more money on the platform. We've been seeing a lot of this, where the actual sports league itself is kind of endorsing online gambling, and there's partnerships made between them. You know, it's kind of like when you're in a fantasy pool. The games become so much more interesting when you have skin in the game, and I think that this is why it's catching on quite a bit. But hey, good for them, looking good right now. DKNG, let's go back to the price action here. Look at this, 32.80. It's going to take 33. What was the point of all that charting we were doing and looking at 32 as a resistance level, this, that, and the other? It means bupkis on earnings days. This one's running up 13% now, looking to take more. Could we see 33? We could. I think we could easily see 33 before the top of the hour, before the big bully sits at the big desk and takes everybody's lunch money. There we go. We're doing well on Apple now, though.
Nice.
So finally, we're getting a nice move up here on AAPL. I'm still thinking that it probably would be prudent for me to hang on nearer that 176 area before I start taking profits. Dollar cost average into this one. Got 29s long, so nicely in the money, about 20 pennies. Let's see if we get that momentum going. We've only got one beak wetter up here. We got it out at like low 80s. Haven't been up there for a while though. The market very much near highs, or no, sorry, that's incorrect. Yeah, the market very much near highs at the moment. So hopefully Apple can catch some of that and continue to run a little bit here. All right, let's see what else is being talked about here. You are not punny, says taking care of business. I'm sorry, brother. Not punny. Shop looking to break out, says Jameson. Yeah, I haven't looked at Shop.
Yeah, it's another like recent earnings play.
Want to take a look?
Yeah, sure, let's do it. I'll do what I can here. Shop, okay, yeah, Shop at, okay. I would agree. So we saw a bit of a retracement, I would say, earlier. We kind of went up higher here, then we kind of went a little bit to the downside, a little bit of a pop. Now we have this kind of area of support, bottom here around 59, push to the upside, small push back to the upside. If we break this area here, that was kind of a previous, like, you know, relative high, relative ceiling of this, what, 59.8? If we break 59.8 decisively, we go above VWAP. I think this could be a long. Yeah, that's my take on Shopify. And thank you for bringing this to our attention, because I am also now interested in Shopify here, because it's a recent earnings play. Volume on this is great, almost 10 mil. Very interesting one. And another one that's interesting, another earnings play, Mac Attack. Thank you so much for the super chat. 199 super chat. Fubo will run the next few months. Keep on watch. Yeah, let's look at our friend Fubo. Here we are. Let's take a look here. Yeah, okay. I want to look the next couple months. I want to look at the daily on Fubo here too. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely kind of chopping around here, but we saw, you know, slight increases here, slightly higher highs, but the lows are getting a little bit lower too. If they can keep up this momentum though here and kind of like break this area we were kind of trading in September, keep going higher, then because I think the longer story does seem like it's been on the downside. If we can kind of keep the momentum though they have from this earnings movement here, and it'll be interesting. This is the first day of earnings. We'll have to see what it kind of does next week. Right now we're seeing, you know, slight trend to the downside from, you know, pre-market. And where do we open? We opened like, I mean, we're up from open, but we're definitely down from pre-market. Yeah, I think we are, you know, we're seeing higher highs since just looking strictly from where we opened. Yeah, I'm intrigued. I'm curious. I like 292 as a bit of an area of support. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if this one will continue to run. Yeah, and I'm going to get out of Tesla because I just noticed this dropped and my heart dropped along with it.
Okay. Yeah, Tesla looks like it's printing newer lows here, so I'd be careful with that long here.
I'm out.
But you know what? You have an interesting level coming up here, Adara, which is yesterday's close on TSLA. The closing print on Tesla yesterday, 218.5 general area. So that might be an interesting area where you can look for support. We'll see whether or not Tesla ends up finding support there. It's been a nice little run for Tesla lately after, you know, wetting the bed after earnings there. We'll have to wait and see. I wonder how much of this is China related, right? The last little run up here in Tesla with respect to more Chinese economic stimulus coming in and the Chinese consumer looking like they're not as tapped out as people once thought they were. Apple's revenue there was flat on the year. It didn't decrease, but didn't increase. Then we saw EV sales reports coming out from the big four, I want to call them, Lee, BYD, NIO, and XPeng there, and they both increased year over year substantially. So yeah, I don't know if the Chinese consumer is going to be as tapped out as everyone once thought they would be. We'll have to wait and see. Time will tell there. So why am I talking about all this? Because I'm talking about Tesla possible 218.5 support. We'll have to wait and see what happens there. All right, back to AAPL. Now we're having trouble breaking through the $0.50. So initially it was that 176 area that was giving us trouble. We kind of accumulated south of there. All the wicks north of 176 were all getting sold off. We dip in just a smidge below VWAP. We get bought up immediately, and now we're having trouble at the $0.50. I'm going to have to try to pack patience here. Knowing full well that, it's down on the day and it's going to take something special to get this one to run. But I think I have a good cost basis, especially if we do get and break above that 176. I'm trying to hang. Ooh, Jam Lucky, you brought me on the perfect topic. All right. So I went and I saw the Can-Am Riker. I got to tell you, it's nice. It's nice. But I like the other one a little bit better. Right, so we'll talk a little bit more about that, I think, because Neil's setting up for, I don't want to run over time before Neil goes into lunch money. We'll talk about that after lunch money. Remind me, though, I have more to tell you about that because I did go and see them, and it's a hell of a vehicle, man. It's obviously for summer and early spring, or sorry, late spring, not for right now.
Oh, that vehicle, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's completely exposed,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You got to wear a helmet. I don't even know why the hell you have to wear a helmet when it's a three-wheel.
Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't look helmet-y, but I'm sure there's some reason for one. I don't know.
I'm assuming maybe like flying rocks because you're kind of exposed.
Yeah, you could be in the dirt and yeah.
Says Ram. All right, guys. Let's see what we got here. Dad Trader, you think it's time to short Palantir now? Oh, okay. Well, let's bring in the PLTR chart over here. PLTR. Okay, so we didn't quite make it up to that 1905. We kind of, found resistance at that 18 high 90s area PLTR. Yeah, you know what? I got to tell you, I'm going to say no to that. And the reason is we haven't made a newer low yet. Like, I'm not in the business of guessing what the pattern is going to eventually manifest into. Just more in the business of reacting. And in this case, we have a series of higher lows. We don't necessarily have the higher high on the entire day, but you have sequentially higher highs. So if you were to take this one as the high, 1868, you make one above that, 1878, incrementally. You see where I'm going with this. I wouldn't short Palantir quite yet. But I do like the fact that it's accumulating right in front of that 19 and can't seem to break it. So if it rejects that decisively, I may have to give up some money in order to get in this trade if I was to get in this trade. So what I would have to wait essentially was for an 1860 break. I wouldn't take this short until it broke 1860. Now I know I'm leaving about 40 pennies on the table there, but that's just the way I trade, right? And that's kind of my move there. So I would say no, not yet for Palantir, but obviously you are free to do as you like.
Yeah,
What is this guy? Taking care of business, bro. You need to calm down there in the chat and not say dumb stuff like that, or you're going to find yourself blocked. So, pump the brakes a little bit there. All right. What else we got here? AMC. You want to have a look at that?
Yeah, let's look at AMC. AMC. To quote Sharif. I haven't said that one in a while. AMC, oh, hello, AMC. Okay, well, thank you. I'm happy I got to take a look at this. Someone in the chat mentioned it earlier, too, when I meant to, and then I did not get that opportunity. So thank you all for tagging me here. But yeah, AMC looking pretty nice. We have this play VWAP, higher highs. Maybe around like 11, if we see kind of another dip around this like 1104, 1102 area, I could very much be enticed. Definitely an interesting one here. And I would say this could be a sympathy play with Paramount because Paramount posted earnings. That one is up about 5%, although a lot of that earnings growth and a lot of the excitement there was because of their guidance with regards to streaming. Oh my God, it was up 5% pre-market. Now Paramount's up like 11%, dying down a little bit here. But yeah, still an interesting one for sure. So I would suspect AMC could be a Roku, Fubo, Paramount earnings sympathy play. But I mean, AMC's been running like so much lately, so it could be any combination of factors. But either way, looking mighty fine, looking very nice today. Thank you everyone for mentioning this in the chat for me. I always love looking at our friend AMC. The Swifties did run the market, and I expect the Bayhive to do the same when the Beyonce tour movie comes out on December 1st.
You can keep going.
Oh yeah, okay, let's do it. I think I just need to take more time to kind of wait and see what's happening with the trend. I think in part of my paranoia, worrying about retracements, I keep seeing shorts that are actually longs. So I was worried Tesla was going to retrace. I saw this dip to the downside. I tried to get into a short. I got out. We lost maybe 10 cents here, so it wasn't major. I corrected pretty quickly. But I think I keep worrying because I have a habit sometimes too when I was doing like longs exclusively where I would get into things I thought were continuing higher that were actually retracements. And so now I think today put myself into this weird psychological position where I'm kind of continuously thinking things are retracements when they're actually just dips and then continuing to higher highs. Looks like Netflix could continue higher. I might switch into a buy for this, but I'm going to kind of wait and see on that point. Also happy I got out of Tesla when I did. Shout out to Daily Trades for pointing that out to me. Thank you very much. Happy I got out of Tesla at the point I did, continuing to dip lower here.
Man, we're going to go to lunch money, but I got to give it to Alex Davis. Man, you're hilarious. When your back itches, do you have to use a wall? Come on, man. Come on, man. I'm pretty flexible, man. I do like quite a bit of stretching. You have no idea. I spent like 15 minutes before a session stretching, but that's neither here nor there. It is now, you got to see what he's doing. It is now time for lunch money. Neil at the big desk, take it away.
But notice that you didn't. Can you do that? No. I want can you reach your other hand? Okay. So, welcome to Lunch Money, everybody. As good job catching me on that. Look, Shreve's talking about how flexible he is. You see, I'm not making judgments. But when you're jacked, usually you lose a little bit of flexibility. So I wanted to see if he can sort of reach back, and he can do it. He's doing it right now. So Sharif is flexible enough to do that. Apparently, that's what everyone cared about. But we're here to talk a little bit of lunch money, some trading. He's literally stretching right behind the camera I'm looking into right now. Thanks for this. You gotta love being live. So let's get into some ideas for the day today. I usually have a whole spiel, but you guys know it by now. It's all about ideas for the afternoon and the ideas while the market is slowed down just a little bit. But this is not going to be a new name. We're going to start with Coinbase. It's been a huge earnings week, and if there's a theme for this earnings week, everyone wants to be focused on the crazy run. I mean, AMD was ridiculous, and when you think about like Apple and the somewhat recovery that it's making today, there's been some big cap tech names to watch. But really, I want to say the theme of earnings this week has been if it has a short percentage, it doesn't really matter what the report says. It's just going to squeeze to the upside. That has been its own theme. And Coinbase, 13% short float. Somebody can tell me why you think it's a great report. I'm sure there's always somebody out there that's going to be like, this is a good report. And fair enough, and more power to you if you believe that. So Coinbase, 13% short float. Super strong move. The daily chart, it has been a situation where you can short above 85 pretty much every time it's gotten there. Today, you get your face ripped off because there hasn't been a really good entry unless you had one particular one early. Now you have a wick top up at 90, 89-ish, and then 89 was the last ridiculous breakout. So this is that's the Alamo, man. If it doesn't turn at 89, I'm not even sure where this thing ends up today. And after yesterday's trade, if you're thinking about, the whole notion of it can't go higher or this makes no sense, think of how many times you felt that for a number of stocks yesterday with any short float, and how they just kept going and going and going and going. So I'm not here to tell you that you got to fight this thing forever, or that it's gonna stall at 90 once it breaks 89. I don't know. But I know 89 is the one level, 89 into 90 is the one level I would take a shot for Coinbase. It's the last ditch effort. And there's a decent chance that this was the pullback there. Now, obviously, you can see what happened at 85, right at the open, 85. was a great shorting opportunity for a couple of dollars. Even when it retook 85, it still gave you a couple of dollars again. Now 85 looks like a potential support area. Like you've already stair-stepped the upside. So if this is a pullback here going into 90, I think looking for something out in front is actually worth it. Now you want to keep your eye on spot Bitcoin as always, just because I don't think it matters. This doesn't really fall it as much as some other names might, like the Riots and the Mars of the world. However, the reason why you look at it is because you don't want to be on the other side of a big move, right? Like you wouldn't want to be, say, entering a short position in the midst of a big rally to the upside. You want to see a big level or at least some kind of consolidation or some kind of a pullback, something along those lines, just to give you an extra confluence for a counter trend trade. If you had to put one on, I had to throw confluence in there. Not confluence, Remain, it's confluence. I don't know how to say confluence in French, but like I said, it's not the way everyone else is saying it. I'm pretty sure about that. And if I'm wrong, then someone's going to correct me in the next 5 minutes. Ford, shout out to everybody in the chat who was shouting out Ford this morning. It's caught a bid. So, I mean, Ford and GM have been dumpster fires. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. It stunk. They've been bad to worse, to breaking down, flat bottom break at $11. We'll get back to $11 in a minute. But yeah, we've made a bottom already underneath 10 bucks. And then into earnings, we've broken out past the $10 level. You're a little bit in no man's land. But if you remember that for the longest time, and I can go back further than 2020 on this daily chart, but it is more times than just this that you bounced off 11. It's been a huge support level. When we come back in there, I still think you short 11. Usually when it gets to that kind of a gap fill, I think that's where it's going to stall out, or at least somewhere in front of it. But until it gets to that, you got room to run. It's a very, very tight consolidation up top. Just remember the type of stock that Ford is. Ford does this in the morning. There is every bit of a chance that it is not going to do that in the afternoon. So next week, I'm here to tell you we probably look at that $11 level. I really doubt we get there today. This bull flag, I would not be surprised if you can just sit on either end of it right now. It's a bit of a 10-cent range. If it breaks out, it breaks out. But when I'm going over these, a lot of times it's like, what's happening today? What can you do with it? It might not make this breakout today. I'll acknowledge that. But let's acknowledge that this is a trade possibly for next week and room to 11, no question about it. And short 11, if it gets there, is going to be the name of the game for me. But great trade to the upside. I would take a shot. I mean, take a shot at the 1050 if you can. When I drew the list up, and it was right after the 11 o'clock show, Ford was one of the first things I was looking at. I was like, oh, bull flag, just scalp this range. You probably could have done that one once already, and then the short off the top is giving you some range. But you got to be risking like 1.5 cents to make 5 to 7. Like that's generally what you're doing inside of a range like that. So very much of a day trader-ish kind of trade. The bigger trade might have to wait for next week, but I think it could be worth waiting for. So off of Ford and then on to something I was going to bring up, which is AMD and just the chip names in general. So look, AMD, this was kind of the one until we had that until we had that squeeze day that AMD just kind of sat out because it had done so much work on Wednesday. Well, AMD went nuts, threw $100 on earnings and topped out there like 108. Gets right into a triple top. It's kind of not really a triple top because you can go back here, but this 111, 112 area, that's where I think we can get to, like 112 today. Makes a lot of sense. Sometimes on a Friday in a strong week, you can get some profit taking in there. So it's possible that this rally's been too much. I just want to be a believer until proven otherwise. It's been a great stair step up. I'm not in it anymore. But we had a couple of dip buys in this name. And I just look at the previous break as a support level here. So you got the 110 in play on any kind of a dip. And if there's room to 112, the R&R is going to be good. Scalp some out because you want to take profits, especially on a Friday going into the afternoon. And I do think we can get to that 112 until proven otherwise. NVIDIA's been pretty strong. I'll acknowledge that. NVIDIA's been very strong as well. You could be looking at this name in a very similar vein. 443 was a big level, and now it's broken out and supporting 443. The other chip name that I've been in a couple of times today was looking for Intel above 38. So I had this long into 20. It broke down underneath. I got out. I'm actually right back into this off the 38 level. So yesterday's highs on Intel. I've been in the breakout a couple of times, so I'm in it. I have scalped some out at the top end of the range here where it just happens to be like 10 cents, and I'm looking for this to continue. And the thing about Intel is until we get to 40, I don't have my trend line drawn on this trade ideas chart, but until we get up into the 40s, or at least into the 39, I think you go for the trend long. It is just every single day going green. And it's not always been breakout high of the day. There's been consolidations, dip buys. You got to get a little bit creative with it. But these names are going to the upside. You could probably throw Micron in there to a certain extent. But the chips have been pretty good. Now, on the other hand, Tesla's got a different feel to it in this move today. And I think a lot of the reason for Tesla is on the daily chart, have a look at this 200 period moving average. So you've got the breakdown, took out previous support, consolidated underneath it, bounced off 200, now it's trying to break right back out. But the 200 period moving average is right here at about 219, 218.5 or whatever it works out to. When you're looking at these SMAs on the daily chart, like a 200 period, like the actual level doesn't really matter on your intraday chart. It's just that price range being a decision zone. Like when I look at it, I say, okay, right around 219 is the exact spot that I don't want to get chopped around on the stock. I want it breaking away from that price. So it's more of a price range than anything else. And when you look at it, it broke away today. So that's actually a good sign on the long. Unfortunately, that was the pre-market move that we got. Breaking away from the 219, holding above 221. Suddenly, you are failing underneath with some support. So this is the chop zone on the daily. This last move in here to the downside, 220, down into 218.5. Exactly the zone I wouldn't want to touch. If it reclaims 220, that's a bullish sign for me when I look at that daily chart, and I think we can get rally in Tesla. But if this resolves down and the market pulls off and there is profit taking, it's already shown you a big rejection to the downside. Do not fight this stock. Now, a lot of times you will hear me say, if I see a trade in Tesla, then I'm going to go over to Rivian and see if there isn't a more extreme example of it. Now, with Rivian, now Tesla's been that stair step down. Rivian is a clear false breakout at 18 this morning with a consolidation underneath it. So if I see Tesla with a tricky setup at a price level, and I like one direction, let's say I like the short underneath that 200 period on Tesla, and I see a more extreme, more simple setup on Rivian, and it could go down on sympathy if Tesla tanks, I'm going to take the setup on Rivian. And Rivian is showing you the false break on 18, so short into 18 area, gets them out into the low, and then continue it trend down. And better yet, when you throw this one up on the daily, oh, look what do we have here. That's the 200 period moving average failing just above 18. So it's not to say that I don't, you can trade Tesla if you want, but if I'm looking at both of these and trying to pick a short setup, it's just a little bit more simplistic trading Rivian as opposed to looking at in Tesla, which is much more wishy-washy around that 219, 220 area. It's almost clear night and day on the chart in Rivian. I know where I'm getting out. I know where I can enter the trade just underneath 18. So very simplistic setup there. What about Roku? Is there a more, okay, Lemonade was ridiculous, but is there a more absurd name in the last 2 days than Roku? I haven't checked Lemonade in the last hour, so I'm not sure about that to be sure, but I'm guessing Roku is the one that's got most people's attention is, wow, this is insane. It doesn't make any sense. It does not make a lot of sense to me. You can talk about all you want about growth and metrics and advertising. It is wild when a company does this that doesn't make money. Understand that a short squeeze when you see it and then where it's also come from. I'm not going to pull up the weekly chart to show you how high the stock used to be. But the last time it did this, the last time it did this kind of a break, it was about 74 into 100. So it was like a 33% move off the bottom. That's not to say that history is supposed to repeat itself. It has already surpassed that on a percentage basis. So it's already outstripped and this wasn't a more bullish move. Like the stock was more bullish when it did this. Now the only logic I would think is because it was such a bear going into this and the shorts were really working, in this situation on the way up, you had people taking, my guess is you had people taking profit. So when it scrolls to the upside, you got a big move, but it could have been bigger because people were already probably covering shorts and people entering longs. All that good stuff was happening. Because it was so weak, it's got way more relief in it at this point. And, I didn't have that read yesterday, but I'm acknowledging that when I look back and think about this differently, The fact that it was so bearish going into that meant it had a better chance of a squeeze than last time when it had a pretty defined range on the pop to the upside. So until this does get into the 90s, I don't think it's worth fighting it. I'm not saying it's going to go to 90. I'm just saying yesterday I thought multiple places I was looking for short. I will not look for a short in the stock until it gets into the 90s. That's my thing for Roku. And you have to be able to have a plan. It looks all the world like this is an 85 short. And I understand normally I would be telling you I'd be in this short, but that's my reason for not being in it. If anything, if it were to false break down at 84 and make that short even better, because normally I'd be in this, if it were to false break down at 84 and then snap right back up, that's exactly the thing that a shorter, like a day trade shorter, is going to hate. And then they're going to be in trouble because they've given added confidence triple top if it breaks 84. So when that confidence comes in, a lot of people will add as it goes to the downside. I've done that in the past myself. And if there's a fail breakdown there, suddenly a snap back up, you might find yourself with an 84.20 with a 30-cent stop on a stock that could go to 90. That's not a setup you see every single day. So while I acknowledge that normally I'd be short this name, when I look at what's going on with the earnings and the daily, I'm not going to do it. It might work. But I'd rather look for a false breakdown where I could risk 25 to 30 cents or a really tight stop to try to get a run through the high of the day again on Roku. It's very specific. The odds of it working out that way aren't always that good, but that's the setup I'd wait for because I didn't have a good read on Roku yesterday. No need to force a trade on it, and I don't want to be counter trend until it gets to 90. From Roku, I already talked about Rivian, so let's get to Adara's favorite stock in the entire world, AMC. Okay, well, it's probably maybe she likes Tesla more. I think it could be Tesla. But I'm saying AMC anyways because I think it's AMC. AMC is up today. AMC's been up for the last few days in a row. So while I will always do this, you won't see me talk about a meme stock or a low float runner or one of these types of names without pulling up a daily chart and the usual disclosure that look at what the daily chart is telling you and understand that usually it looks like this for a reason. They've already reverse split once, but it is super weak, but it is making a great bounce since that reverse split. It's stair-stepping to the upside. It needs to get through. It's hard to see on the daily. That's about 1130 on the daily chart. So when you look at what's going on today for this, it is not at that 1130 yet. It's very steady into that number. I never want to see a level like that in this market and take the breakout. I always want to be long, looking for a long into that 1130 where you've paid yourself some profit out. And then if it breaks, you're just holding through the break, like holding a quarter, holding a third. So I'd want a long off 11 to get into 1130 and then try to hold for the afternoon. AMC is notorious for making afternoon runs, so I want to respect it. Don't always have it on that list, but I got to have it today. And finally, a name that I feel like saying, okay, so I've talked about things that I wouldn't short. Peloton. Peloton. So Peloton earnings stunk. They need to get bought by somebody. They're in trouble. But these bad boys, look at the break. Sympathy with everybody else yesterday on the squeeze play. What is different about this to almost every single chart you're seeing today, or at least that I pulled up? This finally pulled back in the afternoon, dumped into 530, and then today, there is your breakdown at the open. In the first half an hour, broke down, consolidated at that 530, and is now resolving underneath. Simple. Short to here. 10 cents worth of risk. If it falls on its face, why can't it be back at the $4.90 or $5 area, and even further, going down into $4.50? A lot of names got dragged to the upside when there was that big squeeze event. So anything that had a big short float, or anything that maybe was just rallying in sympathy that had bad earnings and got a relief rally as people were covering, or just buying it because they think it's like a meme craze, or whatever the reason was. Any name like that, to me, is susceptible to filling the gap back into the downside, especially when it was on a bad quarter that got dumped in the market. So if this one does it, the risk is right there. It's about 10 cents worth of risk on Peloton, and it's showing you the weakness already. So if it breaks out, it's easy to be out. I wouldn't hold it past that 35 because it could just be liquidity grabbing underneath. And if it breaks here, it could just go squeezing again. But it plays both ways. If it breaks at 35, yeah, it could squeeze to the high. But if we break down from here, why can't it fill in at least half of that gap? That's what I see with Peloton. Finally, a squeeze name or something that's following what the fundamentals would tell you, but you've got to make sure that you have an out. You saw what was going on yesterday. There's a reason for caution on something like a Roku, thinking about shorts on a name like that. That's the way it has to be. You've got to accept what the market is giving you and not just be married to your thesis because it usually works. So that's a little lunch money for you.
Confluence.
Huh? What the hell was that?
Confluence.
Okay. Whatever. So apparently you guys are right. So really? Okay, so you guys were right about that.
Confluence.
That was lunch money, and that is also that is also Ramin, or maybe it's Fabian, proving me wrong about how to say confluence in French. I told you guys I don't know how to speak any French, and then my 6-year-old is teaching me French because she's learning it. But apparently the whole world has to know it now. We're having some fun here. Let's get back to the desk. It is Sharif doing stretches and Adara trading a little bit of Tesla.
I was going to do that. But
yeah,
no,
that couldn't be more accurate, honestly. We're stretching and we're dabbling in Tesla, as always. Yeah. How are you doing with Apple?
It's a
beautiful,
print factory
gorgeous,
over here.
Glorious Apple.
We're in the dollar club up in this, you know what. On AAPL 176 got taken, people. And we got multiple beak wetters, and we're about to get another one here as we knock on the door of the quarter dollar. Oh, baby. We are running here on AAPL. The futures running too, guys. We are at day's highs. 15,175 and 3/4 is the high day right now on the NQ. And we are 10 pennies away from the high of day, 7 pennies, 6 pennies, 5 pennies away from the high of day on Apple, 176.40, guys. Good strength there on Apple. Bit of a double bottom. I don't even want to call it a double bottom, but it kind of does look like one a little bit here. This is what I'm talking about on AAPL. We kind of get into that same area right here. This technically over here was a higher low because I came into 174.60. I don't know why my eyesight's not as good today. I can't really see that well. 174.46 on this dip and 174.60 on this one. So technically a higher low, but it looked awfully like a double bottom. In any event, we are printing higher highs and higher lows now on AAPL, just looking for that high a day break. Somebody was asking me in the chat, well, we're at 176. Where do we go from here? That is a dang good question. We're going to, obviously I can chart to see where the next resistance level is, but I think that we're kind of in uncharted waters at the moment, seeing that as we just came off earnings that were initially received bad, and then the market ended up being strong because of non-farm payrolls, and then Apple ends up running. So, several wild cards here. All right, Dave Campbell, look at EXPI. It's about to break up. Sure. David Fabian, dang, I sold half of my size at 176.20. You do have, trust me. I'm not going to read it out, but you do. Celsius review, please, says CJ. Yes, sir. CDP, nice to see you, brother. Nice to see you too, man. T-Daddy, make sure you are hydrated. Can affect. Look, man, I'm drinking over here. He's talking about the fact that I can't see as well today. I don't know why I can't. That's not nice, Mark A. Ottawa is the worst city in Canada.
No.
No, come on. My cousin lives there. It's not bad. It's not bad. Ram agrees back there. So, well, All right, let's get back to some the questions people were asking here. EXPI was chief among them, so let's go ahead and have a look at EXPI. What do we got here? EXPI. All right. Lightly traded on the day, about 1.13 million shares, up 3%, 2.95. X-World Holdings, they are a holding company. What do? The company owns and operates a diversified portfolio of service-based businesses utilizing its enabling technology. But shut up. All right, what's the float? 76.7 million, larger-ish. Let's look at the daily and figure out where we have been trending. Okay, so obviously, since January 2021, when the market really started coming down off the COVID highs, we made that high of around 90.25. It's been lower highs and lower lows since. We had a bit of a reprieve here in the July-August time slot where we made that higher high. but it's been trending down since that time. Obviously, a key support level for me here is that 10 1/3, that 10 area. We're not quite down there yet. Looks like we did come into that 13 area, which was a support level, former area of resistance over here back in March and April. 13 was a tough area. I got to tell you, though, we got the death cross not that long ago. For people wondering what the hell the death cross is, it is when the 50 period crosses the 200 period to the south side. And that is typically not a good thing for trend following systems. But I got to tell you, I would not put too much in that because we got the golden cross just like a couple of months prior to that. So, or that was last year, actually. My mistake. That was June. No, that was June. No, that was this June. So this might be one of those ones where the moving averages should be ignored. Let me see. Half an hour chart. Let me just finish analyzing this.
Of course.
Let me see here. The half an hour chart. Gotta tell you, not too much in this. Let's look at the hourly a little bit here. Yeah, downtrend definitely on the hourly. No question about that. There's so many levels that you need to get over. First of all, you got to get above that 1550. And then you have to get above that 1950. Really, my eyesight is having a lot of trouble today. That 20 area, sorry, not that 1950. That 20 area is an obvious area of resistance as well. So I got to tell you, I don't have too much to say about this, especially with how it's been trading. Sorry I couldn't help, but it's not one of those ones where it's kind of just easy to chart because of all the different levels along the way. Let's have a look here. David, yeah, we already got that. Celsius. What's the ticker for Celsius, CJ? I'm not going to look that up. Anything else here? No. Good. I just talked about EXPI, Dave, so I hope that helps. All right, quickly, before we send it back to Dara here, right back into highs on AAPL. Looking for the let's look for 177 now.
Yeah, it's been sad. I'm in this Tesla short because we were, at one point we did kind of drop a little bit. And if we break above this high of like what is this, like 221.50, I am decidedly out. But if we can't make that higher high, I do think Tesla can go lower because the general pattern here does seem to be to the downside. We're seeing these lower lows, lower highs. But I'm getting a little bit nervous that we're going to break above that 221.50 here, in which case I will lose any faith in this trade and I will have to leave. Also, so someone's mentioning Shopify, and I was saying I'd be interested in Shopify kind of above VWAP. So shout out to, who was this in the chat that was reminding me about this? Tai. Thank you very much. Yeah, I got into this long. We're flat on it right now. I'm going to stay in it for the time being. Like I said, I did like this one. Could have gotten in earlier, but I, kind of like this area. I think we could go a little bit higher. We just broke 60. So thank you again. I feel good about this at this time. Also, thank you to Zach in the chat. Great show, guys. Fun to watch. And Sharif, you even talked me into doing some stretching today.
Hey!
So look at that. Trading and stretching. Also, yeah, Tesla continuing to run, and I'm continuing to be scared. But yeah, I just noticed here Microsoft looking actually really nice for a long. Continuing to shoot higher. If we break 353 and then we have a dip beyond that, I could very much be enticed here. Also Netflix, like I said, I was in like the shortest short of all time because I immediately was like, this is the bad idea. But I mean, we keep kind of getting closer to higher highs on Netflix, but we seem like we're plateauing a little bit. So I want to kind of wait and see what we do here from this point. Not really sure what direction we're going yet, but I'm going to keep an eye on this name because we do have that Roku sympathy play. Also Tesla dying down around this 221. So I'm going to stay in for the time being. Yeah, so Tesla dying at 221. I am still in this short. I still think we might have a potential to run here. Yeah, Shopify and Tesla, that's what I'm in right now. One long, one short. And I'm not really sure how I feel about both yet. Also, someone mentioning Starbucks in the chat. I'm going to do that quickly. Because this is another day 2 earnings play that I am a little bit interested in.
Are you a Starbucks drinker?
Yeah,
you are.
Matcha.
You are. I saw that big drink that you brought in.
Yeah, because I was, I know what you're talking about. During the Thanksgiving drink season, they have this thing called the apple crisp macchiato that I like. So that was what, the giant Starbucks drink that Sharif is referring to here. Yeah, it was very good. But yeah, no, I'm also looking good as this Starbucks stock, I have to say. Yeah, we have higher highs, higher lows. If we continue to have this dip here, I could take a dip and join this trade. Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to hit the bangs there for for the puns. Guys, it is nice here on Apple. Softy, strong, but so is Apple. You're getting a big move up in a lot of the names. Let's bring in the big tech charts. We got to chart them. Oh, I didn't put the tickers in for the big tech charts, but we'll put them in one by one here incrementally. NVDA, having itself a big boy day. No question about that. This one sold off aggressively into the 400s not that long ago. I think it was like last week or something. Now we're already almost $50 removed off that low. Another 3% of the good today. We closed out yesterday at that 435. We're talking 448.5 HOD, looking very strong. It had a bit of a similar chart to Apple. Obviously, they're not the same percentage up on the day, but in the sense that it came below VWAP and then immediately found support near the support level here. In this case, is 438.5, and then up, boom, goes the dynamite. Higher highs, higher lows for NVDA, looking real good here. The other one, Microsoft. MSFT having itself a good day. Now, this one had good earnings reports, but because the market was weak, it sold off in the subsequent days. But today, having itself a good day. 348.25 is where we closed out yesterday at 4 o'clock. We're talking about 353 right now, and then some. I'm not even going to bother saying what the high day is because it keeps changing every second here. But yeah, we're moving. Yeah, it is literally. We're moving up big. Let's look at the half-an-hour chart. Where do we find resistance? Well, we've cleared that resistance. Now we are above the October 24th algo spike subsequent to earnings. Microsoft very high up. We're going to have to zoom out much farther than this to figure out where the level of resistance is. Okay, so here it is. Let me just move this out of the way. So, all right, so on July 25th, the July highs that we've talked about, we got into that 355 area, but notice it was a wick, okay? And therefore, the closing print was like 337, so it was a big boy huadunte. I'm going to say the 360 level, 361, very interesting to me as a level of resistance. And I'm not saying we're going to get there on the day, but that is where the two closing prints in July. This is not a closing print, this is an opening print, but this is a closing print on the green candle, an opening print on the red candle. It was at that 361, 360. That's going to be an area of resistance that I'm going to have earmarked on MSFT. It's a good day for it on the day, but we'll have to see whether it can continue. That, by the way, this candle here is all-time high, okay? This July 18th candle that got all the way up to 366.78, that is all-time high for Microsoft going back even during the pandemic. So we're not far away from that. Softy looking real good intraday, and obviously subsequent to earnings, keep an eye on Mr. Softy. The Katina man will probably be in this if he were here. All right, let's go back to AAPL because that's the trade we're involved in. We're $1.30 in the money. We got some beak wetters up there at that 176.50, but we're 25 pennies south of that now, retracing into 176. Ideally, I'd like to see 176 level act in the same way, opposite obviously, that it acted when we were on the way up, meaning that I want to see wicks south into 176, getting bought up again. So I want to see buyers overwhelming sellers at the 176 level in the same way that sellers were overwhelming buyers when we were trying to move up into 176 during that, let's see, 10:30 to about 11 o'clock time slot. We had rejections at that 176. So that's what I'm looking for here. Trying to pack my patience. All right, CJ, he wants me to look at Celsius, CELH. I've got it up here, brother, and we're going to have a look at, is he Canadian? Help a Canadian out. We're going to hit the Canada flag for my man CJ over there. All right, first, let's start off with the daily chart. And second, let's see what this Celsius Holdings, consumer packaged goods company, engaged in development, processing, marketing, distribution, functional drinks, liquids. Okay, float, please. 44.6 million shares is CELH. And then we're going to look at the short float. as well, CELH. Short float, nice. Definitely not negligible. 27.63% of this float is shorted, and we said the float was 44.6 million shares. You do the math. Now, we don't know where the shorts are sitting, obviously, but we can kind of take a gander based upon the price action and the volume. CELH. Let's put that on there. All right, so we made all-time highs. It looks like here at $206 back in early September. Let me just double check, make sure that is all-time highs. Weekly chart, more weekly. There we go. Yeah, that is all-time highs. Okay, so we made all-time highs back in September on this name. Let's go to the hourly now and see what we can glean from this. Look, no, 4 hour probably a bit better here. More 4 hour. There we go. Okay, so clearly here, my friend CJ, a top at 175. That takes us all the way back into mid to late September. Let's put in the ticker. CELH. So 175, a clear resistance level. It's a general area. I know the wicks go higher. They go into that 176 area. But I'm going to go ahead and say 175 is that area that we got to clear and clear decisively with a good closing print. Yesterday, where did we close? The closing print south of 175. Surprise, surprise. 174.25 was yesterday's closing print, and it's an inside day so far today. We haven't cleared the high from, this is the 4 hour. I'm an idiot. Yesterday's closing print. 1 second here. Yeah, 167.60. And the open today, 168.56. Okay, so this 175 level, I would say we're going to have to clearly get above and close above for a nice long here. Now, obviously, you have that nice long off that 150. You have a bit of a double bottom, but we've cleared that level 3 days ago, so that's no longer in play. If we get above that 175 and close above it decisively, we could get a nice gap fill into 200 bucks, maybe even higher. 205 bucks. So this is a nice area where we're at right now. Now, the converse is true. You can get a short into that 175 general area if we don't reclaim it. So the opposite works as well. If you get above that 175, you get a nice close, a decisive close above that, you could have a gap fill into 200. If you don't, if you get that rejection, you could see a move back down near that 150, and you could kind of range trade between 175 to 150. It's not unheard of. Plenty of examples of that. So I hope that helps. CELH looking good here for a possible swing trade into key levels. Hope that helps, CJ.
Yeah. I'm in Microsoft right now, so I was like really briefly shorting this, and I was like, nah. I'm trying to go in for a long. I probably got in a little bit too high. I should have waited probably for a more concise and clear dip, but we were, continuing to see higher highs on this one, which is why I got in for now. I'm going to stay in for now, quite honestly, if we can. Yeah, we just broke through 53 again, so my confidence is a little bit improved. Also, okay, so Tesla. So I got out of the Tesla short because I was thinking this isn't happening. Now it's happening. So I'm just going to stay away from this Tesla for now. Also, though, thank you very much again to Ty in the chat for reminding me that I was mentioning these Shopify levels. I got in on Shopify. Let me see where we kind of got to know where I want to get out. Yeah, probably it looks like we had a little bit of a peak here at this, about 20 cents up from where we are now. So that might be where I start to phase out here. But thank you very much for Ty. You were totally right. As I was saying earlier, I like that we had the support area. We continued to go higher. We went over VWAP. Happy I got in here. Might start to piece this one out just because I would like to protect my profits when I can. One of my bigger issues today has been just timing my exits in like not the best way, leaving, if they're overstaying my welcome or not staying long enough. So I'd like to have just right, perfect exit here, and that is the goal to kind of happen right now. Also, Microsoft continuing to edge slightly higher here. Above my point of entry right now, dancing around that area, so I'm going to stay in this for the time being. I would love for us to, break that 350, 316 high. I think that could be very possible. So we're going to stay in and chill out in that right now. I have 2 trades. What else is happening? Also, NVIDIA continuing to push higher. It's just really hard to find a nice point of entry on this one. Every time it looks like a good buy. Oh, never mind. Sorry, we dipped back a little bit. We were at 448. We dipped lower. This could actually be the retracement that I thought we were seeing earlier today over here. So I'm gonna take a look. but I'm not going to commit to anything yet except for the 2 trades that I do have and feel comfortable in at this time. How's Apple? Still running?
Yeah, $1.30 in the money, man. Nothing to complain about there. We're looking for that move into 177. Got a bit of a bottoming tail candle there. I know Michael Moss said that this morning, so that gives me a bit of confidence saying that out loud. This is the bottoming tail candle that I'm talking about, where you have a huge lower wick, almost no upper wick or very small upper wick, and the body of the candle very much near the top. And that just shows buyers overwhelming sellers. That's just a visual representation of that price action right there. 176 1/3. We got 176.49 HOD at the moment. I've earmarked this level here, that 177.50. That level is Sharif's walking to Starbucks level, right? So if I'm not going to Starbucks.
But if it metaphorically, that would be the level.
Exactly, right? The deal was, guys, yesterday that if I walked through those doors at 7 a.m. and Apple was higher than its closing price at 4 p.m. yesterday, I would be getting everybody Starbucks on the production and the TV side, not these guys. But yeah, that didn't happen, right? So that 177.50 now is only important for the long that we've got at the moment, and obviously for the long-term account, because yeah, we're involved in Apple on the long term. Everybody knows that. All right, nothing else for me to talk about here. Let's have a look at some other names. I've been completely ignoring my daily movers chart. Here's the daily mover chart. Look at DraftKings, man, 33 1/4. This one keeps on going and going. It's like the dang Energizer Bunny.
Really is.
Yeah, it really is. DraftKings having itself one heck of a day. DK and G. Guys, it is up 14.5% today. We were talking about this one at 11 and change. It's really going to town there. Udemy, I was looking at this one for a possible bounce off VWAP. Now, it's giving me a couple here, but they've been quite anemic. Like, look at this one. You could have got a 1220 dip, and then it comes back into that 1270 area. It's not bad. It's been holding VWAP. There's been respect for VWAP on UDMY, but it's really not, you know, moving with any vigor. Carvana retracing off its high. Shout out to Max. Yeah, he's there. Max, you trade Carvana today? He didn't trade Carvana, guys. The Mad One has not traded Carvana, but it is up nicely on the day after earnings yesterday, despite the fact that earnings were bad. We're dancing with that $34 level now. Still higher highs and higher lows. I don't think the long is... Come to the chart if you're able to, Raymond. I don't think the chart is... I don't think the long is valid anymore, pardon me, if we break below that $33. That'll be a new low. Perhaps, maybe, if we get into $32.75, you can look an exploratory long because that is VWAP. Other than that, I would steer clear, personally, from Carvana on the day, as I'm not really convinced on the name. Anyway, Apple moving up again. Time to take another beak wetter there as we're 10 pennies, Adara, from the high of the day at the moment.
Fabulous, yeah. I did the same with Shopify. I took out the lion's share of my shares as we had a nice pop and shop here. We're still dancing around 60-60, so I'm going to stay in for now. But like I said, I got kind of, as we got to this area where we were kind of pulling back earlier, I wanted to get out most of my position. I'm keeping in the rest, which is a little less than half, just because I want to see if we can break above this point. But yeah, I mean, really happy with this trade. Thanks again, Tai, for pointing out those levels. Because I was talking about this one earlier. Happy I got in. Seem to be having a skosh of a pullback from 60-60, so I might pull back everything or take out everything else around this area just because I don't know if I super want to stay in at this point. I'm going to see if I can sell everything else here. Let's also talk about, yeah, Microsoft's still chopping along, not too much to talk about. We have a super chat, so I'd like to talk about that. ANY, thank you so much to Samuel for the super chat. ANY, low float, heavy shorted BTC miner ready to go. Rocket, TNT. Yeah, let's take a look.
I like how you have to say the emoticons.
I like,
rocket.
People say, if people put the emojis, I'm going to say them.
Yeah, fair.
You know what I mean?
Fair.
It's part of the message. So I have to say with this, because the volume is under 100,000, it's a little bit, to me, a bit dicey. And I find like it's a little bit of a hard to read chart too. I mean, we generally seem a little bit headed to the high side. We're up about 6% on the day, but yeah, the volume is so low, like it's under 100,000. I know personally, I have to say, I probably wouldn't get involved. Oh, the spread is 1 cent, so that, you know, that is nice. We had some movement around VWAP. We're definitely to the upside, but to be honest with you, the chart is, let me look at the daily on this. I feel like that might be, just because with the volume on this being as low as it is, I'm kind of finding it hard to analyze. I mean, definitely maybe a little bit of, you know, pulling back to the upside around this 95-cent area, you know, 2 candles up. If I think, you know, we broke this point here on this was Wednesday, went higher. I mean, yeah, we'll have to wait and see on that. I just think the volume's really low, so I think it would have to be like at least intraday. I would say probably a little hard to trade. But thank you very much for the super chat. It was very interesting to take a look at. Also Netflix, that was what I wanted to pull up because people mentioning Netflix. I like trading Netflix. I briefly attempted shorting Netflix, but we didn't lose too much on that, so no complaints there. Bless you. Yeah, we're continuing high. I'm just like, I was trying to get in on this dip, did not get in on this dip, was not able to get filled. So I'm going to wait there. Also, I want to address Tesla again, because someone in the chat was saying, I believe it was J Money saying, you know, you said you were going to stay unless it hit 221.50, and it didn't. And that's true. I did get out earlier than I initially said I was, but on it, and you know, maybe I should have stayed into that point where I said I was initially going to stay.
Short there, woman.
Pardon?
You had a really good short.
I know, and then I got out too early.
That was a trend trade right there.
Yeah.
You're going with the trend. You didn't get top wick, but
No.
getting top wick is dang near impossible unless you're just lucky.
But yeah, and I just got out too early and I lost, which is unfortunate. Yeah, I think
That's a good trade.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and I like thank you, J Money, for holding me accountable on that too. Like I should have stayed in where I said I was going to stay in. You know, we'll have to see because it looks like we're heading down here. If we see another base kind of around that point of close, we might scalp it for the pot. But yeah, I think my issue is I think like I'm kind of things are looking like they're at, you know, a decent place, or except for this, which was a mistake. I just need to like kind of hold true to the convictions into the trades. So thank you, I appreciate that. I also, yeah, Microsoft dancing around my point of entry, so we're staying in this for the time being. Hello, Microsoft. Yeah, we had a nice little boost there, so I'm gonna let this one do the rocket ship thing, hang out, run for the time being. Also, Shopify majorly pulled back, so I think we might, unless we stay steady around this, I'm gonna pull this up again, I'm just looking at my side chart, that $60.50 area, unless we kind of stay steady around there, I think I might take out the rest of my shares. Happy I took out most of them where I did here, because that's what I said I was gonna do. Still very happy with this trade, nice little long here. Go Shopify. Yeah.
Yeah, just chatting with people here. All right, guys, I don't remember who it was, but somebody wanted me to look at a firm. So here's the chart on a firm. Good move up on the day. We know that this was the earnings day over here. Big move up and a continuation that we've got subsequent to that. Look, it's been beat down, this name. I like these buy now, pay later setups. And I got to tell you why. Because it's a way for them to take away money from the legacy, like the Visas, the MasterCard, the American Express, especially if they can make deals with like the Amazons, the Shopifys, the other big retailers, the Walmarts, the Costcos for online shopping. And that's going to be really good in high rate environments. When we look at credit card debt for some subprime credit card borrowers in the 30% range, and then you've got these guys saying, look, we're not going to charge you any interest. Or this new model that's coming out, apparently, if you're a subscription, if you subscribe to their service, you pay whatever, a nominal fee per month, $10, $15, and you get an interest-free loan for a device. Like, and I've talked about this ad nauseum. This thing right here, the iPhone 13, comes through Klarna. Klarna is a Canadian subsidiary of a firm, okay? And as long as I don't miss any payments on this bad boy, I don't pay any interest. The way that they make money off the user, not the merchant, Apple pays them, but the way they would make money off me is if I miss a payment, then there are all sorts of administrative fees and stuff involved in that. But if you don't do that, you don't pay anything. I think it's fantastic, especially in a higher rate environment. I think that they can win over a lot of people, especially the younger generation who are more, you know, technologically inclined. Let's have a look at the price action. That's enough yapping for now. All right, $21.05 is where we closed out yesterday. We got to 23.14. We're above VWAP. We're doing a bit of a VWAP dance at that 22.40, 22.50 area. I got to tell you, it's a little consolidative. I don't know if the meat of the move is done for the day, and then we're going to do a bit of a sideways dance here. Hard to tell. It's kind of, you know, look, if you're looking for maybe a long, you get it off VWAP, a VWAP dip, multiple VWAP dips subsequent to 11:30 to about 12:15. You were doing dips into VWAP and pops up. You've kind of distanced yourself a little bit from VWAP at the moment. You're trying to hold the $0.50, it looks like now, that 22.50. I would look for a dip trade here. The out would have to be the break of 22. That is a newer low. I wouldn't hold it anywhere lower than that. And I would be looking for a run into 23 because that's really where the resistance was. Sure, you got a 23.14 HOD, but again, I keep talking about this. Look where the closing prints are. They're at or lower than 23, so the real resistance at 23. I like the higher lows, okay? So if you start off at the bottom trough right there at around 10:30, it's incrementally higher low, and higher highs. So, you know, I'd look for a dip trade, maybe off the $0.50, 22.50, maybe off VWAP 22.43 or whatever the hell VWAP is at right now. I wouldn't just punch in long at a random level. I'd look for a dip trade, but I like this name. I like it as a swing. I like it as a long-term play, and I like the intraday action on Affirm. I know I talked badly about these guys back in the fall, the buy now, pay never, but I think, yeah, that's what Sean calls it, buy now, pay never. But since that time, I think things have substantially changed. Let's see what people are saying here in the chat. Naresh wants me to look at Roblox. I'll have a look at that in a bit. Let's see, Ivan, they are subject to risk. Visa and MasterCard are processing and transfer risk to banks. In rising rate environments, these business models may not work very nice. You're not wrong about that. The thing with that, though, is Affirm doesn't make their money from me, doesn't make their money from the user. They make their money from the actual supplier, whether it's the seller directly, like when I got this phone, I got it directly from the Apple store. So Apple pays Affirm the fee for me to finance the phone. If you were to check out through Amazon, it would be Amazon fronting them the money. So I don't know if those are the people who are going to be cash crunched. Those people have quite a bit of money. Those companies have quite a bit of money and able to weather the storm a lot better than, for example, me. But I do see your point with respect to the legacy names. However, I think that you may have a move away from using your credit card to make these big purchases in a high rate environment. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword there. I see your point, though. I just think that, yeah, with younger users and more technologically savvy users, they may want to steer clear from that. All right, before I send it back to Adara there, AAPL coming into 176. So we already saw the test here with 176 and what happened. We ended up buying up that level. Now we're getting a second attempt there. This could be a double top, and therefore a bearish pattern. Going to have to be very aware of what's happening here. We have a 175 long, so we're still $1 in the money, but just, you know, don't want to leave too much on the table.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, Microsoft right now is going quite swimmingly, I have to say. I'm staying in this because we're very much holding at my area of entry, so I don't want to leave yet. We have also popped up to like 350, 330, so I'm going to stay. I am not leaving, not yet. I have this whole thing where I have decent points of entry and then I'll leave before they can really come to fruition. Microsoft has continued to be strong. We're not pulling back really, so I'm going to stay in this for the time being. I left Shopify with the rest of my shares, arguably a skosh too early. We didn't lose any money here, though. Like, we got out half at, or a little more than half at 1660, the rest at 1650. It'll be, I think, really interesting if we can kind of hold above this area earlier that we fell from, which is that 60.70 area, $60.70. If we can't hold that, could be a short back to the downside. I'm going to keep an eye on it, but I'm not going to do anything until I actually see a failure of that level. Also, Tesla seeing a bit of a pop back to the upside. Let's take a look at this here. Yeah, like a very small pop, mind you. I'm not going to do anything with this right now unless we can like consistently hold this 220. Like, it looks like honestly it might be doing like kind of a retracement pattern, but opposite. We're retracing up, like a smiley face with like really jagged teeth. So we'll see. It's kind of a little bit what I'm seeing on Tesla. But yeah, I'm going to wait, though. I'm not going to touch it yet. Also, I will get to Meta because a lot of people mentioning Meta in the chat. But we have a super chat. So I would like to address that first. Thank you so much to Ariana for the $1.99 super chat. Fubo, unusual options activity, $10 strike. And this is at January 19th, 2024. Let me pull up Fubo. And then the eye emoji, also here as well, because we got to give the emojis a shout out. Okay, Fubo looking interesting. I mean, of course, nice volume on this one. This was an earnings play. I want to type this in. Okay, here we go.
Bro, I can't believe what I'm seeing here on DraftKings. Are you looking?
DraftKings is
We're
crazy.
About to hit
yeah.
$34.
Oh my gosh.
This is unbelievable. 17% almost here, Dara. Man, this is squeezing. I got to check the short float here on DraftKings quickly. DKNG, 5.57%. Nothing really too big. Guys, wow, I feel really stupid for not having punch in this. We were talking about this in the 3180s, guys. Wow. That was $2 ago. DraftKings, very strong. Sorry, Dan.
Yeah. No, yeah. So Fubo looking interesting. If it kind of breaks higher than this high of just above $3, then I think we could continue to see movement to the upside because, like I was saying earlier, from open, this is pre-market, so we'll ignore this for now. From open, we have had higher lows, higher highs. If we continue to break above this high, it's an interesting one for sure. Yeah, I mean we're below VWAP, getting to VWAP. Yeah, I think it's an interesting one. I feel a little bit uncomfortable trading the penny stocks. Just because I find it a little bit harder to read the tape on these. But it's a 1 cent spread, or it's not a penny stock, but it is, it's a smaller cap for sure. $3 stock, high a day 328, volume 32 mil though. Volume's good, spread's good. Very cool one. Thank you again for the super chat, Ariana. In the meantime, it looks like my Microsoft's making a little bit of a run to the upside, so I will go cheer it on as it does that. Let's see here. Yeah, okay, run to the upside. It's not even 10 cents up from where I got in. So we're gonna, I mean, I say that and now it continues to go higher. So we're just gonna let him do his thing, 21. I'm probably gonna try to get, it looked like 353.30 was kind of an area that we fell back from a little bit. So if I can take a little bit of my position out at 353.30, I will be pleased as punch. I will be happy as a clam. We may take a beakwater here. Because I kind of like the look of this right now. Also, another super chat, DJ Marshall. The SPY is approaching September gap down area and a strong level of resistance. Wanted your thoughts. I'm not super familiar with the SPY.
Yeah, it's just the ES, but in an ETF form.
Okay.
So that people don't have to buy the futures contract. They can just kind of, buy an ETF. All right, guys, let's look. I'm not going to look at the SPY, because the SPY is not what I chart, but I do chart the ES and the NQ. And the NQ, we're at a critical level here. You know how I feel about these 100-point levels for support and resistance, and that's where we are right now. 15,194 exactly is the high a day on the NQ right now. That's a smidge below 15.2. Let's see how we act around here. Are we going to reject this level? We're 1 1/4 to the good on the day on the NQ. You need only look at the chart pattern. Higher highs, higher lows. It's been consistent. Retracements have all been bought up. The only time when we touched VWAP was a quick wick, and then we got bought up immediately after that. So the NQ looking good. Let's have a look at the ES. The ES was outperforming the NQ earlier. That is no longer the case. The ES now up at 43.87. Same thing really here with respect to the ES and the NQ with respect to chart patterns, but we're not at the, say, 4,400 level like we are at like 15.2 on the NQ. So I don't know if we get the same type of resistance around here, but 1.17% to the good on the ES right now, 43.87 1/4. We're at 43.86 1/4, so we're 1 point off the highs. I wouldn't be touching anything short here unless I get a decisive rejection on the NQ at 15.2, and that hasn't happened quite yet. And the reason I'm kind of, intermingling the two is because, on days when they are running together, like a day like this, you can have some sort of overlap between the two. But there are days when they're, one is completely outperforming the other, and the chart patterns don't look the same. They're not trading the same. Today, I don't think is one of those days. You have a lot of similarity between these two chart patterns over here. So, I mean, look, top right corner, that's the NQ. Bottom right corner, that's CES. I mean, you don't need to be a charting expert to see I was going to say a confluence between these two chart patterns at the moment. Both have higher highs, both have higher lows, both have dips into VWAP, all of which were bought up. Very similar charts. I'm not going to jump into anything here on the future, but I am watching attentively at 15.2 to see what we do. We haven't quite made our way up there yet. 15.194, still the high a day on that bad boy. Let's quickly move back into here. Apple right back up off that 176. Oh, baby. Let's move back into Apple here. We still have lower highs, though. Okay, so this was the peak over here at this 176.49. That was the high a day. And then this ascent, we made a 176.44. We haven't broken that yet, so we still have descending highs right now on AAPL. So we're not out of the woods yet. We are out of the woods, though, if we make a new high. So if we break through that 176.5, I think that changes the pattern. And in addition to that, you have lower lows. So not only do you have lower highs, but you also have lower lows, because we troughed out there at 176.06 on this occasion. And then over here, we got into that 175.88. So a bit of a pattern starting to form here off the top on Apple. Things have to change, otherwise we could really see the breakdown of the gains that we made today on AAPL. Some other strong names, Adara. Microsoft continues to look really good.
I'm in that.
Good.
Yeah, thank you. Very thrilled with Microsoft. I'm going to get to Microsoft in a minute. I'm still trying to look at that super chat here with the SPY. I mean, approaching September gap down area. I think, more interesting, you mentioned the point of resistance or level of resistance. I would say, it's kind of closer to the level of resistance here at this 438. I would say, if it breaks 438, that could be interesting, because we are seeing, at least from my interpretation on the SPY, this is the daily on the SPY here, these kind of lower highs. So if we break this area that we kind of went down from a little bit on October 11th, we break that high, I think that could be of interest, could be a sign potentially of correction to the upside. Or not correction, but movement to the upside, especially because, the SPY has been kind of having this downward trend overall if you're looking at longer term from August, these lower highs here. So I hope that kind of answers your question. That would be my interpretation of that. I also, I'm going to look at my friend Microsoft. Thank you for mentioning it. He's still running. Microsoft's still running. I will be cheering them on from the stands. I like this so far. I would love, if we could do 350, 350, I'd be super happy. But I'm going to hold on to this one for now because I don't want to get out too early, and we are seeing consistent strength here. So much support above 353. So no reason for me to leave at this moment in my life. Also, a lot of people asking to look at Tesla. So I will look at Tesla. Tesla's an interesting one. Like I said, it was almost kind of like trying to do the smiley face with jagged teeth here. But also, someone was saying also in the chat, there's kind of a head and shoulders. I mean, I think there's a head and shoulders over here. If we can kind of head up to the upside from this point, then I think we kind of have more of an uptrend. But generally, it does look down. We are seeing, these lower highs. Even this high is slightly lower than the last one. And that's why I should have stayed in the short that I got into instead of leaving, which I did. But yeah, I mean, the fact that we're kind of continuing below this 220 area makes it seem to me, I think we're going to have maybe more of a downtrend. Depending on what we do here at this 218, around that 219, which was the area of yesterday's close. Sharif was explaining to me earlier too, with the area of yesterday's close being super important, especially as a level for Tesla earlier. That's the level we bounced up from.
Yes, ma'am.
So depending what we do here, that I think will be a good sign of what Tesla does for the rest of the day, how we hold this 219 when we head back down there, because it looks like we are heading back down there.
We get back down there. Now, I hate to put you on the spot, but I think this really makes for a good.
I like being put on the spot. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
In this way, yeah. Okay,
all
let's
right.
try.
If we get back into that trough area, which was, I believe, 218.5, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Roughly,
218.5 is the low day.
Okay.
What pattern do you see there? If we get into that 218.5, hold again. Mm-hmm. We hold again.
We hold again, like we held here.
Yep. And make another move up, but the move up
is
lower than that crest right there.
So then we're seeing lower highs. We're seeing the descending pattern. We're heading to the downside.
Where is it? Come on.
Flat bottom.
There it is, baby.
Flat bottom break. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm not, nothing is for certain
set in
in
stone,
this game.
Of course.
I mean, it's all a game of probabilities, right? but that's what I would be looking for there. And especially if the market capitulates at 15.2, all of a sudden you get market weakness, and then Tesla's already kind of a little bit relatively weak.
Yeah.
You get the big move down.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We'll see how it ends up panning out. But,
yeah. Also, speaking of panning out, Microsoft flying. Sorry for the singing there. I just got really excited. Mike Pena in the chat, you got your 353.7. Yes, I did. I'm going to start planning little exuns, little outs from Microsoft because I would like to take what profit I can. Might take some profit, might reload a little bit. I'm going to wait and see here. But I'm definitely liking this trade. To quote Eminem, I'm not afraid. So we're going to hang out in this trade for a bit, but I might take out part of my position just to clinch the profits. Also interesting, Meta and NVIDIA kind of hanging out at specific points here. Meta very much chilling around this 350, 350 area. I considered going along in this, but I was like, I want to see what it does here. Hasn't done much, so I'm going to hold off. Same with NVIDIA, very much dancing around that 448, not 48, 448 area. If NVIDIA was at $48, that would be very scary. But no, we're at 448 and we're just kind of hanging out here. Also, I got in on Netflix, which admittedly I forgot I got into. I'm going to be really upfront here, but I'm happy I'm in it. We're doing okay so far on this one. I don't intend to staying on this super long, but we are continuing to spike up to this 433 area. So I'll take what 433.50 area, sorry. So I'll take what profits I can get in this. I did feel good about this. That's why I got in on this trade. Bought it on the dip. Happy I got it in the dip. I just didn't realize that we quite got that dip. So happy with Microsoft, happy with Netflix. I'm going to start planning some exits.
Do you want to look at net? Check net.ny, Princeton, Barreto. Princeton, we're going to look at it for you, but in the future, please don't spam the chat. Just tag me or tag Adara, and then when I get a chance, I'll scroll back up on the chat and see the tags, and then I'll get to it. I'll do the best that I can, right? So let's have a look at net. And now it's Cloudflare. It's doing real well, up 13.2% today. It reported, it did better than expected. Obviously, Q3 results coming in. What do you see there, Adara? I'm seeing definitely pattern to the upside. We had at open really nice movement upwards, little kind of baby dips here. We went to VWAP and we spiked higher. I'm seeing basically a consistent pattern to the upside and higher highs. It looks like a long to me. I might actually take a look at this. We're kind of close to high of day for my liking, especially because it's a stock that I am admittedly not super familiar with. But we have a catalyst. We have about a 4-cent spread, which isn't too bad. Volume about 6.3 mil. I'm liking it. I'm liking this one indeed. And yeah, it looks like it could be like a bit of a dip opportunity here. Does not look like this one wants to head to the downside quite yet. We're up 13% on the day. How's Apple? Still Apple? I'm feeling it on that.
Yeah.
We're going to leave that, let it do its thing, 21. See if we can break through that 177. But we're having trouble breaking through that $0.50. So I really have to be cognizant of the lower highs and the lower lows on AAPL. But we're going to exercise some patience. Now, net, with respect to net, I want to look at the daily chart on this. So it had a fantastic earnings report. It's up on the day, this, that, and the other. But have a look here at the price action going back into May of last year when we really dropped big on that earnings report. We dropped from like 90 on that day, and then we fell into 62, and then the subsequent days we broke into that 51, 50. So it was a big move down. Since that time, we've been quite consolidative. I would say, we have the outlier, this peak over here, but in general, you've had $70 as the top end of the range and essentially $40 as the bottom end of the range. And it's been, ranging that $30 for the better part of a year and a half now. So for us to really get going on this bad boy and to really break out of the funk that we've been having, and quite frankly, if you're a momentum trader, you hate to see charts like this, at least I do, you really need to break above that $70 area and break above and stay above. Like, for example, look at these couple of wicks over here. Back on August 4th, you did have a break above 70, but as quickly as you made it above 70 is as quickly as you move back down. You ended up closing at 69, 68. Same business here on July 19th. You break up, you go into 70, almost $76 territory, and then look where you close. That's 71.25, right? And I wouldn't really take that as a shining example of breaking above 70. So for net, if you're looking at more of a swing trade, long-term look here on Cloudflare, wait for that decisive break and hold above that $70 level, so you get out of that consolidative zone that we've been in for, however, like a year and a half now. So that's a look there on Cloudflare, but a great earnings report. I haven't had an opportunity to read through it, so I'm just kind of going off what the headlines are saying on my news blotter there. All right, Apple back into 176. I got to tell you, look at all these lower highs, man. This doesn't look good. You got the 49 high, and then you got the 45 high, and then here you got the 43 or 42 high. If we make a lower low, that'll be 3 connection points, right? 3 tops that are lower, so 3 crests, all of which have lower highs, and 3 troughs, all of which have lower lows. I'm talking if we break this trough right here at 175.88-ish, okay? If we do, I'm going to end the trade there and take the 88 penny winner at that point, and then we'll look to maybe re-up, maybe around that 175 and a quarter VWAP-ish, wherever it makes its way down. But I don't want to see 3 consecutively lower highs and 3 consecutively lower lows and hold the position for whatever the hell reason I'm holding the position. There has to be some logic behind it. So if we make that low, that's the end of the Apple trade. We're going to cut that one. John Del Signo, TMF, 3 times bull, 20-year bond. Insane chart on the 5-day. Let's have a look at the TMF. All right, over here. Usually I'm looking at the TLT. This one is a 20-year, and it is 3 times daily. This is an ETF, guys, so it does trade on the Amex. Let's go to the daily. And obviously, you know, this coincides with yields, right? We've been seeing a big, huge move down on yields, and if you are a market participant, you know that yields move inversely to bond prices. If bond prices move up, then yields move down. And here's the thing. For the 20-year, or I think the 30-year, 1% move down on the 30-year equals a 20% pop in the actual bond price, okay? So keep that formula in mind. Now, I don't know if that's a hard and fast rule for all the treasuries, but I know it is for the 30-year. In any event, great looking chart. Looks like it bottomed out there at that 3 1/4. It had a bit of a fight here with 4 for a while, but look, we're still south of the 50 period. We're still well south of the 200. You haven't really made any higher highs here. You haven't made any higher lows either. So even though it is kind of reassuring that yields have pulled back a little bit after Papa got on the mic on Wednesday, I wouldn't be so quick to jump in right now and start taking this long. We saw what Aki did, Bill Ackman. He took a hell of a short on the 30-year, and he printed like a factory on that. So 200K, by the way, on 200 million on that trade, maybe to offset some of the losses that he had on Netflix. Brendo, how much did Bill Ackman lose on Netflix? A lot.
A lot.
Right? He lost a lot. So yeah, you know, you're never top in this game.
Yeah, you know who else might be losing a little bit on Netflix is me. No, I'm only slightly joking. We're not too much out of Netflix, but I'm getting a little nervous here. I'm gonna stay in because I did go in because I was like trying to go on a dip. We are generally seeing a pattern to the upside. We had the very strange Jake Paul boxing related catalyst, which is something. I mean, people pay attention to what he does. I mean, Netflix clearly is if they're considering airing his boxing match. Also of note too.
400 million.
400. That's how much
he lost on Netflix. Bill Ackman lost 400 million on Netflix, made 200 million on the 30-year short.
Oof.
So he made some of that money.
So he like about half, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's 400 million is
big money.
Yeah, very big money. Yeah. But yeah, so anyways, and also I like Netflix as a sympathy play for Roku, which I'm also going to pull up now. Our friend Roku continuing higher. Okay. If we don't go below this kind of low area, because it's kind of an area of support, if we don't go below this 85, 15, 20 area, I will be interested. If we do, I will not. So I'm gonna leave that there. Also, I'm very interested in this here too, because I said with Shopify, I said I predict we're gonna have a Scotia retracement here. We did start retracing at the slightly higher highs here. Looks like we're headed back to the upside potentially, though. I'm going to wait to see a couple more 5-minute candles here before I put my hat in the ring. Also, we got out of Microsoft. And I like where I got out of Microsoft, so I would like to chat about Microsoft for just a moment here. I could have got out a little bit higher, but you know what? Like I got out, like I think 50 to 60 cents in the money, the cumulative total of all my shares here. And then looks like we might be popping slightly higher, but I got out when I was noticing we were pulling back below that 350, 350. Got out half my position at 350, 360, the other half 350, 350. So, so that is my take on our friend Microsoft. Looks like it still could be running higher, but you know, I took profits and ran, and I'm not gonna, you know, lose any sleep over that. I am pretty happy with how that went. Also, let's look at Palantir, because I was thinking about this one yesterday. I was in this one yesterday. It's been a runner. Looks like, so yesterday, 18 was the thing we were struggling to break. Now 19, kind of struggling. We did make slightly higher highs here, slightly higher lows as well. It does generally look bullish, but it looks like we're kind of, much like yesterday, struggling to really break a key level. Yesterday, that key level was 18. Today, that key level is 19. But I wanted to keep an eye on it because it's day 2 earnings play. Other day 2 earnings play, I want to look at DoorDash. Oh, hello, DoorDash. Oh, okay. Yeah, DoorDash is definitely very much along to me. Up 5% in the day. Volume's nice, about 3.5 mil. I mean, not, but it's something, you know. And this one was trading at like 88. I'm going to pull up the daily on this because I was in this the day before its earnings and also yesterday briefly.
Your entries on
yeah.
yeah.
So I mean, we've seen quite the move up here. This is where I was, you know, on Wednesday. This is where we were Thursday. So DoorDash making a nice pop here. I also, you know what, in kind of a similar vein, I want to take a look at Instacart because I know that one was running earlier, and I would like to see why. If there was, oh, it's still running. No specific reason here that I can see in terms of a catalyst for our friend Instacart, but let's pull them up 2.5%, oh, 3%. Okay, lower highs now, so we're pulling back a little bit. Volume is to use a Sharifism negligible, kind of negligible around like 1.3%, or 1.3 mil, what am I saying, percent? 1.3 mil. Spreads about 15 cents, so for a stock like this, I'm not loving it. Lower highs, also higher lows. I just wanted to pull it up to kind of see what we were doing here. Not feeling super confident. Also, someone asking super chat for you. Okay,
yeah, I just mentioned Nick Dub. Thank you very much for the super chat. My friend, I don't actually trade options. I suck, but I will have a look. No question about on the chart for you there. Let's start with Nike, and then we'll get to Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly reported they blew things out of the water. Nike daily chart. What was your question there? Calls for 11/17. Oh, for November 17th. Okay, but what price? What's the strike price there? Let me know. Well, with respect to the price action here, we know what happened with Nike. We had the big sell-off from May onwards because of the consumer getting squeezed. Let me put the ticker in here, NKE. With the consumer getting squeezed and with China weakness, we saw the corresponding move in Foot Locker. It was kind of the exact opposite that we got with Lululemon, where we started trending up. But look, I mean, they reported in late September, and they did much better than expected, and it's been trending up since that time. So that $100 level got reclaimed, even though we had a bit of a resistance tug and pull. Push and pull between buyers and sellers at that level. We are now wicking into the 200 EMA on Nike critical level. We also made a higher high. So I do like this, but I do know that this 110 level is also a level with which we need to contend because there's a long consolidative area here. But I do like the fact that, number one, we get above the 200, we make higher highs and higher lows, which you have, right? You troughed out there at 87.5, and then this trough here is at 97.5. So you have 2 connection points. You already have the higher highs, almost 3 connection points there. Now we're looking at the previous price action, not actually the trend. 110 to break above and hold above there. Obviously, we're going to get above the 200 period first. And then you have that 115 with which to contend. That was a former area of support over here and then acted as a resistance area over here at this double top. So look at all of those different areas and try to, you know, amalgamate all of them. So have a look at Nike, and then let's look at Lilly, LLY. All right, here we go. Lilly is just an absolute beast. What was your question about Lilly? This Lily will retest 550 and Nike will hit 112 short term. I like Nike above 112, I gotta tell you. Let's just break above that 110 first, and then we'll see how that does. But Lily, with respect to 550, you're thinking Lily puts, okay. Well, I don't know if I'd be jumping into the puts here. Now, you may get that because that is a support level. So I think it's a safe area to put in a bet because, you know, there's a tendency to retrace into areas of support. But I got to tell you, I'm not a big fan of the puts on Lily because you have a higher low over here. And that's the thing. The 550 area where we kind of troughed out at, look at that. Substantially higher than the 510, 511 or whatever it was. If you take the closing print, it was 522, 524 in that area. I'm not taking puts on Lily. I got to tell you the truth. You may end up printing on it, and if you do, I couldn't be happier for you. But Lily, to me, it's a long. It's not a short until I see something here to justify the short at the moment. What do you, Neil? You're in Lily, right? What do you think about a put on Lily at the moment? Right? A little, yeah, Neil doesn't like it either. It was a good quarter, he says, and that's the thing. I don't know, man. I think we have a bit of a tailwind with these weight loss drugs. Now, I know Lily's technically, Lily has that Ozempic, right?
The diabetes drug.
It's Ozempic?
Mounjaro.
Mounjaro.
Yeah.
Mounjaro, that's it. Thank you.
It's not just a diabetes.
It's weight loss.
And they got a bigger pipeline.
They got a bigger pipe. He's got the weight loss drug, diabetes, and a bigger pipeline. I don't know. I would steer clear of puts. Say it again? And Alzheimer's, he says, yeah.
Oh.
I would steer clear. Okay, here's what Nick said. I had a call for 600 and sold for big profit, and now thinking we'll retest bottom side of the wedge. Thanks. Yeah, you're not wrong, and I do agree with you that you may see that 550. Clearly, there's an area of support at 550. All right, I got to look at this Apple trade here, guys, because we are continually making lower highs. And now we're getting right back into that 175, 90-ish, 89-ish area. We're about 10 pennies away from that. If it breaks this low here, I'm going to end the trade. That doesn't mean that I won't be in it again later if it comes down to, say, 175-ish area or VWAP, which is 175.15 at the moment. But you've got 3 points of contact here for lower highs. You got 2 points of contact for lower lows. And if we break this trough right here, you're going to have 3 points of contact for lower lows. So I don't want the trade after that. And here we go. Looks like I'm about to get stopped out right now. And we did actually make a lower low than that. So if it continues about below 85, I'm going to hit the flat and key here there.
Yeah, I mean,
that's it.
Netflix is just doing things over here. I have to say, I stayed in this because I was like, if we break kind of below this area, then we have lower lows. If we break below what, this like 432.60, 432.50, then we have lower lows. But right now, we kind of have these wicks to the downside that we're not really breaking below. I say that, and then we kind of just did here. We did just break that area. But no, this one, I was about to leave, and then we just kind of went back to the upside there, back above that 433 area. Honestly, might just get out at 433. We haven't lost too much here, but honestly, I am kind of losing a little bit of faith in this trade. I liked where I got in because we were continuously seeing, these movement to the upside. These dips here, we did have that catalyst with Jake Paul and the boxing potentially. We also had the catalyst. We have Roku sympathy plays, right? But so we'll see for now. I'm going to try to probably get out of this, though. And as I say that, we run back up. So, yeah, Netflix is just going to do what it wants to do. And I don't know if I necessarily want to be there while it does that. I've kind of decided here. Also, let me see what else is happening. So we have, I'm going to pull up as well here. Let's look at Google, because Google just kind of had this little dip below VWAP here. Yeah, so we're seeing, I mean, it's still not like a lower low. It will be if we kind of break below. But this was an impressive move to the downside, I have to say. Like, so many candles here to the downside. We had we'll see if this is actually a successful bottom around this 128.50 area. could be interesting, but it looks like we might break below this. I wish I'd seen this earlier. This could have been an interesting short. I was thinking about going long, I think, around this area, and then I think it was John Del Segno in the chat saying, like, hey, this looks like it's weak. It might get weaker. It might actually to the downside. Very much right there, so I'm happy it didn't get in that long because it was looking a little bit sketchy. Also looking sketchy is Netflix, so I'm probably going to have to switch my area that I wanted to get out here because it's just getting to a point where I'm like, I would like to cut any losses and leave ASAP Rocky, not necessarily loving the vibe of this trade at this moment. Also, you know what's interesting? As a lot of these NQ names, these megatech names, kind of falling to the wayside here, Tesla weirdly sort of, I mean, holding up is a strong word, but it's not really kind of breaking below. As I say that, you know, we're kind of rushing towards 219 now, but it was kind of pretty strong here. And for context, I mean, we just saw Google, Microsoft, my friend Microsoft, my old friend Microsoft took a bit of a dip to the downside here. Still positive, but definitely I wanted to get out where I did. We're seeing a little bit of a retracement here. We also have NVIDIA also took you know, dip, maybe having a bit of a recovery here. But yeah, definitely Tesla seeming to be, oddly enough, one of the names holding up. Again, the best is a strong word, but it's faring better than some of these other mega tech names here as it just kind of breaks below 219. We're getting close to that point of interest around that 218.50. We'll have to see if this is indeed a flat bottom break. Yeah, very interesting stuff here. Also, Fubo, and let's look at, I want to look at DraftKings and Fubo here being mentioned in the chat. DraftKings still really strong, dancing around that 34. We're going to have to see if it kind of holds this because it's looking that this range between 34 and 33.80, sorry, definitely pretty tight. Let's see if we can actually hold this, continue higher, or move to the downside. Yeah, this was really strong earnings. I was reading through that report.
Ridiculous.
Crazy.
They're still losing money, believe it or not.
Yeah, no.
280 million. It's not a joke. Right?
No, that's very serious.
They lost 450 million last year, though, same time.
I mean, so like less. We're
yeah,
losing
way less.
money.
Yeah, definitely.
Also, yeah, Fubo, interesting. Like, again, like I said, I'd like to see if it kind of breaks higher than this. It did. So this could be an interesting dip buy here. I'm going to wait and see how far we dip. But we are still seeing higher highs from the point of open on our friend Fubo.
Jacob HY. This is an interesting one. Apple plus Enron plus SBF equals. How are you comparing Apple to Enron and SBF? Come on, man. Apple's a tried and true product. It's like from the early 80s. It's not just around here for a short time. This is an established company. Funny story. I'm not 100% sure if this is accurate, but I did watch it in a documentary. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and it's not the state, it's the Commonwealth.
The Commonwealth.
I know that.
Okay.
Actually prevented some of their citizens from investing in Apple in the early 90s or late 80s because they looked at it as a high-risk investment, which to me is infuriating. I don't want to be told by any government bureaucrat what I can and can't invest in, right? Which I find to be hilarious. But yeah, they probably feel a little bit wrong at the time.
Yeah.
And they never have to pay for their mistakes.
I was going to say, it's weird, too, that you can just ban the people in your Commonwealth from, investing in something. Like, would that not be their choice?
Exactly.
Maybe they're worried about, oh, they can't pay taxes because they'll lose all their money. Yeah, it's a trap, exactly. But it's such a strange time. Yeah, no, very, very interesting. Learning a new thing today, so thank you. I appreciate. Very happy to learn that.
Yeah, it is. When Apple went public on this date in 1980, Massachusetts regulators wouldn't let individual investors touch it. I can't believe that.
It's just so strange because individuals, you would think individuals make their. You're right.
Yeah.
No one should be able to tell you if you lose money, that should be your decision. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But there are rules around stuff. So, for example, there are certain financial products that what people would term, or others would term, lay people are not allowed to invest in. You have to be,
like the hedge funds.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know exactly which financial products those are, but there are ones, like, for example, when on my platform, in order for me to trade futures and options, I had to read a disclaimer. I had to make certain attestations that I have X amount of years of experience, right? They don't let you trade options without that. So yeah, it's not without precedent, but it's just, I can't believe that. Apple is not Enron. It's not SPF. I don't agree with that at all. Good movie, though, if you're interested in the Enron saga. Smartest guys in the room. I don't know if it's on Netflix or what platform it's on.
Yeah.
Such a good movie or documentary. It's actually a documentary. It's not a movie.
Nice.
They talk about Jeffrey Skilling, who was the CEO at the time, Ken Lay, who was the chairman of the board, and then there's all sorts of other characters in there that you're going to want to know a lot about. One of the guys, the CFO, he was the smartest of the bunch, got out before the ship sank, and now he's like the biggest landholder in all of Colorado. He took all that money and bought land in Colorado, and now he's like, you know, he's pimping in the Rockies.
Smartest guy in the room.
He was the smartest guy in the room.
Wow.
But yeah, Enron, very, very interesting story.
Nice.
And if you want to know more about it, the smartest guys in the room is the movie or the documentary to watch there. All right, let's see what people are saying. Dan the Man Emmons, shout out Dan. I hope you have a good Friday, my friend. I hope you have a good weekend. I mean, they did the same thing with Bitcoin in 2011. Look, I wasn't around the game back then. I don't know exactly what happened to BTC in 2011, so I'm gonna, you know, not participate in that end of the conversation. But if you say, I'll take your word for it. Jacob, you have to be glad not to live in Germany. Trading futures is forbidden here for small investors in theory. My friend, I am no fan of regulation. I know it's needed, obviously. Can't just have a completely free society, but I'm not a big fan of government regulation, especially.
Yeah, individual freedoms.
Yeah. Tony Price, one of my brothers lost more than 50K on Enron. I'm sorry to hear that, Tony. I know a lot of people's 401ks and retirements were absolutely wiped out because of that. I mean, the stories go on, and I'm sorry for your brother's loss, obviously, but I hope he recovered from that. Zion Lala, the Starbucks stock must be going up today since Sharif had to buy so many. Yeah, right, buddy. Definitely didn't buy that much, but I'm very happy with my out. No question about that. This is what I'm talking about here. You had 3 points of contact for newer lows, and that was the end of it. And now it dropped about 20 pennies lower than where I got out. Now, I'm not saying that that's the end of the trade for Apple. Far be it, because the future, it looks like it's pumping right back up.
Did you see Neil in the chat?
What did he say?
Apple could still get positive.
Look, I mean, he's clutching onto straws over here. And I'm not even going to get him anything because the deal's off, right?
Yeah.
The bet's been had, and I don't know what he's trying to amend the bet. Oh, Ram wants her. I get it. Okay. So I've got the production team against me because they want their coffee. I don't blame them.
Yeah.
They want their stuff. It's hilarious. All right, what do you got over there?
I have actually a very nice NVIDIA trade. I got out just because I was like, you know, I want to see if we break that 448. I got everything out at 448, but I have to say I'm super proud of this. I was noticing we were picking up steam and support 447, got it right at 447. Got out right at 448. Now we're continuing to go higher, but I'm going to step back for this. I'm pretty happy. You know, it was a case where I saw a clear entry. This one flew right before my eyes, and I'm pleased as punch I got in. Also, I should have stayed in. I really should have stayed in Netflix because I got out of Netflix. Because but I did, you know, I will say held to my convictions. I said, if we go below, or if we kind of go below or dance around 430, 250, I'm out. We did, so I left. But now we're higher. I probably should have stayed. So some people saying Disney. Yeah, Disney had that Hulu deal. I need to pull up the specifics of the Disney Hulu deal, but Disney did have their Hulu deal. And their earnings also come out on next Wednesday after close here. Ooh, okay, Disney pushing a little bit higher. Disney, yeah, if we kind of break a little bit higher beyond this, like 85, this could definitely be of note. But like a nice little pump up here for Disney on that Hulu deal. They have like, you know, Hulu, ESPN.
Do you
so
watch
much going
Hulu?
on with Disney. I do.
You do?
Not.
Oh, you don't.
I do not.
Okay,
I don't.
okay.
I don't really. I've been like, honestly, I watch a lot of Law and Order and a lot of like international shows or British stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm boring. I'm boring.
No, that's not boring. What is that a British show called? It was. Can you name some British shows, please?
I like a lot of the crime ones. I like Midsomer Murders. I like Vera.
No, not the one.
Is it crime? What do you?
Is there something called Fifth Enders or something like?
EastEnders?
Not. Yeah,
that's the soap opera. I've heard of it. I have not seen
EastEnders.
it. Yeah, there's
that's
Holly Oaks. My sister and I were briefly watching Holly Oaks.
Okay.
That's
So you
another
know
British
about it.
soap.
All right.
Yeah, I know some of the British soaps. Yeah. Love on the Spectrum. I've heard of Love on the Spectrum. I think I saw like the first Coronation. My parents.
Someone wrote that in
Yeah,
the
I
chat,
grew up on watching Coronation Street over my parents' shoulder because they would watch it on Sundays.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean.
Used to be on CBC. I remember that.
Yes,
sure,
yeah,
right?
like
Yeah,
literally,
yeah.
like they would like every Sunday morning. I would be like there, and they'd be watching Coronation Street. But yeah, so I mean, we're kind of if we can kind of break steadily higher above this 85.8 area, then Disney could continue high. Right now, we could be peaking at 85.8, but really strong one. Definitely interesting ahead of earnings, and also interesting with regards to all of the various Hulu, ESPN things going on there. Also, NVIDIA kind of taking a bit of a dip to the downside after hitting that 448.50. Could be interesting for a baby short, but I'm going to hold on to my hat for now, not jump into anything too crazy.
Apple
How are you doing?
is giving up the ghost. I'm like, rarely am I excited about an out, especially when it's on the way down, not on the way up, and you got top wick. That's really when I'm excited about an out. But this out here, I'm very happy about because I stuck to my rules. We said 3 lower highs, and if we got the 3rd lower low, that would be the end of that, and that's what I did there, and it's continuing to trend down. It just printed a 40 spot right there, I think at 45 or so. It's coming, yeah, it's at 47s right now. So this one continuing to head south. Now let's look at the futures a little bit, because we were trying to come into that 15.2, and 15.2 could be a legitimate objective here. Because look at this move down. We got into 15.194. Then we moved down. We made a bit of a trough here at 15.155, right? And then we moved up off that 155 about 30 points into about 185 or so. So we made a higher low if you consider this a trough, and I do, right? So it's a higher low, and now we're looking at that flat top breakout, that 15.2 that we've been dancing with essentially since around 12:30 or so, when we got to that level. So when Neil come back on in about 23 minutes, and especially into that more liquid time of day around 3 o'clock, we really could see a 15.2 break here. And I would just be pleased as punch, to borrow a Dara's term there, if we can continue to ride higher on the NQ, because the long-term account has been hurting as of late. And I'm kind of sick of dollar cost averaging. Even though I made a few mistakes in my dollar cost averaging this time, because it's not really my forte. I think I added too much too quickly. I didn't wait for the bigger levels down to add add equally. I ended up adding less amounts at the really depressed levels because I had added already.
Yeah, so you couldn't add any more.
I could, but I don't want to, right?
You kind of, yeah, like the distribution was.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Ram is displeased that her name is in the chat. What'd he say, she said. I didn't say anything. All right. Yeah, so we're moving down here on now where I will be interested in getting in on Apple. Again, I'm not going to just have a resting order there. Is this VWAP area, this 175.25, especially if we keep moving up on the future right now. So 2 things I'm looking for. The move up into 15.2 on the futures. Let's see how we do if we get into there. Number 2, I'm going to look for Apple at that 175.25. If that doesn't hold, I'm going to be looking for it at 175. We'll have to see. I'm sorry, I'm just laughing here. I'm getting threats in the chat.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is a very,
like
the most thinly veiled threat that one could give.
Super thinly veiled. Sharif got to sleep with one eye open. Okay. Gonna try to hide
that was
there.
funny, can I laugh? Ooh.
All right.
I love that.
This girl is hilarious. Kevin Johnson, are you using options to maximize your gains in the long-term account? No, I'm not. I suck and I'm ignorant with respect to options. I really have been meaning to kind of educate myself a little bit on that. I know Alfred trades them a lot. He had an excellent trade on VFS where he got puts. He often sells calls or puts on stocks that he fully owns outright to kind of help alleviate some of the losses. So, for example, when Tesla started selling, he was selling off. He started selling puts to generate some cash. So that is something that I definitely need to get into, and I feel like, you know, I don't have a complete picture of the market unless I really understand options. And yeah, it's just one thing at a time. For me here, I don't want to overwhelm myself with all the commitments that I have already. Chump Change Trader, Sharif, I can teach you options. Bring me on the show. Well, we can talk about that. Well, I'll have to vet you first and see if you're not gonna, you know, spoil the ambiance that we have over here. But absolutely, reach out to me on Instagram. My Instagram is in the chat. Send me a message and we'll talk. And if you know, if it works out, we'll definitely have you a guest on the show. We'll see how it is. It's easy, says No Drip. Interesting. Okay. None of your biz. Sell puts where you would buy anyway. If not, then keep the premium, easy peasy. And that's what he does, right? He keeps the premium on that. He collects the money, generates a little bit of cash while his, I'm talking about Alfred, while his stocks are selling off, essentially, really. And that's why he does that. All right, let's look quickly here at the daily movers, see what's up. DraftKings below $34 now. It's hanging out at that $33.82. I don't know if this is retracing or setting up a bull flag, a really long bull flag here. But yeah, south of 32, bit of a, I want to say a bit of a wedge, although the drops on the lower highs are more pronounced than the higher lows. I say this probably retraces a little bit, 16.75%. Obviously, we're up higher than that earlier on. What else is moving here? Udemy or whatever, still doing its thing at VWAP. ACLX continuing to print to the high side, 45 bucks. Palantir not doing too much there. Carvana at VWAP. Now this is interesting. Okay, so now we have Vana here at VWAP. Big move up for Vana, and we're definitely finding some support at VWAP at that 32.75. We had a quick wick into that 32.50. Was bought up immediately, and both of the closing prints, in fact, all the closing prints right there are north of VWAP. So let's see how we do if we're able to get it and hold above 33. Maybe we can start retracing the move back into 34.80. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, Carvana trading nicely today, no question about it. Quickly, let's look at Apple here before we send it back to Adara, and look at Apple continue to sell off. I mean, I feel a little stupid here, because if I was convinced that if we made a newer low, right, through this break of the 176.88-ish, why didn't I take it short? I should have, and I didn't, and that's why I suck as a trader. But this one continues to sell off. Very happy with my exit. Now we're coming into VWAP at 175.25. We'll have a look and see what it does there.
Yeah, I mean, I think I missed the chance to get on the Nvidia short. You know, take a ride on there, hop on the train, what have you. Tesla, though, I did get in on this little short here. We broke below 219. I got in just above 219 as I was noticing this failure of this 219.20 area. I'm going to stay in this for the time being because I have faith in this short. I had faith in this short earlier, and then I questioned myself. But I think we have a good point of entry here. Again, not top wick, but definitely not bottom wick either. We got here at a decent point. I would take this to about, what is this 218.7 area. I'd be happy with that because it looks like we are really struggling on Tesla. It doesn't look bullish, I'll put it that way. Not looking bullish. I'm going to set a little point of exit for myself, at least partially, at this 218.70 because I think that we could see that very easily. Also, NVIDIA, I'm happy I didn't get into that short quite yet because we're definitely not seeing the same movement to the downside compared to Netflix. Also, even as like a short-term short, which is what I'd be looking at NVIDIA for, it's very strong and it has the propensity to move very wildly. So I don't want to get in and then it just kind of goes back to the upside. You know what I mean? A lot of people mentioning Roku headed to the downside. So let's take a look. Yeah, see, I was going to get in the short, but I wanted to see what it did here kind of at this level to see if we made a newer low, which we did here at this 84.30. But honestly, I should have seen this. We had a bit of a double top here, slightly higher. So I should have that could have been also an earlier sign that we're headed to the downside, right? We absolutely are headed to the downside on Roku. Jimbo saying if you're not short Roku, you're missing out. I would concur. I guess I'm missing out then here. It's having this movement to the downside without me. I might, you know what? I'm going to hop in on this. I'm going to hop in the Roku short. Because I'm trying to short more. This looks like a very clear short position, much like Netflix. You know, we do have decent point of entries here, decent clear movement to the downside. The longer that Tesla fails to break back above that 219, the happier I am. Like I said, not something I'm going to stay in super long term, but we look like we're pretty much breaking down on Tesla. If we were going to, let's put it this way, I think if we were going to break above VWAP, I think we would have done so a good while ago. So, I'd like to get everything out before we have this point of potential rebound here at like 218.50-ish. But I'm going to stay in the short for now because I have confidence in this position and I keep leaving positions too early. So that's what we're going to do. That being said, very happy I didn't get in that NVIDIA short. That looked like the right call because our good friend NVIDIA is back to the upside quite significantly. How are you doing? How's Apple looking?
No, I'm out. Remember?
Oh, right, yeah, out of Apple, yeah.
Yeah, but it is finding a lot of support area right at VWAP. Look at that. Look at that. Holds VWAP to the T, and I'm not involved in it, sadly. But, comes into that 175, 17, 18, whatever, and now it's bouncing back up into the $0.50. It hasn't made a newer high, so we'll have to wait and see. All right, time to talk some sports, baby. All right, first and foremost, the Dallas Cowboys face their toughest test so far. Maybe you would have said that the San Fran game was their toughest test, but now we are going to play the Eagles. We're going to have to deal with Josh Sweat. We're going to have to deal with Jalen Hurst. So it's going to be a tough game. The odds makers are predicting about 46.5-point scoreline with the Eagles favored here. It's an afternoon game. 4:25. That Cowboys only play once a year at 1 o'clock because we're the Cowboys, right? Anyway, 4:25 start time there. I really want to see how we play away. We play away too in Philly, and Philly fans hate Dallas fans. So it's gonna be a very tough environment to play. I can't wait to see how we do. I think it's a big test for the Cowboys. Especially after the game. Both games they had against both LA teams, wiping the floor with both of them. And my nephew heard a lot about that from me because now all of a sudden he's an LA fan. He's an LA boy now, even though he was a Wasaga boy before. All right. Now, with respect to soccer, we're going to talk about some English Premier League, baby. Arsenal getting one of their biggest tests. Now, we've beat Man United. We've beat Man City. We tied Tottenham, right? And so those were the three biggest tests so far. Now we go away to Newcastle. St. James's Park is not an easy place to play. It is the third or fourth largest stadium in the Prem, and it's a northern English city. They are rowdy up there. Let me tell you, the Newcastle fans. Arsenal is still favored to win, but not by much at all. It is a 1:30 start time. We do have a couple of injuries that I am worried about. Gabriel Jesus continues to be, he's not fit at the moment. Neither is Thomas Partey. I like this aura thing that I've got over here. Neither is Thomas Partey. And I got to tell you, I'm disappointed with the way Arteta is using Thomas Partey because I feel like he is a way better midfielder than either Jorginho or whoever the hell he's putting back there. He puts Havertz back there sometimes. I think Thomas Partey, he can give you a game. And not only is he athletic, but he's quite ambitious in his passes. You're not going to see too many lateral passes from Thomas Partey. You're going to see a lot of forward passes. And he can shoot. He's got one hell of a foot on him. So Arsenal, Newcastle, 1:30. Is that tomorrow? Yeah, it's tomorrow. I like it. It's the afternoon game. You have 8:30, and then you have 5, 11 o'clock games, and then just one game in the prime time hour there for, obviously, the Arsenal, baby. Jeffrey Wright, I am one of those rowdy northerners. Oh, I know about you guys. I lived in Leicester, in Leicestershire County for 2 years. I know all about, I was in East Midlands, obviously, but I know all about you guys, the Northern Englanders. The closer you go to Scotland, the harder the accent is to understand. That's what I'll tell you there. The more north you go, the more Scottish the accent becomes. Remember there was a place called, I think it was Lancaster? I forget the name. Was it Lancaster? Something like that. I was going to go to school there. And I remember doing the interview for the school with the admissions representative, and I had to ask her like 20 times to repeat herself. Man, she had one tight accent, I'll tell you that. But yeah, that's essentially it there. Let's see what else people are talking about. Kevy82, he can't party, is consistently injured. You're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. He is perennially injured. But, you know, I don't like these away, what are they called? International breaks, where he goes and picks up an injury with the national team. I hate that. That's how Gabriel Jesus got injured with Brazil last year anyway. I digress. Jimbo Slice, St. James Park, only 53,000 seats. It's not even a Big Ten game. But when you're comparing it to the Premier League stadiums, I think it's third or fourth biggest. So I know the biggest is United, which is, what the hell is it called? Old Trafford. And then I believe second is Arsenal with 62 or 61, something like that. Third, I believe, is the Etihad in City. And I'm pretty sure either St. James is bigger than Etihad or Etihad is bigger than City. Fact check me. I'm sure you guys can Google that. But yeah, it is a tough place to play. It's an old stadium, but it's a biggie, baby. Wembley doesn't count. Wembley doesn't count. It's not a Premier League stadium. Who cares, though, says this person. I don't even know how to say their name. Sports Channel now? Hey, we're taking a break, man. We got 9 minutes left on the show. Let me vent a little bit.
I got in and out of too short.
Did
so, I
you
mean,
really?
We're still trading,
Go
right?
for it.
Like, trading is still occurring. And I am very happy. I'm very proud of this Tesla short. I was in this Tesla short, and some people in the chat were like, oh, Tesla's going to go to 220 really quickly. I was like, well, you know, I got in just above 219. So I was like, let's wait for it to stay at 219 before I start getting a little too stressed, right? I got out here at, like 218.80. Could have stayed in longer, but I was noticing a bit of like resistance at this 218.80 or I guess support. So I was like, you know what, I'm going to wait for now. I'm just going to take everything out. We did get profit. So you know who's complaining? Not me. I'm very happy with this trade. Now we're going even lower. Low. Yeah, although Apple also, I guess, going a little bit lower here.
Yes, Adara.
Apple
yes,
bottom
you
jean,
just
boots
did.
with the fur.
I like it.
Yeah. I saw that pun in the chat earlier and I forgot to mention it, so I was like, let's bring it back up now as Tesla continues to live up to the Flo Rida song. We also have Roku, which I'm another one where I'm happy I got out where I did. Got out right as I was noticing we were trending back to the upside. Took out most of my position here at this low, and then I took out the rest here. I liked where I got in. I got in once I noticed we failed this low. We got lower than this previous low, which was here at 84.28. I got in 84.24. Got part out at this 83.8. The rest out, I think, at 84. Yeah, so too short. So we're still trading. Is the point I'm trying to make?
I like it.
We are still. You know what? Trading is always occurring here. Also, NVIDIA testing 449. This is just gorgeous. I'm, again, very happy I didn't try to do a baby short. That would have been incredibly ill-advised. I noticed this candle down, and that's where I was interested, but we like rebounded. NVIDIA is so strong on the day here. Definitely not the dead one, although the dead one isn't even really the dead one today. You know what actually might be one of the dead ones here is our good friend Google. Also, thank you in the chat, people in the chat, appreciate it. Just trying to practice and make some trades. I made some weak trades earlier today, so I'm just trying to practice staying confident in my entry, and that's I think why those shorts worked out. Just confident in entry, knowing when to exit. But yeah, Google could be making a case for being a dead one today. Still positive on the day, but having some issues staying definitively over VWAP. I would say we're chopping around here on VWAP, up and down. I was interested kind of in a long around here, but it didn't really materialize, so I will be staying out. Looks like, I would argue it looks like kind of a retracement going on over here on Google.
Okay,
Yeah.
Don't look at the chat. Don't look at the chat. I have a very important question for you. Why did the bird go to the bar? To get the beak wet. Thank you, Wall Street, for that. That was hilarious.
Thank
I
you
do
so
appreciate
much.
that. Dad jokes are my thing.
That's great.
No question about it because I'm old AF. But that's just the way it is. All right, now we're back into Apple here as we do hold VWAP, and then as my friend Neil would say, getting it on the back end. So proving that you're going to hold that level, and then once you hold that level, then we can get in a little bit here. Much, much, much smaller size this time around. We only have 6 minutes left on the show, so I have to be able to bail on this one if it doesn't go my way or if we run out of time. So the people don't like this joke.
I thought it was pretty funny.
I thought it was good. I like goofy jokes like that. That's hilarious.
I
Shout out to Wall Street for that, baby. But yeah, I'm long Apple here. We're long 52s. Let's see what we get. Maybe we get another 176 touch. If we do, fantastic. I've taken a much smaller position this time around, guys, for this long. And there we go on Apple. Nice move up. Let's wet the beak, baby. We'll take a little bit of out there. Alex Davis, do you have any tips for overtrading? General question for the people. I personally make a banger trade, then paper trade the levels that aren't ideal. Huh, that's interesting. I personally make a banger trade, then paper trade the levels that aren't ideal. Well, are you making a banger trade live? And then, after making a good trade and locking in the money, are you going into paper trading? Is that what you're asking? I don't really get it. Tag me again. Let me know what exactly do you mean. All right, let's look quickly here at the charts and the future. We are curling back in to that high of day. 15,194 3/4 is the high day on the NQ December contract. We are like a couple of points away from that right now. And there we go on Apple again, another beak wetter, about 20 pennies in the money. This one holding the level. We're moving back up here on Apple. There's about 4 minutes left on the show, baby. We'll see what happens. So Alex Davis, yes, correct. Okay. Personally, there's a couple of good trades there to be had every day. I don't really know how to answer that question. I got to tell you the truth. It really depends on you. If I knew you maybe a bit better, I could answer that. Stick with the setups. Stick with the high conviction setups. Be picky, right? That's what I would say. I mean, that's just how I trade. I don't like, me. I'm in one name and I can sit in it for 3 hours. That's just the way it is. Some days I'll have like 2 or 3 trades, but you see Sean. Sean can be in 7 names simultaneously. That's his modus operandi.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm always amazed.
Well, he's been trading for 22 years,
that's true,
right?
Too, like experience.
In addition to that, I think it's conducive to his personality and not really conducive to mine. So I don't really know how to answer your question, Alex, that easily, except to say, see what feels right. I personally like to isolate it down to a couple of good trades, take some big size into that trade, and try to ride it through for however long it's gonna let me ride it for. So
yeah.
We'll have to wait and see. Here, Apple heading up into my beak wetter there at 82. Do we get the fill? And we do get the fill. So 2 for 2 here on Apple as it knocks on the door of that 176. Neil will be licking his lips. He wants that 177.50 so he can see me mosey out that door and come back hands filled with cookies and the like from Starbucks. And it'll be a nice little walk, too. And the Kenobi wants a caramel macchiato. Shout out to the Kenobi. He'll be on in a few minutes.
Yeah, I think also, too, what you were just saying, it kind of comes back to yesterday's conversation about how personalities play a role in trading, too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, very interesting. Lots to kind of think, because I didn't even really realize that until we had that conversation. I think when you trade closest to your personality, at least for me, I find that's when I've kind of found the most success here. Yeah, very, very interesting. I'm trying to see what's happening, too. And also, I see a joke here. Andrew Ditter, how does a cat from Texas say hello? I'm going to guess it's meowdy. I'm assuming that's a pun, and that will be my guess here. Amazon might have some strength this afternoon. I will take a guess and say Obi's probably going to talk about Amazon. But yeah, Amazon looks like it's kind of moving. I'm so sorry, but I had to. It looks like we're heading to the upside here, though. So it looks like Amazon could be along this afternoon ahead of, again, probably Obi will talk about it.
The Amazonian does not like to be told which way his stock is going to be headed. He's the Amazon whisperer. And I'm kidding, of course. He said, yeah. Oh, wow, how magnanimous of you to give us that right. He's like, look, people can speculate, It just means like whatever. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no. Yeah, the Kenobi one.
But it does look strong. Amazon does look strong, and apologize, just trying to make a joke here, but yeah. Amazon very strong on the day. Nice play off of VWAP. Looks long. Magnanimous. Yeah, this is moral of the story, really interesting day trading. I feel like I've learned a lot, made some good trades, some bad trades. Very fun midday overall, lots to learn.
Absolutely. All right, we got 1 minute left. Thank you for your thoughts on that. Apple just put it in a hell of a topping tail candle. That's as bearish as it'll get for me there. You want to know why? Because we broke 15.2 on the NQ and retraced right below it. Now here comes the dance between buyers and sellers, guys. At that critical 100-point level, you get that quick wick up and a big rejection down. That's typically what you want to look for a short, but we're way too small of a sample size right now. We can't just look at one perfunctory break of that 15.2. What we're looking for, multiple rejections where you see the wick above 15.2 and the body close below 15.2, guys. That's what we're looking for. Critical level just touched here on the NQ. The big kahunas will have more to say about it when they start, but for now, it is the end of our week.
It is.
It is.
Yeah.
It's Friday.
Friday.
Adira and I, Obi and I, will see you bright and early Monday, same bad time, same bad channel. Brenda was at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome back in. 2 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. Pretty impressive right across the board. I'm going to give you a few numbers coming up here for individual moves so far this week.